retreating into me for protection. Farley doesn't miss it and almost laughs out loud. The little prince and the little lightning girl. She laughs. You two suit each other. One, a coward, and you, she turns to me, her steel blue eyes burning. The last time we met, you were scrabbling in the mud for a miracle. I found it, I tell her. To cement my point, my hands spark up, casting dancing purple light over us. The darkness seems to shift, and members of the Scarlet Guard reveal themselves in menacing order, stepping out from trees and bushes. Their faces are masked with scarves and bandanas, but they don't hide everything. The tallest one must be Tristan, with his long limbs. I can tell by the way they stand, tense and ready for action, that they are afraid. But Farley's face doesn't change. She knows the people meant to protect her won't do much against Maven, or even me, but she doesn't look at all intimidated. To my great surprise, she finally smiles. Her grin is fearsome, full of teeth and a wild hunger. We can bomb and burn every inch of this country down, she murmurs, looking between us with something like pride, but that will never do the damage you two can do. A silver prince turning against his crown, a red girl with abilities. What will people say, when they see you standing with us? I thought you wanted, Maven starts, but Farley waves the words away. The bombings are just a way to get attention. Once we have it, once every silver in this forsaken country is watching, we need something to show them. Her gaze turns calculating as she measures us up, weighing us against whatever she has in mind. I think you'll do quite nicely. My voice trembles, dreading what she might say. As what? The face of our glorious revolution, she says proudly, tossing her head back. Her golden hair catches the moonlight. For a second, she seems to wear a sparkling crown. The drop of water to break the dam. Maven nods with fervor. So, where do we start? Well, I think it's time we took a page out of Mare's Book of Mischief. What's that supposed to mean? I don't understand, but Maven follows Farley's line of thought easily. My father has been covering up other attacks by the Guard, he mutters, explaining her plan. My mind flickers back to Colonel McCanthos and her outburst at luncheon. The airfield, Delphi, Harbour Bay. Maven nods. He called them accidents, training exercises, lies. But when you sparked up at Queenstryle, even my mother couldn't talk you away. We need something like that, something no one can hide. To show the world the Scarlet Guard is very dangerous and very real. But won't that have consequences? My thoughts flash back to the riot, to the innocent people tortured and killed by a mindless horde. The Silvers will turn on us, things will get worse. Farley looks away, unable to hold my gaze. And more will join us. More will realize the lives we live are wrong and that something can be done to change it. We've stood still for far too long, it's time to make sacrifices and move forward. Was my brother your sacrifice? I snap, feeling anger flare within me. Was his death worth it to you? To her credit, she doesn't try to lie. Shade knew what he was getting into. And what about everyone else? What about the kids and the elders and anyone who hasn't signed up for your glorious revolution? What happens when sentinels start rounding them up for punishment when they can't find Maven's voice is warm and soft in my ear. Think of your histories, Mare. What has Julian taught you? He taught me about death. The before. The wars. But beyond that, in a time when things could still change, there were revolutions. The people rose, the empires fell, and things changed. Liberty moved in arcs, rising and falling with the tide of time. Revolution needs a spark, I murmur, repeating what Julian would say in our lessons. And even sparks burn. Farley smiles. You should know that better than anyone. But I'm still not convinced. The pain of losing Shade, of knowing my parents have lost a child, will only multiply if we do this. How many more Shades will die? Strangely it's Maven, not Farley, who tries to sway me. Cal believes that change is not worth the cost, he says. His voice shakes, quivering with nerves and conviction. And he's going to rule one day. Do you want to let him be the future? For once, my answer is easy. No. Farley nods, pleased. Walsh and Holland, she jerks her head toward them, tell me there's going to be a little party here. The ball, Maven offers. It's an impossible target, I snap. Everyone will have guards. The Queen will know if something goes wrong, she will not. Maven breaks in, almost scoffing at the idea. My mother is not all-powerful, as she would want you to believe. Even she has limits. Limits? The Queen? Just the thought makes my mind run wild. How can you say that? You know what she can do. I know that in the middle of a ball, with so many voices and thoughts swirling around her, she'll be useless. And so long as we stay out of her path, give her no reason to prod, she won't know a thing. The same goes for the eager eyes. They won't be looking ahead for trouble, and so they won't see it. He turns back to Farley, his spine straight as an arrow. Silvers might be strong, but we are not invincible. It can be done. Farley nods smoothly, smiling with her teeth. We'll be in contact again, once things are set in motion. Can I ask something in return? I blurt, reaching out to grab her arm. My friend, the one I came to you about before, wants to join the guard. But you can't let him. Just make sure he doesn't get involved in any of this. Gently, she peels my fingers from her arm as regret clouds her eyes. I hope you don't mean me. To my horror, one of her shadowy guards steps forward. The red rag around his face doesn't hide the set of his broad shoulders or the ratty shirt I've seen 1,000 times. But the steely look in his eyes, the determination of a man twice his age, is something I don't recognize at all. Keylorn looks years away already. Scarlet Guard to the bone, willing to fight and die for the cause. Red as the dawn. No, I whisper, drawing back from Farley. Now I can only see Keylorn running full speed toward his doom. You know what happened to Shade. You can't do this. He pulls away the rag and reaches out to embrace me, but I step away. His touch feels like a betrayal. Mare, you don't have to keep trying to save me. I will as long as you won't. How can he expect to be anything but a human shield? How can he do this? Far away, something hums at me, growing louder by the second, but I barely notice. I'm more focused on keeping the tears from falling in front of Farley and the guard and Maven. Keylorn, please. He darkens at my words, like they are an insult rather than a young girl's plea. You made your choice, and I'm making mine. I made the choice for you, to keep you safe, I snap. It's amazing how easily we fall back into our old rhythm, bickering like always. But there's much more on the line now. I can't just shove him into the mud and walk away. I bargained for you. You're doing what you think will protect me, Mayor, he mutters, his voice a low rumble. So let me do what I can to save you. My eyes squeezed shut, letting my heartache take over. I've been protecting Keylorn every day since his mother left, since he almost starved to death in my doorway. And now he won't let me, no matter how dangerous the future has become. Slowly, I open my eyes again. Do what you want, Keylorn. My voice is cold and mechanical, like the wires and circuits trying to switch back on. The power's coming back soon. We should be on the move. The others spring into action, disappearing into the conservatory, and Walsh takes me by the arm. Keylorn backs away, following the others into the shadows, but his eyes stay on me. Mayor, he calls after me. At least say goodbye. But I'm already walking, Maven by my side, Walsh leading us both. I won't look back, not now when he's betrayed all I've ever done for him. Time moves slowly when you're waiting for something good, so naturally the days fly by as the dreaded ball approaches. A week passes without any contact, leaving Maven and me in the dark as the hours march on. More training, more protocol, more brainless lunches that almost leave me in tears. Every time I have to lie, to praise the silvers and rip down my own. Only the guard keeps me strong. Lady Blanos scolds me for being distracted in protocol. I don't have the heart to tell her that, distracted or not, I'll never be able to learn the dance steps she's trying to teach for the parting ball. As suited as I might be to sneaking, I'm horrible with rhythmic motion. Meanwhile, the once dreaded training is an outlet for all my anger and stress, allowing me to run or spark off everything I'm trying to keep inside. But just when I'm finally beginning to get the hang of things, the mood of training shifts drastically. Evangeline and her lackeys don't snipe at me, instead focusing intently on their warm-ups. Even Maven goes through his stretches more carefully, like he's preparing for something. What's going on? I ask him, nodding to the rest of the class. My eyes linger on Cal, currently doing push-ups in perfect form. You'll see in a minute, Maven replies, his voice oddly dull. When Oven enters with Provos, even he has a strange spring in his step. He doesn't bark out an order to run and approaches the class instead. Tirana instructor Oven murmurs. A girl in a blue striped suit, the nymph from House Asinoz, jumps to attention. She makes her way toward the center of the floor, waiting for something. She looks equal parts excited and terrified. Oven turns, searching through us. For a second, his eyes linger on me but thankfully shift to Maven. Prince Maven, if you please. He gestures to where Tirana waits. Maven nods and moves to stand beside her. Both of them tense, fingers twitching as they await whatever's coming. Suddenly, the training floor moves around them, pushing clear walls up to form something. Again, Provos raises his arms, using his abilities to transform the training hall. As the structure takes shape, my heart hammers, realizing exactly what it is. An arena. Cal takes Maven's place at my side, his movements quick and silent. They won't hurt each other, he explains. Oven stops us before anyone can do real damage, and there are healers on hand. Comforting, I choke out. In the center of the quickly forming arena, both Maven and Tirana prepare for their match. Maven's bracelet sparks, and fire blazes in his hands, streaking up his arms, while droplets of moisture leach from the air to swirl around Tirana in a ghostly display. Both of them look ready for battle. Something about my unease sets Cal on edge. Is Maven the only thing you're worried about? Not even close. Protocol's not exactly easy right now. I'm not lying, but on my list of problems, learning to dance is at the very bottom. It seems I'm even worse at dancing than memorizing court etiquette. To my surprise, Cal laughs loudly. You must be horrible. Well, it's difficult to learn without a partner, I snap, bristling at him. Indeed. The last two pieces lock together, completing the training arena and fencing in Maven and his opponent. Now they are separated from the rest of us by thick glass, trapped together in a miniature version of a battle arena. The last time I watched Silver's fight, someone almost died. Who has the advantage? Oven says, questioning the class. Every hand but mine shoots into the air. Elaine. The Haven girl juts her chin forward, speaking proudly. Tirana has the advantage. She's older and more experienced. Elaine says this like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Maven's cheeks flush white, though he tries to hide it. And water defeats fire. Very good. Oven shifts his eyes back to Maven, daring him to argue. But Maven holds his tongue, letting the growing fire speak for him. Impress me. They collide, spitting fire and rain in a duel of the elements. Diranna uses her water like a shield, and to Maven's fiery attacks, it's impenetrable. Every time he gets close to her, swinging with flaming fists, he comes back with nothing but steam. The battle looks even, but somehow Maven seems to have the edge. He's on the offensive, backing her into a wall. All around us, the class cheers, goading on the warriors. I used to be disgusted by displays like this, but now I'm having a hard time keeping quiet. Every time Maven attacks, closer to pinning down Diranna, it's all I can do not to cheer with the others. It's a trap, Maeve. Cal whispers, more to himself than anyone. What is it? What's she going to do? Cal shakes his head. Just watch. She's got him. But Diranna looks anything but victorious. She's flat against the wall, dueling hard behind her watery shield as she blocks blow after blow. I don't miss the lightning-quick moment as Diranna literally turns the tide on Maven. She grabs his arm and pulls, spinning around so they trade places in a heartbeat. Now it's Maven behind her shield, pinned between the water and the wall. But he can't control the water, and it presses against him, holding him back even as he tries to burn it away. The water only boils, bubbling over his blazing skin. Diranna stands back, watching him struggle with a smile on her face. Yield. A stream of bubbles escapes Maven's lips. Yield. The water drops from him, vaporizing back into the air to the sound of applause. Provos waves a hand again, and one of the arena walls slides back. Diranna gives a tiny bow while Maven trudges out of the circle, a soggy, pouting mess. I challenge Elaine Haven. Sonia Irrell says sharply, trying to get the words out before our instructor can pair her with someone else. Oven nods, allowing the challenge, before turning his gaze on Elaine. To my surprise, she smiles and saunters toward the arena, her long red hair swaying with the movement. I accept your challenge, Elaine replies, taking a spot in the center of the arena. I hope you've learned some new tricks. Sonia follows, eyes dancing. She even laughs. You think I'd tell you if one did? Somehow they manage to giggle and smile right up until Elaine Haven disappears entirely and grabs Sonia around the throat. She chokes, gasping for air, before twisting in the invisible girl's arms and slipping away. Their match devolves quickly into a deadly, violent game of cat and invisible mouse. Maven doesn't bother to watch, angry with himself over his performance. Yes, he says to Cal, and his brother launches headfirst into a hushed lecture. I get the feeling this is normal. Don't corner someone better than you, it makes them more dangerous, he says, putting an arm around his brother's shoulder. You can't beat her with ability, so beat her with your head. I'll keep that in mind, Maven mutters, begrudging the advice but taking it all the same. You're getting better though, Cal murmurs, patting Maven on the shoulder. He means well but comes off as patronizing. I'm surprised Maven doesn't snap at him, but he's used to this, like I was used to Jaisa. Thanks, Cal. I think he gets it, I say, speaking for Maven. His older brother isn't stupid and takes the hint with a frown. With nothing but a backward glance at me, Cal leaves us to stand with Evangeline. I wish he wouldn't, just so I don't have to watch her smirk and gloat. Not to mention I get this strange twist in my stomach every time he looks at her. Once he's out of earshot, I nudge Maven with my shoulder. He's right, you know. You have to outsmart people like that. In front of us, Sonia grabs onto what seems like air and slams it against the wall. Silver liquid spatters, and Elaine flutters back into visibility, a trail of blood streaming from her nose. He's always right when it comes to the arena, he rumbles, strangely upset. Just wait and see. Across the arena, Evangeline smiles at the murderous display between us. How she can watch her friends bleeding on the floor, I don't know. Silvers are different, I remind myself. Their scars don't last. They don't remember pain. With skin healers waiting in the wings, violence has taken on a new meaning for them. A broken spine, a split stomach, it doesn't matter. Someone will always come to fix you. They don't know the meaning of danger or fear or pain. It's only their pride that can be truly hurt. You are Silver. You are Marina Titanos. You enjoy this. Cal's eyes dart between the girls, studying them like a book or a painting rather than a moving mass of blood and bone. Beneath the black cut of his training suit, his muscles tense, ready for his turn. And when it comes, I understand what Maven means. Instructor Oven pits Cal against two others, the Windweaver Oliver and Syrian Macanthos, a girl who turns her skin to stone. It's a match in name only. Despite being outnumbered, Cal toys with the other two. He incapacitates them one at a time, trapping Oliver in a swirl of fire while trading blows with Syrian. She looks like a living statue, made of solid rock rather than flesh, but Cal's stronger. His blows splinter her rocky skin, sending spider cracks through her body with every punch. This is just practice to him, he almost looks bored. He ends the match when the arena explodes into a churning inferno that even Maven steps back from. By the time the smoke and fire clears, both Oliver and Syrian have yielded. Their skin cracks in bits of burned flesh, but neither cries out. Cal leaves them both behind, not bothering to watch as a skin healer appears to fix them up. He saved me, he brought me home, he broke the rules for me. And he's a merciless soldier, the heir to a bloody throne. Cal's blood might be silver, but his heart is black as burned skin. When his eyes trail to mine, I force myself to look away. Instead of letting his warmth, his strange kindness confuse me, I commit the inferno to memory. Cal is more dangerous than all of them put together. I cannot forget that. Evangeline, Andros Oven clips, nodding at the pair of them. Andros deflates, almost annoyed at the prospect of fighting, and losing to Evangeline, but dutifully trudges into the arena. To my surprise, Evangeline doesn't budge. No, she says boldly, planting her feet. When Oven whirls to her, his voice rises above his usual whisper and it cuts like a razor. I beg your pardon, Lady Samos. She turns her black eyes on me, and her gaze is sharp as any knife. I challenge Marina Titanos. 17 Absolutely not, Maven rumbles. She's been training for only 2 weeks, you'll cut her apart. In response, Evangeline just shrugs, letting a lazy smirk rise to her features. Her fingers dance against her leg, and I can almost feel them like claws across my skin. So what if she does? Sonia breaks in, and I think I see a gleam of her grandmother in her eye. The healers are here. There'll be no harm done. Besides, if she's going to train with us, she might as well do it properly. No harm done, I scoff in my head. No harm but my blood exposed for all to see. My heartbeat thumps in my head, quickening with every passing second. Overhead, the lights shine brightly, illuminating the ring. My blood will be hard to hide, and they'll see me for what I am. The Red, the liar, the thief. I'd like some more time observing before I get in the ring, if you don't mind, I reply, trying my best to sound silver. Instead, my voice quavers. Evangeline catches it. Too scared to fight, she goads, lazily flicking a hand. One of her knives, a little thing like a tooth of silver, circles her wrist slowly in open threat. Poor little lightning girl. Yes, I want to scream. Yes, I am scared. But silvers don't admit things like that. Silvers have their pride, their strength, and nothing else. When I fight, I intend to win, I say instead, throwing her words back in her face. I'm not a fool, Evangeline, and I cannot win yet. Training outside the ring can only get you so far, Marina Sonia purrs, latching on to my lie with glee. Don't you agree, instructor? How can she ever expect to win if she doesn't try? Ivan knows there's something different about me, a reason for my ability and my strength. But what that is, he cannot fathom, and there's a glint of curiosity in his eye. He wants to see me in the ring as well. And my only allies, Cal and Maven, exchange worried glances, wondering how to proceed across such shaky ground. Didn't they expect this? Didn't they think it would come to this? Or maybe this is what I've been headed for all along. An accidental death in training, another lie for the queen to tell, a fitting death for the girl who doesn't belong. It's a trap I willingly stepped into. The game will be over. And everyone I love will have lost. Lady Titanoz is the daughter of a dead war hero and you can do nothing but tease her, Cal growls, throwing daggered glances at the girls. They barely seem to notice, almost laughing at his poor defense. He might be a born fighter, but he's at a loss when it comes to words. Sonia is even more incensed, her sly nature taking hold. Whereas Cal is a warrior in the ring, she's a soldier of speech, and twists his words with frightening ease. A general's daughter should do well in the ring. If anything, Evangeline should be afraid. She wasn't raised by a general, don't be foolish, Maven sneers. He's much better at this sort of thing, but I cannot let him win my battles. Not with these girls. I will not fight, I say again. Challenge someone else. When Evangeline smiles, her teeth white and sharp, my old instincts ring in my head like a bell. I barely have time to drop as her knife burns through the air, cutting through the spot where my neck was seconds before. I challenge you, she snaps, and another blade flies at my face. More rise from her belt, ready to cut me to ribbons. Evangeline, stop, Maven shouts, and Cal pulls me to my feet, his eyes alive with worry. My blood sings, coursing with adrenaline, my pulse so loud I almost miss his whispered words. You're faster. Keep her on the run. Don't be afraid. Another knife blazes by, this time digging into the ground at my feet. Don't let her see you bleed. Over his shoulder, Evangeline prowls like a predatory cat, a glittering storm of knives in her fist. In that instant, I know nothing and no one will stop her. Not even the princes. And I cannot give her the chance to win. I cannot lose. A bolt of lightning escapes me, streaking through the air at my command. It hits her in the chest and she staggers back, colliding with the theatre wall of the arena. But instead of looking angry, Evangeline regards me with glee. This will be quick, little lightning girl, she snarls, wiping away a trickle of silver blood. All around, the other students draw back, glancing between the two of us. This could be the last time they see me alive. No, I think again. I cannot lose. My focus intensifies, deepening my sense of power until it's so strong I hardly notice the walls shifting around us. With a click, Provos reforms the arena, locking us in together, a red girl and a smiling silver monster. She grins across at me, and razor-thin pieces of metal peel off the floor, shaped to her will. They curl and shudder and scrape into a living nightmare. Her usual blades are gone, tossed aside for a new tactic. The metal things, creatures of her mind, skitter across the floor to stop at her feet. Each one has 8 razored legs, sharp and cruel. They quiver as they wait to be released, to cut me apart. Spiders. A horrible crawling sensation prickles my skin, like they are already upon me. Sparks come to life in my hands, dancing between my fingers. The lights flicker as the energy in the room bleeds into me like water soaking into a sponge. Power races through me, driven by my own strength, and by need. I will not die here. On the other side of the wall, Maven smiles, but his face is pale, afraid. Next to him, Cal doesn't move. A soldier doesn't blink until the battle is won. Who has the advantage? Instructor Ivan asks. Marina or Evangeline? No one raises a hand. Not even Evangeline's friends. Instead, they stare between us, watching our abilities grow. Evangeline's smile fades into a sneer. She's used to being favored, to being the one everyone's afraid of. And now she's angrier than ever. Again, the lights flicker on and off, as my body hums like an overloaded wire. In the flashing darkness, her spiders scrabble over the floor, their metal legs clanging in terrible harmony. And then all I know is fear and power and the surge of energy in my veins. Darkness and light explode back and forth, plunging us both into a strange battle of flickering color. My lightning bursts through the darkness, streaking purple and white as it shatters through spiders at every turn. Cal's advice echoes in my head, and I keep moving, never sticking to one spot on the floor long enough for Evangeline to hurt me. She weaves through her spiders, dodging my sparks as best she can. Jagged metal tears at my arms, but the leather suit holds firm. She's fast, but I'm faster, even with spiders clawing around my legs. For a second, her infuriating silver braid passes through my fingertips, before she's out of reach again. But I've got her on the run. I'm winning. I hear Maven through the shriek of metal and cheering classmates, roaring for me to finish her. The lights flash, making her hard to spot, but for a brief moment, I feel what it's like to be one of them. To feel strength and power absolutely, to know you can do what millions can't. Evangeline feels like this every day, and now it's my turn. I'll teach you what it's like to know fear. A fist slams against the small of my back, shooting pain through the rest of my body. My knees buckle with the agony, sending me to the ground. Evangeline pauses above me, her smile surrounded by a messy curtain of silver hair. Like I said, she snarls. Quick. My legs move on their own, swinging out in a maneuver I've used in the back alleys of the stilts 100 times. Even on Keylorn once or twice. My foot connects with her leg, sweeping it out from under her, and she crashes to the floor next to me. I'm on her in a second, despite the exploding pain in my back. My hands crackle with hot energy, even as they collide against her face. Pain sears through my knuckle bones, but I keep going, wanting to see sweet silver blood. You'll wish it was quick, I roar, bearing down on her. Somehow, through her bruising lips, Evangeline manages to laugh. The sound melts away, replaced by metallic screeching. And all around us, the fallen, electrified spiders twitch to life. Their metal bodies reform, weaving together at the seams, into a ruinous, smoking beast. It skitters with surprising speed, knocking me off her. I'm the one pinned now, looking up at the heaving, twisting shards of metal. The sparks die in my hands, driven away by fear and exhaustion. Even the healers won't be able to save me after this. A razor leg drags across my face, drawing red, hot blood. I hear myself scream, not in pain, but defeat. This is the end. And then a blazing arm of fire knocks the metal monster off me, burning it into nothing more than a charred black pile of ash. Strong hands pull me to my feet and then go to my hair, pulling it across my face to hide the red mark that could betray me. I turn into Maven, letting him walk me from the training room. Every inch of me shakes, but he keeps me steady and moving. A healer comes my way, but Cal heads him off, blocking my face from his sight. Before the door slams behind us, I hear Evangeline yelling and Cal's usually calm voice yelling right back, roaring over her like a storm. My voice breaks when I finally speak again. The cameras can see. Sentinels sworn to my mother man the cameras. Trust me, they aren't what we should be worrying about, Maven says, almost tripping over his words. He keeps a tight grip on my arm, like he's afraid I might be pulled away from him. His hand ghosts over my face, wiping away the blood with his sleeve. If anyone sees. Take me to Julian. Julian's a fool, he mutters. Figures appear at the far end of the hall, a pair of roaming nobles, and he pushes us down a service passage to avoid them. Julian knows who I am, I whisper back, grabbing onto him. As his grip tightens, so does mine. Julian will know what to do. Maven looks down on me, conflicted, but finally nods. By the time we reach Julian's quarters, the bleeding has stopped, but my face is still a mess. He opens the door on the first knock, looking his usual haphazard self. To my surprise, he frowns at Maven. Prince Maven, he says, bending into a stiff, almost insulting bow. Maven doesn't respond, only pushes me past Julian into the sitting room beyond. Julian has a small set of rooms, made smaller by darkness and stale air. The curtains are drawn, blotting out the afternoon sun, and the floor is slippery with loose stacks of paper. A kettle simmers in the corner, on an electric piece of metal meant to replace a stove. No wonder I never see him outside of lessons, he appears to have everything he needs right here. What's going on? He asks, waving us to a pair of dusty chairs. Obviously he doesn't entertain much. I take a seat, but Maven refuses, still standing. I draw aside my curtain of hair, revealing the shining red flag of my identity. Evangeline got carried away. Julian shifts, uncomfortable on his own 2 feet. But it's not me making him squirm, it's Maven. The two glare at each other, at odds over something I don't understand. Finally, he turns his gaze back on me. I'm not a skin healer, Mare. The best I can do is clean you up. I told you, Maven says. He can't do anything. Julian's lip curls into a snarl. Fine, Sarah Sconis, he snaps, his jaw tightening as he waits for Maven to move. I've never seen Maven this angry, not even with Cal. But then, it's not anger spilling out from Maven or Julian, it's hate. They absolutely despise each other. Do it, my prince. The title sounds like a curse coming from Julian's lips. Maven finally concedes and slips out the door. What's that all about? I whisper, gesturing between Julian and the door. Not now, he says, and tosses me a white cloth to clean myself with. It stains a dark red as my blood ruins the fabric. Who's Sarah Sconis? Again, Julian hesitates. A skin healer. She'll take care of you. He sighs. And she's a friend. A discreet friend. I didn't know Julian had friends beyond me and his books, but I don't question him. When Maven slips back into the room a few moments later, I've managed to clean my face properly, though it still feels sticky and swollen. I'll have a few bruises to hide tomorrow, and I don't even want to know what my back looks like now. Gingerly, I touch the growing lump where Evangeline punched me. Sarah's not. Maven pauses, mulling over the words. She's not who I would have chosen for this. Before I can ask why, the door opens, revealing the woman I assume is Sarah. She enters silently, barely raising her eyes. Unlike the others, the Blonos blood healers, her age is displayed proudly on her face, in every wrinkle and her sunken, hollow cheeks. She looks to be about Julian's age, but her shoulders droop in a way that tells me her life has felt far longer than his. Nice to meet you, Lady Sconis. My voice is calm, like I'm asking about the weather. It seems my protocol lessons might be sinking in after all. But Sarah doesn't respond. Instead, she drops to her knees in front of my chair and takes my face in her rough hands. Her touch is cool, like water on a sunburn, and her fingers trail over the gash on my cheek with surprising gentleness. She works diligently, healing over the other bruises on my face. Before I can mention my back, she slips a hand down to the injury, and something like soothing ice bleeds through the pain. It's all over in a few moments, and I feel like I did when I first came here. Better, in fact. My old aches and bruises are completely gone. Thank you, I say, but again, I get no response. Thank you, Sarah, Julian breathes, and her eyes dart to his in a flash of grey colour. Her head bows slightly, in the tiniest nod. He reaches forward, a hand brushing her arm as he helps her to her feet. The two of them move like partners in a dance, listening to music no one else can hear. Maven's voice shatters their silence. That will be all, Sconus. Sarah's quiet calm melts into barely concealed anger as she spins out of Julian's grip, scrambling for the door like a wounded animal. The door shuts behind her with a slam, shaking the framed maps in their glass prisons. Even Julian's hands shake, trembling long after she's gone, like he can still feel her. He tries to hide it, but not well. Julian was in love with her once, and maybe even still is. He looks at the door like a man haunted, waiting for her to come back. The longer you're gone, the more people will start to talk, he mutters, gesturing for us to leave. I agree. Maven moves to the door, ready to open it and shove me back out. Are you sure no one saw? My hand moves to my cheek, now smooth and clean. Maven pauses, thinking. No one who would say anything? Secrets don't stay secrets here, Julian mutters. His voice quivers with rare anger. You know that, Your Highness. You should know the difference between secrets, Maven snaps, and lies. His hand closes around my wrist, pulling me back out into the hall before I can bother to ask what's going on. We don't make it far before a familiar figure stops us. Trouble, dear. Queen Ilera, a vision in silk, addresses Maven. Strangely, she is alone, with no sentinels to guard her. Her eyes linger on his hand still in mine. For once, I don't feel her try to push her way into my thoughts. She's in Maven's head right now, not mine. Nothing I can't handle, Maven says, tightening his grip on me like I'm some kind of anchor. She raises an eyebrow, not believing a word he says, but doesn't question him. I doubt she really questions anyone, she knows all the answers. Best hurry up, Lady Marina, or you'll be late for luncheon, she purrs, finally turning her ghostly eyes on me. And then it's my turn to hold on to Maven. And take a little more care in your training sessions. Red blood is just so hard to clean up. You would know, I snap, remembering Shade. Because no matter how hard you try to hide it, I see it all over your hands. Her eyes widen, surprised at my outburst. I don't think anyone's ever spoken to her this way, and it makes me feel like a conqueror. But it doesn't last long. Suddenly my body twitches backward, throwing itself into the passage wall with a resounding smack. She makes me dance like a puppet on violent strings. Every bone rattles and my neck cracks, slamming my head back until I see icy blue stars. No, not stars. Eyes. Her eyes. Mother. Maven shouts, but his voice sounds far away. Mother, a hand closes around my throat, holding me in place as control of my own body ebbs away. Her breath is sweet on my face, too sweet to stand. You will not speak to me like that again, Ilera says, too angry to bother whispering in my head. Her grip tightens, and I couldn't even agree with her if I wanted to. Why doesn't she just kill me? I wonder as I gasp for breath. If I'm such a burden, such a problem, why doesn't she just kill me? That's enough. Maven roars, the heat of his anger pulsing through the passage. Even through the hazy darkness eating at my vision, I see him pull her off me with surprising strength and boldness. Her abilities hold on me breaks, letting me slump against the wall. Illyria almost stumbles herself, reeling with shock. Now her glare turns on Maven, on her own son standing against her. "Return to your schedule, Mare." He seethes, not breaking eye contact with his mother. I don't doubt she's screaming in his head, scolding him for protecting me. Go. Heat crackles all around, radiating off his skin, and for a moment I'm reminded of Cal's guarded temper. It seems Maven hides a fire as well, an even stronger one, and I don't want to be around when it explodes. As I scramble away, trying to put as much distance as I can between myself and the Queen, I can't help but look back at them. They stare at each other, two pieces squaring off in a game I don't understand. Back in my room, the maids wait silently, another gilded dress laid across their arms. While one slips me into the spectacle of silk and purple gemstones, the others fix my hair and makeup. As usual, they don't say a word, even though I look frantic and harried after such a morning. Lunch is a mixed affair. Usually the women eat together to discuss the upcoming weddings and all the silly things rich ladies talk about, but today is different. We're back on the terrace overlooking the river, the red uniforms of servants floating through the crowd, but there are far more military uniforms than ever before. It seems like we're dining with a full legion. Cal and Maven are there as well, both glittering in their medals, and they smile through pleasant conversation while the king himself shakes hands with the soldiers. All the soldiers are young, in grey uniforms cute with silver insignia. Nothing like the ratty red fatigues my brothers and any other Reds get when they are conscripted. These silvers are going to war, yes, but not to the real fighting. They are the sons and daughters of important people, and to them, the war is just another place to visit. Another step in their training. To us, to me once, it is a dead end. It is doom. But I still have to do my duty, to smile and shake their hands and thank them for their brave service. Each word tastes bitter, until I have to duck away from the crowd to an alcove half hidden by plants. The noise of the crowd still rises with the midday sun, but I can breathe again. For a second, at least. Everything okay? Cal stands over me, looking worried but strangely relaxed. He likes being around soldiers, I suppose it's his natural habitat. Even though I want to disappear, my spine straightens. I'm not a fan of beauty pageants. He frowns. Mare, they are going to the front. I'd think you of all people would want to give them a proper send-off. The laugh escapes me like gunfire. What part of my life makes you think I'd care about these brats going off to war like it's some kind of vacation? Just because they've chosen to go doesn't make them any less brave. Well, I hope they enjoy their barracks and supplies and reprieves and all the things my brothers were never given. I doubt these willing soldiers will ever want for so much as a button. Even though he looks like he wants to yell at me, Cal swallows the urge. Now that I know what his temper is capable of, I'm surprised he can keep himself in check at all. This is the first completely Silver Legion going into the trenches, he says evenly. They are going to fight with the Reds, dressed as Reds, serving with Reds. The Lakelanders won't know who they are when they get to the choke. And when the bombs fall, when the enemy tries to break the line, they are going to get more than they bargained for. The Shadow Legion will take them all. Suddenly I feel hot and cold at the same time. Original. But Cal doesn't gloat. Instead, he looks sad. You gave me the idea. What? When you fell into Queenstryle, no one knew what to do. I'm sure the Lakelanders will feel the same. Though I try to speak, no sound comes out. I've never been a point of inspiration for anything, let alone combat maneuvers. Cal stares at me like he wants to say more, but he doesn't speak. Neither of us knows what to say. A boy from our training, the Windweaver Oliver, claps a hand on Cal's shoulder while the other clutches a sloshing drink. He wears a uniform too. He's going to fight. What's with the hiding, Cal? He chuckles, gesturing to the crowd around us. Next to the Lakelanders, this bunch will be easy. Cal meets my eyes, a silver blush tinging his cheeks. I'll take the Lakelanders any day, he replies, his eyes never leaving mine. You're going with them? Oliver answers for Cal, smiling much too wide for a boy going off to war. Going, he says. Cal's leading us. His own legion, all the way to the front. Slowly, Cal shifts out of Oliver's grip. The drunk Windweaver doesn't seem to notice and keeps babbling. He'll be the youngest general in history and the first prince to fight on the lines. And the first to die, a morose voice in my head whispers. Against my better instincts, I reach out to Cal. He doesn't pull away from me, allowing me to hold his arm. Now he doesn't look like a prince or a general or even a silver, but that boy at the bar, the one who wanted to save me. My voice is small but strong. When you leave for the capital, after the ball. You'll go south, he murmurs, and I'll go north. A cold shock of fear ripples through me, like when Keelorn first told me he was going to fight. But Keelorn is a fisher boy, a thief, someone who knows how to survive, how to slip through the cracks, not like Cal. He's a soldier. He'll die if he has to. He'll bleed for his war. And why this frightens me, I don't know. Why I care, I can't say. With Cal on the lines, this war will finally be over. With Cal, we can win, Oliver says, grinning like a fool. Again, he takes Cal by the shoulder, but this time he steers him away, back toward the party, leaving me behind. Someone presses a cold drink into my hand, and I down it in a single gulp. Easy there, Maven mutters. Still thinking about this morning? No one saw your face, I checked with the sentinels. But that's the farthest thing from my mind as I watch Cal shake hands with his father. He pastes a magnificent smile on his face, donning a mask only I can see through. Maven follows my gaze and my thoughts. He wanted to do this. It was his choice. That doesn't mean we have to like it. My son the general. King Tiberius booms, his proud voice cutting through the din of the party. For a second, when he pulls Cal close, putting an arm around his son, I forget he's a king. I almost understand Cal's need to please him. What would I give to see my mother look at me like that, back when I was nothing but a thief? What would I give now? This world is silver, but it is also grey. There is no black and white. When someone knocks at my door that night, long after dinner, I'm expecting Walsh and another cup of secret message tea, but Cal stands there instead. Without his uniform or armor, he looks like the boy he is. Barely 19, on the edge of doom or greatness or both. I shrink in my pajamas, wishing very much for a robe. Cal? What do you need? He shrugs, smirking a little bit. Evangeline almost killed you in the ring today. So I don't want her to kill you on the dance floor. Did I miss something? Are we going to be fighting at the ball? He laughs, leaning against the doorframe. But his feet never enter my room, like he can't. Or he shouldn't. You're going to be his brother's wife. And he's going to war. If you know how to dance properly, you won't have to. I remember mentioning how I can't dance for my life, let alone under Blanosa's terrible direction, but how can Cal help me here? And why would he want to? I'm a surprisingly good teacher, he adds, smiling crookedly. When he stretches out a hand to me, my body shivers. I know I shouldn't. I know I should shut the door and not go down this road. But he's leaving to fight, maybe to die. Shaking, I put my hand in his and let him pull me out of my room. 18 Moonlight falls on the floor, bright enough for us to see by. In the silvery light, the red blush in my skin is barely visible. I look the same as a silver. Chairs scrape along the wood floor as Cal rearranges the sitting room, clearing space for us to practice. The chamber is secluded, but the hum of cameras is never far away. Illyria's men are watching, but no one comes to stop us. Or rather, to stop Cal. He pulls a strange device, a little box, out of his jacket and sets it in the middle of the floor. He stares at it expectantly, waiting for something. Can that thing teach me how to dance? He shakes his head, still smiling. No, but it'll help. Suddenly, a pulsing beat explodes from the box, and I realize it's a speaker, like the ones in the arena back home. Only this is for music, not battle. Life, not death. The melody is light and quick, like a heartbeat. Across from me, Cal smiles wider, and his foot taps in time. I can't resist, my own toes wiggling with the music. It's so bouncy and upbeat, not at all like the cold, metallic music of Bono's classroom or the sorrowful songs of home. My feet slide along, trying to remember the steps Lady Bono's taught me. Don't worry about that, just keep moving. Cal laughs. A drumbeat trills over the music, and he spins, humming along. For the first time, he looks like he doesn't have the weight of a throne on his shoulders. I feel it too as my fears and worries lift, if only for a few minutes. This is a different kind of freedom, like flying along on Cal's cycle. Cal's much better at this than me, but he still looks like a fool. I can only imagine how idiotic I must appear. Still, I'm sad when the song ends. As the notes fade away into the air, it feels like I'm falling back to reality. Cold understanding creeps through me, I shouldn't be here. This probably isn't the best idea, Cal. He cocks his head, pleasantly confused. Why's that? He's really going to make me say it. I'm not even supposed to be alone with Maven. I stumble over the words, feeling myself flush. I don't know if dancing with you in a dark room is exactly okay. Instead of arguing, Cal just laughs and shrugs. Another song, slower with a haunting tune, fills the room. The way I see it, I'm doing my brother a favor. Then he grins crookedly. Unless you want to step on his feet all night. I have excellent footing, thank you very much, I say, crossing my arms. Slowly, softly, he takes my hand. Maybe in the ring, he says. The dance floor, not so much. I look down to watch his feet, moving in time with the music. He pulls me along, forcing me to follow, and, despite my best efforts, I stumble against him. He smiles, happy to prove me wrong. He's a soldier at heart, and soldiers like to win. This is the same timing as most of the songs you'll hear at the ball. It's a simple dance, easy to learn. I'll find some way to mess it up, I grumble, allowing him to push me around the floor. Our feet trace a rough box, and I try not to think about his closeness, or the calluses of his hands. To my surprise, they feel like mine, rough with years of work. You might, he murmurs, all his laughter gone. I'm used to Cal being taller than me, but he seems smaller tonight. Maybe it's the darkness, or maybe it's the dance. He seems like he did when I first met him, not a prince but a person. His eyes linger on my face, tracing over where my wound was. Maven fixed you up nicely. There's an odd bitterness to his voice. It was Julian. Julian and Sarah Sconis. Though Cal doesn't react as strongly as Maven did, his jaw tightens all the same. Why don't you two like her? Maven has his reasons, good reasons, he mumbles. But it's not my story to tell. And I don't dislike Sarah. I don't like thinking about her. Why? What's she done to you? Not to me, he sighs. She grew up with Julian, and my mother. His voice drops at the mention of his mom. She was her best friend. And when she died, Sarah didn't know how to grieve. Julian was a wreck, but Sarah, he trails off, wondering how to continue. Our steps slow until we stop, frozen as the music echoes around us. I don't remember my mother, he says sharply, trying to explain himself. I wasn't even a year old when she died. I only know what my father tells me, and Julian. And neither of them like to talk about her at all. I'm sure Sarah could tell you about her, if they were best friends. Sarah Sconis can't speak, Mayor. Cal continues slowly, in the level, calm voice his father uses. She said things she shouldn't have, terrible lies, and she was punished for it. Horror bleeds through me. Can't speak. What did she say? In a single heartbeat, Cal goes cold under my fingers. He draws back, stepping out of my arms as the music finally dies. With quick motions, he pockets the speaker, and there is nothing but our beating hearts to fill the silence. I don't want to talk about her anymore. He breathes heavily. His eyes seem oddly bright, flickering between me and the windows full of moonlight. Something twists in my heart, the pain in his voice hurts me. Okay. With quick, deliberate steps, he moves toward the door like he's trying very hard not to run. But when he turns back around and faces me across the room, he looks the same as usual, calm, collected, detached. Practice your steps, he says, sounding very much like Lady Blonos. Same time tomorrow. And then he's gone, leaving me alone in a room full of echoes. What the hell am I doing? I mutter to no one but myself. I'm halfway to my bed before I realize something is very wrong with my room. The cameras are off. Not a single one hums at me, seeing with electric eyes, recording everything I do. But unlike the outage before, everything else around me still buzzes along. Electricity still pulses through the walls, to every room but mine. Farley. But instead of the revolutionary, Maven steps out of the darkness. He throws aside the curtains, letting in enough moonlight to see by. Late night walk, he says with a bitter smile. My mouth falls open, struggling for words. You know you're not supposed to be in here. I force a smile, hoping to calm myself. Lady Blonos will be scandalized. She'll punish us both. Mother's men owe me a favor or two, he says, pointing to where the cameras are hidden. Blonos won't have evidence to convict. Somehow that doesn't comfort me. Instead, I feel shivers run over my skin. Not in fear though, but anticipation. The shivers deepen, electrifying my nerves like my lightning as Maven takes measured steps toward me. He watches me blush with what looks like satisfaction. Sometimes I forget, he murmurs, letting a hand touch my cheek. It lingers, like he can feel the color that pulses in my veins. I wish they wouldn't have to paint you up every day. My skin buzzes under his fingers, but I try to ignore it. That makes two of us. His lips twist, trying to form a smile, but it just won't come. What's wrong? Farley made contact again. He draws back, shoving his hands into his pockets to hide trembling fingers. You weren't here. Just my luck. What did she say? Maven shrugs. He walks to the window, staring out at the night sky. She spent most of her time asking questions. Targets. She must have pressed him again, asking for information Maven didn't want to give. I can tell by the droop of his shoulders, the tremor in his voice, that he said more than he wanted to. A lot more. Who? My mind flies to the many Silvers I've met here, the ones who have been kind to me, in their own way. Would any of them be a sacrifice to her revolution? Who would be marked? Maven, who did you give up? He spins around, a ferocity I've never seen flashing in his eyes. For a second, I'm afraid he might burst into flames. I didn't want to do it, but she's right. We can't sit still, we have to act. And if that means I'm going to give her people, I'm going to do it. I won't like it, but I will. And I have. Like Cal, he draws a shaky breath in an attempt to calm himself. I sit on councils with my father, for taxes and security and defense. I know who will be missed by the Silvers. I gave her 4 names. Who? Reynold Irrell, Ptolemus Samos, Ellen Macanthos, Bellicus Lerolin. A sigh escapes me, before I feel myself nod. These deaths will not be hidden. Evangeline's brother, the Colonel, they will be missed indeed. Colonel Macanthos knew your mother was lying. She knows about the other attacks, she commands a half-legion and heads the war council. Without her, the front will be a mess for months. The front? Cal. His legion? Maven nods. My father will not send his heir to war after this. An attack so close to home, I doubt he'll even let him out of sight of the capital. So her death will save Cal. And help the guard. Shay died for this. His cause is mine now. 2 birds with 1 stone I breathe, feeling hot tears threaten to fall. As difficult as this might be, I'll trade her life for Cal's. I'll do it 1,000 times. Your friend's part of this too. My knees shake, but I manage to keep myself upright. I alternate between anger and fear as Maven explains the plan with a heavy, hardened heart. And what if we fail? I ask when he finishes, finally speaking aloud the words he's been skirting around. He barely shakes his head. That won't happen. But what if we do? I'm not a prince, my life has not been charming. I know to expect the worst out of everything and everyone. What happens if we fail, Maven? His breath rattles in his chest as he inhales, fighting to remain calm. Then we'll be traitors, both of us. Tried for treason, convicted, and killed. During my next lesson with Julian, I can't concentrate. I can't focus on anything but what's coming. So much can go wrong, and so much is at stake. My life, Caerlorn's, Maven's, we're all putting our necks on the line for this. It's really not my business, but Julian begins, his voice startling me. You seem, well, very attached to Prince Maven. I almost laugh in relief, but I can't help but feel stung at the same time. Maven's the last person I should be wary of in this pit of snakes. Just the suggestion makes me bristle. I am engaged to him, I reply, trying my best not to snap. But instead of letting it drop, Julian leans forward. His placid demeanor usually soothes me, but today it's nothing but frustrating. I'm just trying to help you. Maven is his mother's son. This time I really do snap. You don't know a thing about him. Maven's my friend. Maven's risking more than me. Judging him by his parents is like judging me for my blood. Just because you hate the king and queen doesn't mean you can hate him too. Julian stares at me, his gaze level and full of fire. When he speaks, his voice sounds more like a growl. I hate the king because he couldn't save my sister, because he replaced her with that viper. I hate the queen because she ruined Sarah Sconis, because she took the girl I loved and broke her apart. Because she cut Sarah's tongue out. And then lower, a lament, she had such a beautiful voice. A wave of nausea washes over me. Suddenly Sarah's painful silence, her sunken cheeks make sense. No wonder Julian had her heal me, she couldn't tell anyone the truth. But, my words are small and hoarse, like it's my voice being taken away. She's a healer. Skin healers can't heal themselves. And no one would cross the Queen's punishment. So Sarah has to live like that, shamed, forever. His voice echoes with memories, each one worse than the last. Silvers don't mind pain, but we are proud. Pride, dignity, honor, those are things no ability can replace. As terrible as I feel for Sarah, I can't help but fear for myself. They cut her tongue out for something she said. What will they possibly do to me? You forget yourself, little lightning girl. The nickname feels like a slap in the face, shocking me back to reality. This world is not your own. Learning to curtsy has not changed that. You don't understand the game we're playing. Because this isn't a game, Julian. I push his book of records toward him, shoving the list of dead names into his lap. This is life and death. I'm not playing for a throne or a crown or a prince. I'm not playing at all. I'm different. You are, he murmurs, running a finger over the pages. And that's why you're in danger, from everyone. Even Maven. Even me. Anyone can betray anyone. His mind drifts, and his eyes cloud over. In this light he looks old and grey, a bitter man haunted by a dead sister, in love with a broken woman, doomed to teach a girl who can do nothing but lie. Over his shoulder, I glimpse the map of what was, of before. This whole world is haunted. And then, the worst thought I've ever had comes. Shade is already my ghost. Who else will join him? Make no mistake, my girl, he finally breathes. You are playing the game as someone's pawn. I don't have the heart to argue. Think what you want, Julian. I'm no one's fool. Ptolemy Samos. Colonel Macanthos. Their faces dance in my head as Cal and I spin across the floor of the sitting room. Tonight the moon is shrinking, fading away, but my hope has never been stronger. The ball is tomorrow, and afterward, well, I'm not sure where that path might go. But it will be a different path, a new road to lead us toward a better future. There will be collateral damage, injuries and deaths we can't avoid, as Maven put it. But we know the risks. If all goes to plan, the Scarlet Guard will have raised its flag where everyone can see. Farley will broadcast another video after the attack, detailing our demands. Equality, liberty, freedom. Next to all-out rebellion, it sounds like a good deal. My body dips, moving toward the floor in a slow arc that makes me yelp. Cal's strong arms close around me, pulling me back up in an easy second. Sorry, he says, half embarrassed. Thought you were ready for it. I'm not ready. I'm scared. I force myself to laugh, to hide what I can't show him. No, my fault. Mind wandered off again. He isn't easy to chase off and dips his head a little, looking me in the eyes. Still worried about the ball? More than you know. One step at a time, that's the best you can do. Then he laughs at himself, moving us back into simpler steps. I know it's hard to believe, but I wasn't always the best dancer either. How shocking, I answer, matching his smile. I thought princes were born with the ability to dance and make idle conversation. He chuckles again, quickening our pace with the movement. Not me. If I had my way, I'd be in the garage or the barracks, building and training. Not like Maven. He's twice the prince I'll ever be. I think of Maven, of his kind words, perfect manners, impeccable knowledge of court, all the things he pretends to be to hide his true heart. Livus the prince indeed. But he'll only ever be a prince, I mutter, almost lamenting at the thought. And you'll be king. His voice drops to meet my own, and something dark shadows his gaze. There's a sadness in him, growing stronger every day. Maybe he doesn't like war as much as I think. Sometimes I wish it didn't have to be that way. He speaks softly, but his voice fills my head. Though the ball looms on tomorrow's horizon, I find myself thinking more about him and his hands and the faint smell of wood smoke that seems to follow Cal wherever he goes. It makes me think of warmth, of autumn, of home. I blame my rapidly beating heart on the melody, the music that brims with so much life. Somehow this night reminds me of Julian's lessons, his histories of the world before our own. That was a world of empires, of corruption, of war, and more freedom than I've ever known. But the people of that time are gone, their dreams in ruin, existing only in smoke and ash. It's our nature, Julian would say. We destroy. It's the constant of our kind. No matter the color of blood, man will always fall. I didn't understand that lesson a few days ago, but now, with Cal's hands in mine, guiding me with the lightest touch, I'm beginning to see what he meant. I can feel myself falling. Are you really going to go with the Legion? Even the words make me afraid. He barely nods. A general's place is with his men. A prince's place is with his princess. With Evangeline I add hastily. Good one, Mayor, my mind screams. The air around us thickens with heat, though Cal doesn't move at all. She'll be all right, I think. She's not exactly attached to me. I won't miss her either. Unable to meet his gaze, I focus on what's right in front of me. Unfortunately, that happens to be his chest and a much too thin shirt. Above me, he takes a ragged breath. Then his fingers are under my chin, tipping my head up to meet his gaze. Gold flame flickers in his eyes, reflecting the heat beneath. I'll miss you, Mayor. As much as I want to stand still, to stop time and let this moment last forever, I know it's not possible. Whatever I might feel or think, Cal is not the prince I'm promised to. More important, he's on the wrong side. He's my enemy. Cal is forbidden. So with hesitant, reluctant steps, I back away, out of his grasp and out of the circle of warmth I've gotten so used to. I can't is all I can manage, though I know my eyes betray me. Even now I can feel tears of anger and regret, tears I swore not to cry. But maybe the prospect of going off to war has made Cal bold and reckless, things he never was before. He takes me by the hand, pulling me to him. He's betraying his only brother. I'm betraying my cause, Maven, and myself, but I don't want to stop. Anyone can betray anyone. His lips are on mine, hard and warm and pressing. The touch is electrifying, but not like I'm used to. This isn't a spark of destruction but a spark of life. As much as I want to pull away, I just can't do it. Cal is a cliff, and I throw myself over the edge, not bothering to think of what it could do to us both. One day he'll realize I'm his enemy, and all this will be a far-gone memory. But not yet. 19 It takes hours to paint and polish me into the girl I'm supposed to be, but it seems like just a few minutes. When the maids stand me up in front of the mirror, silently asking for my approval, I can only nod at the girl staring back at me from the glass. She looks beautiful and terrified by what's to come, wrapped in shimmering silk chains. I have to hide her, the scared girl, I have to smile and dance and look like one of them. With great effort, I push my fear away. Fear will get me killed. Maven waits for me at the end of the hall, a shadow in his dress uniform. The charcoal black makes his eyes stand out, vibrantly blue against pale white skin. He doesn't look scared at all, but then, he's a prince. He's silver. He won't flinch. He extends an arm toward me, and I gladly take it. I expect him to make me feel safe or strong or both, but his touch reminds me of Cal and our betrayal. Last night comes into sharper focus, until every breath stands out in my head. For once, Maven doesn't notice my unease. He's thinking about more important things. You look beautiful, he says quietly, nodding down at my dress. I don't agree with him. It's a silly, overdone thing, a complication of purple jewels that sparkle whenever I turn, making me look like a glittery bug. Still, I'm supposed to be a lady tonight, a future princess, so I nod and smile gratefully. I can't help but remember that my lips, now smiling for Maven, were kissing his brother last night. I just want this to be over. It won't end tonight, Mare. This won't be over for a long time. You know that, right? He speaks like someone much older, much wiser, not like a 17-year-old boy. When I hesitate, truly not knowing how to feel, his jaw tightens. Mare, he prods, and I can hear the tremors in his voice. Are you afraid, Maven? My words are weak, a whisper. I am. His eyes harden, shifting into blue steel. I'm afraid of failing. I'm afraid of letting this opportunity pass us by. And I'm afraid of what happens if nothing in this world ever changes. He turns hot under my touch, driven by an inner resolve. That scares me more than dying. It's hard not to be swept away by his words, and I nod along with him. How can I back out? I will not flinch. Rise, he murmurs, so low I barely hear him. Red as the dawn. His grip tightens on me as we come to the hall in front of the lifts. A troop of sentinels guards the king and queen, both waiting for us. Cal and Evangeline are nowhere to be found, and I hope they stay away. The longer I don't have to look at them together, the happier I'll be. Queen Ilera wears a sparkling monstrosity of red, black, white, and blue, displaying the colors of her house and her husband's. She forces a smile, staring right through me to her son. Here we go, Maven says, letting go of my hand to stand at his mother's side. My skin feels strangely cold without him. So how long do I have to be here? He forces a whine into his voice, playing his part well. The more he can keep her distracted, the better our chances. One poke into the wrong head and everything will go up in smoke. And get us all killed for good measure. Maven, you can't just come and go as you please. You have duties, and you'll stay as long as you're needed. She fusses over him, adjusting his collar, his medals, his sleeves, and for a moment, it takes me off guard. This is a woman who invaded my thoughts, who took me away from my life, who I hate, and still there's something good. She loves her son. And for all her faults, Maven loves her. King Tiberius, on the other hand, doesn't seem bothered by Maven at all. He barely glances his way. The boy's just bored. Not enough excitement in his day, not like back at the front, he says, running a hand over his trimmed beard. You need a cause, maybe. For a brief moment, Maven's annoyed mask drops. I have one, his eyes scream, but he keeps his mouth shut. Cal's got his legion, he knows what he's doing, what he wants. You need to figure out what you're going to do with yourself, eh? Yes, Father, Maven says. Though he tries to hide it, a shadow crosses his face. I know that look very well. I used to wear it myself, when my parents would hint at me to be more like Jisa, even though that was impossible. I went to sleep hating myself, wishing I could change, wishing I could be quiet and talented and pretty like her. There's nothing that hurts more than that feeling. But the king doesn't notice Maven's pain, just like my parents never noticed mine. I think helping me fit in here is cause enough for Maven, I say, hoping to draw the king's disapproving eye away. When Tiberius turns to me, Maven sighs and shoots me a grateful smile. And what a job he's done, the king replies, looking me over. I know he's remembering the poor red girl who refused to bow to him. From what I hear, you're close to a proper lady now. But the smile he forces doesn't reach his eyes, and there's no mistaking the suspicion there. He wanted to kill me back in the throne room, to protect his crown and the balance of his country, and I don't think the urge will ever fade away. I'm a threat, but I'm also an investment. He'll use me when he wants and kill me when he must. I've had good help, my king. I bow, pretending to be flattered, even though I don't care what he thinks. His opinion isn't worth the rust on my father's wheelchair. Are we just about ready? Cal's voice says, shattering my thoughts. My body reacts, spinning around to see him enter the hall. My stomach churns, but not with excitement or nerves or any of the things silly girls talk about. I feel sick with myself, with what I let happen, with what I wanted to happen. Though he tries to hold my gaze, I tear my eyes away, to Evangeline hanging off his arm. She's wearing metal again, and she manages to smirk without moving her lips. Your Majesties, she murmurs, dipping into a maddeningly perfect curtsy. Tiberius smiles at her, his son's bride, before clapping a hand down on Cal's shoulder. Just waiting on you, son, he chortles. When they stand next to each other, the family resemblance is undeniable, same hair, same red gold eyes, even the same posture. Maven watches, his blue eyes soft and thoughtful, while his mother keeps her grip on his arm. With Evangeline on one side and his father on the other, Cal can't do much more than meet my eyes. He nods slightly, and I know it's the only greeting I deserve. Despite the decorations, the ballroom looks the same as it did more than a month ago, when the Queen first pulled me into this strange world, when my name and identity were officially stripped away. They struck a blow against me here, and now it's my turn to strike back. Blood will spill tonight. But I can't think of that now. I have to stand with the others, to speak with the 100 members of court lined up to trade words with royalty and one jumped-up red liar. My eyes flit down the line, looking for the marked ones, Maven's targets given to the guard, the sparks to light a fire. Reynold, the colonel, Bellicus, and Ptolemus. The silver-haired, dark-eyed brother of Evangeline. He is one of the first to greet us, standing just behind his severe father, who hurries along to his daughter. When Ptolemus approaches me, I fight the urge to be sick. Never have I done anything so difficult as looking into the eyes of a dead man walking. My congratulations, he says, his voice hard as rock. The hand he extends is just as firm. He doesn't wear a military uniform but a suit of black metal that fits together in smooth, gleaming scales. He's a warrior but not a soldier. Like his father before him, Ptolemus leads the Artian city guard, protecting the capital with his own army of officers. The head of a snake, Maven called him before. Cut him down and the rest will die. His hawkish eyes are on his sister, even while he holds my hand. He lets me go in a hurry, quickly passing by Maven and Cal before embracing Evangeline in a rare display of affection. I'm surprised their stupid outfits don't get stuck together. If all goes to plan, he'll never hug his sister again. Evangeline will have lost a brother, just like me. Even though I know that pain firsthand, I can't bring myself to feel sorry for her. Especially not with the way she holds on to Cal. They look like complete opposites, he in his simple uniform while she glitters like a star in a dress of razor spikes. I want to kill her, I want to be her. But there's nothing I can do about that. Evangeline and Cal are not my problem tonight. As Ptolemus disappears and more people pass with cold smiles and sharp words, it gets easier to forget myself. How Cyril greets us next, led by the lithe, languid movements of Ara, the panther. To my surprise, she bows lowly to me, smiling as she does so. But there's something strange about it, something that tells me she knows more than she lets on. She passes without a word, sparing me from another interrogation. Sonia follows her grandmother, arm in arm with another target, Reynold Iril, her cousin. Maven told me he's a financial advisor, a genius who keeps the army funded with taxes and trade schemes. If he dies, so does the money, and so will the war. I'm willing to trade one tax collector for that. When he takes my hand, I can't help but notice his eyes are frozen and his hands are soft. Those hands will never touch mine again. It's not as easy to dismiss Colonel McCanthos when she approaches. The scar on her face stands out sharply, especially tonight when everyone seems so polished. She might not care for the guard, but she didn't believe the Queen either. She wasn't ready to swallow the lies being spoon-fed to the rest of us. Her grip is strong as she shakes my hand. For once someone isn't afraid I'll break like glass. Every happiness to you, Lady Marina. I can see this one suits you. She jerks her head toward Maven. Not like fancy Samos, she adds in a playful whisper. She'll make a sad queen, and you a happy princess, mark my words. Marked, I breathe. I manage to smile, even though the Colonel's life will soon be at an end. No matter how many kind words she says, her minutes are numbered. When she moves on to Maven, shaking his hand and inviting him to inspect troops with her in a week or so, I can tell he's just as affected. After she's gone, his hand drops to mine, giving me a reassuring squeeze. I know he regrets naming her, but like Reynold, like Ptolemus, her death will serve a purpose. Her life will be worth it all, in the end. The next target comes from much farther down the line, from a lower house. Bellicus Larolan has a jolly grin, chestnut hair, and sunset-colored clothes to match his house colors. Unlike the others I've greeted tonight, he seems warm and kind. The smile behind his eyes is as real as his handshake. A pleasure, Lady Marina. He inclines his head in greeting, polite to a fault. I look forward to many years in your service. I smile for him, pretending that there will be many years to come, but the facade becomes harder to hold as the seconds drag on. When his wife appears, leading a pair of twin boys, I want to scream. Barely 4 years old and yowling like puppies, they clamber around their father's legs. He smiles softly, a private smile just for them. A diplomat, Maven called him, an ambassador to our allies in Piedmont, far to the south. Without him, our ties to that country and their army would be cut off, forcing Norta to stand alone against our Red Dawn. Here's another sacrifice we must make, another name to throw away. And he's a father. He's a father and we're going to kill him. Thank you, Bellicus, Maven says, holding out his hand for him to shake, trying to draw the Larolans away before I break. I try to speak, but I can only think about the father I'm about to steal from such young children. In the back of my mind, I remember Keylorn crying after his father died. He was young too. Excuse us a minute, wouldn't you? Maven's voice sounds far away as he speaks. Marina's still getting used to the excitement of court. Before I can glance back at the doomed father, Maven hurries me away. A few people gawk at us, and I can feel Cal's eyes following us out. I almost stumble, but Maven keeps me upright as he pushes me out onto a balcony. Normally the fresh air would cheer me up, but I doubt anything can help now. Children. The words rip out of me. He's a father. Maven lets me go, and I slump against the balcony rail, but he doesn't step away. In the moonlight his eyes look like ice, glowing and glaring into me. He puts one hand on either side of my shoulders, trapping me in, forcing me to listen. Reynold is a father, too. The Colonel has children of her own. Ptolemus is now engaged to the Haven girl. They all have people, they all have someone who will mourn them. He forces out the words, he's just as torn as I. We can't pick and choose how to help the cause, Mare. We must do what we can, whatever the cost. I can't do this to them. You think I want to do this? He breathes, his face inches from mine. I know them all, and it hurts me to betray them, but it must be done. Think what their lives will buy, what their deaths will accomplish. How many of your people could be saved? I thought you understood this. He stops himself, squeezing his eyes shut for a moment. When he collects himself, he raises a hand to my face, tracing the outline of my cheek with shaking fingers. I'm sorry, his voice falters. You might not be able to see where tonight will lead, but I can. And I know this will change things. I believe you, I whisper, reaching up to hold his hand in my own. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Over his shoulder, back in the ballroom, the receiving line dwindles. The handshakes and pleasantries are over. The night has truly begun. But it does, Mayor. I promise you, this is what we must do. As much as it hurts, as much as my heart twists and bleeds, I nod. Okay. You two all right out here? For a second, Cal's voice sounds strange and high, but he clears his throat as he pokes out onto the balcony. His eyes linger on my face. You ready for this, Mayor? Maven answers for me. She's ready. Together, we walk away from the railing and the night and the last bit of quiet we might ever have. As we pass through the archway, I feel the ghost of a touch on my arm. Cal. I look back to see him still staring, fingers outstretched. His eyes are darker than ever, boiling with some emotion I can't place. But before he can speak, Evangeline appears at his side. When he takes her by the hand, I have to tear my eyes away. Maven leads us to the cleared spot in the center of the ballroom. This is the hard part, he says, trying to calm me. It works a little bit, and the shivers running through me ebb away. We dance first, the two princes and their brides, in front of everyone. Another display of strength and power, showing off the two girls who won in front of all the families who lost. Right now it's the last thing I want to do, but it's for the cause. As the electronic music I hate clatters to life, I realize it's at least a dance I recognize. Maven looks shocked when my feet move into place. You've been practicing? 6'4" your brother. A bit. You're just full of surprises. He chuckles, finding the will to smile. Next to us, Cal twirls Evangeline into place. They look like a king and queen should, regal and cold and beautiful. When Cal's eyes meet mine at the exact moment his hands close around her fingers, I feel 1,000 things at once, none of them pleasant. But instead of wallowing, I move closer to Maven. He glances down at me, blue eyes wide, as the music takes hold. A few feet away, Cal takes his steps, leading Evangeline in the same dance he taught me. She's much better at it, all grace and sharp beauty. Again I feel like falling. We spin across the floor in time with the music, surrounded by cold onlookers. I recognize the faces now. I know the houses, the colors, the abilities, the histories. Who to fear, who to pity. They watch us with hungry eyes, and I know why. They think we are the future, Cal and Maven and Evangeline and even me. They think they are watching a king and queen, a prince and princess. But that's a future I don't intend to let happen. In my perfect world, Maven won't have to hide his heart and I won't have to hide who I truly am. Cal will have no crown to wear, no throne to protect. These people will have no more walls to hide behind. The dawn is coming for you all. We dance through 2 more songs, and other couples join us on the floor. The swirl of color blocks out any glimpse of Cal and Evangeline, until it feels like Maven and I are spinning alone. For a moment, Cal's face floats in front of me, replacing his brother's, and I think I'm back in the room full of moonlight. But Maven is not Cal, no matter how much his father might want him to be. He isn't a soldier, he won't be a king, but he's braver. and he's willing to do what's right. Thank you, Maven, I whisper, barely audible over the horrible music. He doesn't have to ask what I'm talking about. You don't ever have to thank me. His voice is strangely deep, almost breaking as his eyes darken. Not for anything. This is the closest I've ever been to him, my nose inches away from his neck. I can feel his heartbeat beneath my hands, hammering in time with my own. Maven is his mother's son, Julian said once. He couldn't be more wrong. Maven maneuvers us to the edge of the dance floor, now crowded with swirling lords and ladies. No one will notice we've stepped away. Some refreshments, a servant murmurs, holding out a tray of the fizzy golden drink. I start to wave him off before I recognize his bottle green eyes. I have to bite my tongue to keep from shouting his name aloud. Keylorn. Strangely, the red uniform suits him, and for once he managed to clean the dirt off his face. It seems the fisher boy I knew is entirely gone. This thing itches, he grumbles under his breath. Maybe not entirely. Well, you won't be in it much longer, Maven says. Is everything in? Keylorn nods, his eyes darting through the crowd. They are ready upstairs. Above us, sentinels crowd a wraparound landing, lining the walls. But above them, in the carved window alcoves and little balconies near the ceiling, the shadows are not sentinels at all. You just have to give the signal. He holds out the tray and the innocent glass of gold. Maven straightens next to me, his shoulder against mine in support. My turn now. I'm ready, I murmur, remembering the plan Maven whispered to me a few nights ago. Shivering, I let the familiar buzz of electricity flow through me, until I can feel every light and camera blaze through my head. I lift the glass, and drink deeply. Keylorn is quick to take the glass back. 1 minute. His voice sounds so final. He disappears with a swish of his tray, moving through the crowd until I can't see him anymore. Run, I pray, hoping he's fast enough. Maven goes as well, leaving me to carry out his own task at his mother's side. I head toward the center of the crowd even as the feel of electricity threatens to overtake me. But I can't let it go yet. Not until they start. 30 seconds. King Tiberius looms ahead of me, laughing away with his favorite son. He looks to be on his third glass of wine, and his cheeks are flushed silver, while Cal sips politely at water. Somewhere to my left, I hear Evangeline's cutting laughter, probably with her brother. All over the room, 4 people take their last breaths. I let my heart count out those last seconds, beating away the moments. Cal spots me through the crowd, grinning that smile I love, and starts to come toward me. But he will never reach me, not before the deed is done. The world slows until all I know is the shocking strength within the walls. Like in training, like with Julian, I'm learning to control it. 4 shots ring out, paired with 4 bright flashes from the guns high above. The screams come next. 20 I scream with them, and the lights flash, then flicker, then fail. 1 minute of darkness. That's what I need to give them. The screams, the yelling, the stampede of feet almost break my concentration, but I force myself to focus. The lights flash horribly, then die, making it almost impossible to move. Making it possible for my friends to slip away. In the alcoves, a voice roars, yelling over the chaos. They are running. More voices join the call, though none are familiar. But in this madness, everyone sounds different. Find them. Stop them. Kill the sentinels on the landing. Have their guns aimed while more blur along, barely shadows as they give chase. Walsh is with them, I remind myself. If Walsh and other servants could sneak Farley and Keylorn in before, they can sneak them out again. They can hide. They can escape. They'll be fine. My darkness will save them. A blaze of fire erupts from the crowd, curling through the air like a flaming snake. It roars overhead, illuminating the dim ballroom. Flickering shadows paint the walls and the upturned faces, transforming the ballroom into a nightmare of red light and gunpowder. Sonia screams nearby, bent over the body of Reynold. The spry old Ara wrestles her off the corpse, pulling her away from the chaos. Reynold's eyes stare glassily up at the ceiling, reflecting the red light. Still I hold on, every muscle inside me hard and tense. Somewhere near the fire, I recognize the king's guards hurrying him from the room. He tries to fight them, shouting and yelling to stay, but for once they don't follow his orders. Ilera is close behind, pushed on by Maven as they run from danger. Many more follow, eager to be free of this place. Security officers run against the tide, flooding the room with shouts and stamping boots. Lords and ladies press by me in an attempt to escape, but I can only stand in place, holding on as best I can. No one tries to pull me away, no one notices me at all. They are afraid. For all their strength, all the power, they still know the meaning of fear. And a few bullets are all it takes to bring terror out in them. A weeping woman bumps into me, knocking me over. I land face to face with a corpse, staring at Colonel McCanthus's scar. Silver blood trickles down her face, from her forehead to the floor. The bullet hole is strange, surrounded by grey, rocky flesh. She was a Stonerskin. She was alive long enough to try and stop it, to shield herself. But the bullet couldn't be stopped. She still died. I push back from the murdered woman, but my hands slide through a mixture of silver blood and wine. A scream escapes me in a terrifying combination of frustration and grief. The blood clings to my hands, like it knows what I've done. It's sticky and cold and everywhere, trying to drown me. Mare's strong arms pull me along the floor, dragging me away from the woman I let die. Mare, please, the voice pleads, but for what, I don't know. With a roar of frustration, I lose the battle. The lights return, revealing a war zone of silk and death. When I try to scramble to my feet, to make sure the job is really done, a hand pushes me back down. I say the words I must, playing my own part in all this. I'm sorry, the lights, I can't, overhead, the lights flicker again. Cal barely hears me and drops to his knees next to me. Where are you hit? He roars, checking me in the way I know he's been trained. His fingers feel down my arms and legs, looking for a wound, for the source of so much blood. My voice sounds strange. Soft. Broken. I'm fine. He doesn't hear me again. Cal, I'm fine. Relief floods his face, and for a second I think he might kiss me again. But his senses return quicker than mine. You're sure? Gingerly, I raise a silver-stained sleeve. How can this be mine? My blood is not this color. You know that. He nods. Of course, he whispers. I saw you on the ground and I thought. His words trail away, replaced by a terrible sadness in his eyes. But it fades quickly, shifting to determination. Lucas. Get her out of my personal guard charges through the fray, his gun at the ready. Though he looks the same in his boots and uniform, this is not the Lucas I know. His black eyes, Samos eyes, are dark as night. I'll take her to the others, he growls, hoisting me up. Though I know better than anyone the danger is gone, I can't help but reach out to Cal. What about you? He shrugs out of my grasp with shocking ease. I'm not running. And then he turns, his shoulders squared to a group of sentinels. He steps over the corpses, head inclined to the ceiling. A sentinel tosses him a handgun, and he catches it deftly, putting a finger to the trigger. His other hand blazes to life, crackling with dark and deadly flame. Silhouetted against the sentinels and the bodies on the floor, he looks like another person entirely. "Let's go hunting," he growls, and charges up the stairs. Sentinels and security follow, like a cloud of red and black smoke trailing behind his flame. They leave a blood-spattered ballroom, hazy with dust and screams. In the center of it all lies Bellicus Laerolin, pierced not by a bullet but a silver lance. Shot from a spear gun, like the ones used to fish. A tattered scarlet sash falls from the shaft, barely stirring in the whirlwind. There's a symbol stamped on it, the torn sun. Then the ballroom is gone, swallowed up by the dark walls of a service passage. The ground rumbles beneath our feet and Lucas throws me to the wall, shielding me. A sound like thunder reverberates and the ceiling shakes, dropping pieces of stone down on us. The door behind us explodes inward, destroyed by flame. Beyond, the ballroom is black with smoke. An explosion. Cal, I try to squirm away from Lucas, to run back the way we came, but he throws me back. "Lucas, we have to help him. Trust me, a bomb won't bother the prince," he growls, moving me forward. A bomb? That wasn't he part of the plan? Was that a bomb? Lucas draws back from me, positively shaking in anger. "You saw that bloody red scarf? This is the Scarlet Guard and that," he points back to the ballroom, still dark and burning, "that is who they are." "This doesn't make sense," I murmur to myself, trying to remember every facet of the plan. Maven never told me about a bomb. Never. And Keylorn wouldn't let me do this, not if he knew I would be in danger. They wouldn't do this to me. Lucas holsters his gun, his voice a growl. Killers don't have to make sense. My breath catches in my throat. How many were left back there? How many children, how many needless deaths? Lucas takes my silence for shock, but he's wrong. What I feel now is anger. Anyone can betray anyone. Lucas leads me underground, through no less than 3 doors, each one a foot thick and made of steel. They have no locks, but he opens them with a flick of his hand. It reminds me of the first time I met him, when he waved apart the bars of my cell. I hear the others before I see them, their voices echoing off the metal walls as they speak to one another. The king rails, his words sending shivers through me. His presence seems to fill the bunker as he paces up and down, his cloak flapping out behind him. I want them found. I want them in front of me with a blade at their backs, and I want them to sing like the cowardly birds they are. He addresses a sentinel, but the masked woman doesn't even flinch. I want to know what's going on. Illyria sits in a chair, one hand over her heart, the other clutching tightly to Maven. He starts at the sight of me. "Are you all right?" he breathes, pulling me into a quick embrace. "Just shaken," I manage to say, trying to communicate as much as I can. But with Illyria so close, I can barely allow myself to think, let alone speak. There was an explosion after the shots. A bomb? Maven furrows his brow, confused, but he quickly masks it with rage. "Bastard savages!" King Tiberius hisses through gritted teeth. "And what about my son?" My gaze trails to Maven, before I realize the king doesn't mean Maven at all. Maven takes it in stride. He's used to being overlooked. Cal went after the shooters. He took a band of sentinels with him. The memory of him, dark and angry as a flame, frightens me. And then the ballroom exploded. I don't know how many were still in there. Was there anything else, dear? Coming from Illyria, the term of endearment feels like an electric shock. She looks paler than ever, her breath coming in shallow pants. Afraid. Anything you remember? There was a banner, attached to a spear. The Scarlet Guard did this. Did they? She says, raising a single eyebrow. I fight the urge to back away, to run from her and her whispers. At any moment I expect to feel her slither into my head, to pull out the truth. But instead, Illyria rips her eyes away and turns on the king. You see what you've done? Her lip curls over her teeth. In the light, they look like glittering fangs. Me? You called the guard small and weak, you lied to our people. Tiberia snarls back at her. Your actions have weakened us against the danger, not mine. And if you took care of this when you had the chance, when they were small and weak, this would have never happened. They rip at each other like starved dogs, each one trying to take a bigger bite. Illyria, they were not terrorists then. I could not waste my soldiers and officers on hunting down a few Reds writing pamphlets. They did no harm. Slowly, Illyria points to the ceiling. Does that seem like no harm to? He has no answer for her, and she smirks, delighting in winning the argument. One day you men will learn to pay attention and all the world will tremble. They are a disease, one you allowed to take hold. And it's time to kill this disease where it grows. She stands from her chair, collecting herself. They are red devils, and they must have allies inside our own walls. I do my best to keep still, my eyes fixed on the floor. I think I'll have a word with the servants. Officer Samos, if you would. He jumps to attention, opening the vault door for her. She sweeps out, 2 sentinels in tow, like a hurricane of rage. Lucas goes with her, opening heavy doors in succession, each one clanging farther and farther away. I don't want to know what the Queen will do to the servants, but I know it'll hurt, and I know what she will find: nothing. Walsh and Holland fled with Farley, according to our plan. They knew it would be too dangerous for them after the ball, and they were right. The thick metal closes for a few moments, only to swing open again. Another magnetron directs it, Evangeline. She looks like hell in a party dress, her jewelry mangled and teeth on edge. Worst of all are her eyes, wild and wet and streaming with black makeup. Ptolemus. She weeps for her dead brother. Even though I tell myself I don't care, I have to resist the urge to reach out and comfort her. But it passes as soon as her companion enters the bunker behind her. There's smoke and soot on his skin, dirtying his once clean uniform. Normally I'd be concerned at the ragged, hateful look in Cal's eyes, but something else strikes fear into my bones. Blood stains his black uniform and drips over his hands. It is not silver. Red. The blood is red. Mayor, he says to me, but all his warmth is gone. Come with me. Now. His words are directed at me, but everyone follows, pushing through the passages as he leads us to the cells. My heart hammers in my chest, threatening to explode out of me. Not Keylorn. Anyone but him. Maven keeps a hand on my shoulder, holding me close. At first I think he's comforting me, but then he tugs me back, he's trying to keep me from running ahead. You should have killed him where he stood, Evangeline says to Cal. Her fingers pluck at the red blood on his shirt. I wouldn't leave the Red Devil alive. Him? My teeth bite my lips, holding my mouth closed so I don't say something stupid. Maven's hand tightens like a claw on my shoulder and I can feel his pulse quicken. For all we know, this might be the end of our game. Illyria will come back and shatter their brains, picking through the wreckage to discover how deep their plot goes. The steps to the cells are the same but seem longer, stretching down into the deepest parts of the hall. The dungeon rises to greet us, and no less than 6 sentinels stand guard. An icy chill runs through my bones, but I don't shiver. I can barely move. 4 figures stand in the cell, each one bloody and bruised. Despite the dim light, I know them all. Walsh's eye is swollen shut, but she seems all right. Not like Tristan, leaning against the wall to take pressure off a leg wet with blood. There's a hasty bandage around the wound, torn from Keelorn's shirt by the looks of it. For his part, Keelorn looks unscathed, to my great relief. He supports Farley with an arm, letting her stand against him. Her shoulder is dislocated, one arm hanging at a strange angle. But that doesn't stop her from sneering at us. She even spits through the bars, a mix of blood and saliva that lands at Evangeline's feet. Take her tongue for that, Evangeline snarls, rushing at the bars. She stops short, one hand slamming against the metal. Though she could tear it away with a thought, ripping apart the cell and the people inside, she restrains herself. Farley holds her gaze, barely blinking at the outburst. If this is her end, she is certainly going to go with her head high. A little violent for a princess. Before Evangeline can lose her temper, Cal pulls her back from the bars. Slowly, he raises a hand, pointing. You. With a horrific lurch, I realize he's pointing at Keelorn. A muscle twitches in Keelorn's cheek, but he keeps his eyes on the floor. Cal remembers him. From the night he brought me home. Mayor, explain this. I open my mouth, hoping some fantastic lie will fall out, but nothing comes. Cal's gaze darkens. He's your friend. Explain this. Evangeline gasps and turns her wrath on me. You brought him here, she screeches, jumping at me. You did this. I did nothing, I stammer, feeling all the eyes in the room on me. I mean, I did get him a job here. He was at the lumberyards and it's hard work, deadly work. The lies tumble from me, each one quicker than the last. He was my friend, back in the village. I just wanted to make sure he was okay. I got him the job as a servant, just like. My eyes trail to Cal. Both of us remember the night we first met, and the day that followed. I thought I was helping him. Maven takes a step toward the cell, looking at our friends like it's the first time he's ever seen them. He gestures to their red uniforms. For them to be only servants. I'd say the same, except we found them trying to escape through a drainpipe, Cal snaps. Took us a while to drag them out. Is this all of them? King Tiberius says, peering through the cell bars. Cal shakes his head. There were more ahead, but they got to the river. How many, I don't know. Well, let's find out, Evangeline says, her eyebrows raised. Call for, she faces the king. Beneath his beard, the queen. And in the meantime? He grins a little and nods. I don't have to ask to know what they are thinking about. Torture. The four prisoners stand strong, not even flinching. Maven's jaw works furiously as he tries to think of a way out of this, but he knows there isn't one. If anything, this might be more than we could hope for. If they manage to lie. But how can we ask them to? How can we watch them scream while we stand tall? Keelorn seems to have an answer for me. Even in this awful place, his green eyes manage to shine. I will lie for you. Cal, I leave the honor to you, the king says, resting a hand on his son's shoulder. I can only stare, pleading with wide eyes, praying Cal will not do as his father asks. He glances at me once, like somehow that counts as an apology. Then he turns to a sentinel, shorter than the others. Her eyes sparkle grey-white behind her mask. Sentinel Gliacon, I find myself in need of some ice. What that means, I have no idea, but Evangeline giggles. Good choice. You don't need to see this, Maven mutters, trying to pull me away. But I can't leave Keelorn. Not now. I angrily shrugged him off, my eyes still on my friend. Let her stay, Evangeline crows, taking pleasure in my discomfort. This will teach her to treat Reds as friends. She turns back to the cell, waving open the bars. With one white finger, she points. Start with her. She needs to be broken. The sentinel nods and seizes Farley by the wrist, pulling her out of the cell. The bars slide back into place behind her, trapping the rest in. Walsh and Keylorn rush to the bars, both of them the picture of fear. The sentinel forces Farley to her knees, waiting for her next order. Cal moves to stand over her, breathing heavily. He hesitates before speaking, but his voice is strong. "How many more of you are there?" Farley's jaw locks in place, her teeth together. "She'll die before she talks." "Start with the arm." The sentinel is not gentle, wrenching out Farley's wounded arm. Farley yelps in pain but still says nothing. "It takes everything I have not to strike the sentinel." "And you call us the savages?" Keylorn spits, forehead against the bars. Slowly, the sentinel peels away Farley's blood-soaked sleeve and sets pale, cruel hands to her skin. Farley screams at the touch, but why, I can't say. "Where are the others?" Cal questions, kneeling to look her in the eyes. For a moment she falls quiet, drawing a ragged breath. He leans in, patiently waiting for her to break. Instead, Farley snaps forward, head-butting him with all her strength. "We are everywhere." She laughs, but screams again as the sentinel resumes her torture. Cal recovers neatly, one hand to his now broken nose. Another person might strike back, but he doesn't. Red pinpricks appear on Farley's arm, around the sentinel's hand. They grow with each passing second, sharp and shiny red points sticking straight out of now bluish skin. Sentinel Gliacon. House Gliacon. My mind flies back to protocol, to the house lessons. Shivers. With a lurch, I understand and I have to look away. "That's blood," I whisper, unable to look back. "She's freezing her blood." Maven only nods, his eyes grave and full of sorrow. Behind us, the sentinel continues to work, moving up Farley's arm. Red icicles sharp as razors pierce through her flesh, slicing every nerve in a pain I can't imagine. Farley's breath whistles through gritted teeth. Still she says nothing. My heart races as the seconds tick by, wondering when the Queen will return, wondering when our play will be truly over. Finally, Cal jumps to his feet. Enough. Another sentinel, a Skona skin healer, drops down next to Farley. She all but collapses, staring blankly at her arm, now jagged with knives of frozen blood. The new sentinel heals her quickly, hands moving in a practiced fashion. Farley chuckles darkly as the warmth returns to her arm. "All to do it again, eh?" Cal folds his arms behind his back. He shares a glance with his father, who nods. Indeed, Cal sighs, looking back to the shiver. But she doesn't get a chance to continue. "Where is she?" a terrible voice screams, echoing down the stairs to us below. Evangeline whirls at the noise, rushing to the bottom of the stairs. "I'm here," she shouts back. When Ptolemy Samos steps down to embrace his sister, I have to dig my nails into my palm to keep from reacting. There he stands, alive and breathing and terribly angry. On the floor, Farley curses to herself. He only lingers for a moment and sidesteps Evangeline, a terrifying fury in his eyes. His armored suit is mangled at the shoulder, pulverized by a bullet. But the skin beneath is unbroken. Healed. He prowls toward the cell, hands flexing. The metal bars quiver in their sockets, screeching against concrete. "Ptolemus, not yet," Cal growls, grabbing for him, but Ptolemus shoves the prince off. Despite Cal's size and strength, he stumbles backward. Evangeline runs at her brother, pulling his hand. "No, we need them to talk." With one shrug of his arm he breaks her grip, not even she can stop him. The bars crack, shrieking with his power as the cell opens to him. Not even the sentinels can stop him as he strides forward, moving quickly with practiced motions. Keelorn and Walsh scramble, jumping back against the stone walls, but Ptolemus is a predator, and predators attack the weak. With his broken leg, barely able to move, Tristan doesn't stand a chance. "You will not threaten my sister again," Ptolemus roars, directing the metal bars of the cell. One spears right through Tristan's chest. He gasps, choking on his own blood, dying. And Ptolemus actually smiles. When he turns on Keelorn, murder in his heart, I snap. Sparks blaze to life in my skin. When my hand closes around Ptolemus's muscled neck, I let the sparks go. They shock into him, lightning dancing through his veins, and he seizes under my touch. The metal of his uniform vibrates and smokes, almost cooking him alive. And then he drops to the concrete floor, his body still shaking with sparks. Ptolemus. Evangeline scrambles to his side, reaching for his face. A shock jumps to her fingers, forcing her to fall back with a scowl. She rounds on me in a blaze of anger. "How dare you? He'll be fine. I didn't hit him with enough to do any real damage. Like you said, we need them to talk. They can't do that if they are dead." The others stare at me with a strange mix of emotions, their eyes wide and afraid. Cal, the boy I kissed, the soldier, the brute, can't hold my gaze at all. I recognize the expression on his face, shame. But because he hurt Farley, or because he couldn't make her talk, I don't know. At least Maven has the good sense to look sad, his stare resting on Tristan's still bleeding body. "Mother can attend to the prisoners later," he says, addressing the king. "But the people upstairs will want to see their king and know he is safe. So many have died. You should comfort them, father. And you as well, Cal. He is playing for time. Brilliant Maven is trying to buy us a chance." Even though it makes my skin crawl, I reach out to touch Cal's shoulder. He kissed me once. He might still listen when I speak. He's right, Cal. This can wait. Still on the floor, Evangeline bares her teeth. The court will want answers, not embraces. This must be done now. Your Majesty, rip the truth from them, but even Tiberia sees the wisdom of Maven's words. They will keep, he echoes. And tomorrow the truth will be known. My grip tightens on Cal's arm, feeling the tense muscles beneath. He relaxes into my touch, looking like a great weight has fallen off him. The sentinels jump to attention and pull Farley back into the broken cell. Her eyes stay on me, wondering what the hell I have in mind. I wish I knew. Evangeline half drags Ptolemus out, letting the bars knit together behind her. "You are weak, my prince," she hisses into Cal's ear. I resist the urge to look back at Keelorn, as his words echo in my head. "Stop trying to protect me. I will not." Blood drips from my sleeve, leaving a spotted silver trail in my wake as we march to the throne room. Sentinels and security guard the immense door, their guns raised and aimed at the passageway. They don't move as we pass, frozen in place. Their orders are to kill, should the need arise. Beyond, the grand chamber echoes with anger and sorrow. I want to feel some shred of victory, but the memory of Keelorn behind bars dampens any happiness I might have. Even the colonel's glassy eyes haunt me. I move to Cal's side. He barely notices, his eyes burning at the floor. "How many dead?" "10 so far," he mutters. 3 in the shooting, 8 in the explosion. 15 more wounded. It sounds like he's listing groceries, not people. But they'll all heal. He jerks his thumb, gesturing to the healers running among the injured. I count 2 children among them. And beyond the wounded are the bodies of the dead, laid out before the king's throne. Bellicus Laerolin's twin sons lie next to him, with their weeping mother holding vigil over the bodies. I have to put a hand to my mouth to keep from gasping. I never wanted this. Maven's warm hands take mine, pulling me past the gruesome scene to our place by the throne. Cal stands close by, trying in vain to wipe the red blood off his hands. The time for tears is over. Tiberius thunders, fists clenching at his sides. In complete unison, the sobs and sniffles through the chamber die out. Now we honor the dead, heal the wounded, and avenge our fallen. I am the king. I do not forget. I do not forgive. I have been lenient in the past, allowing our red brothers a good life full of prosperity, of dignity. But they spit upon us, they reject our mercy, and they have brought upon themselves the worst kind of doom. With a snarl, he throws down the silver spear and red rag. It clatters across the floor with a sound like a funeral bell. The torn sun stares at us all. These fools, these terrorists, these murderers, will be brought to justice. And they will die. I swear on my crown, on my throne, on my sons they will die. A rumbling murmur goes through the crowd as each silver stirs. They stand as one, wounded or not. The metallic smell of blood is almost overpowering. Strength, the court screams. Power. Death. Maven glances at me, his eyes wide and afraid. I know what he's thinking, because I think it too. What have we done? 21. Back in my room, I rip the ruined dress off, letting the silk fall to the floor. The king's words replay in my head, peppered with flashes of this terrible night. Keelorn's eyes stand out through it all, a green fire burning me up. I must protect him, but how? If only I could trade myself for him again, my freedom for his. If only things were that simple anymore. Julian's lessons have never felt so sharp in my mind, the past is so much greater than this future. Julian. Julian. The residence halls crawl with sentinels and security, every one of them on edge. But I've long perfected the art of slipping by unnoticed, and Julian's door is not far away. Despite the hour, he's awake, poring over books. Everything looks the same, like nothing's happened. Maybe he doesn't know. But then I notice the bottle of brown liquor on the table, occupying the spot usually reserved for tea. Of course he knows. In light of recent events, I would think our lessons have been cancelled for the time being, he says over the pages of his book. Still, he shuts it with a snap, turning his full attention on me. Not to mention it's quite late. I need you, Julian. Does this have anything to do with the sun shooting? Yes, they've already thought up a clever name. He points to the dark video screen in the corner. It's been on the news for hours now. The king's addressing the country in the morning. I remember the fluffy blonde newswoman reporting the Capitol bombing more than a month ago. There were few injuries then, and still the marketplace rioted. What will they do now? How many innocent Reds will pay? Or is this about the 4 terrorists currently locked in the cells of this structure? Julian presses on, measuring my response. Excuse me, I mean 3. Ptolemy Samos certainly lives up to his reputation. They are not terrorists, I reply calmly, trying to keep myself in check. Shall I show you the definition of terrorism, Mayor? His tone stings. Their cause might be just, but their methods besides, what you say doesn't matter. He gestures to the video screen again. They have their own version of the truth, and that's the only one people will hear. My teeth grind together painfully, bone on bone. Are you going to help? I am a teacher and somewhat of an outcast, in case you haven't noticed. What can I possibly do? Julian, please. I can feel my last chance slipping through my fingers. You're a singer, you can tell the guards, make them do anything you want. You can set the prisoners free. But he remains still, sipping peacefully at his drink. He doesn't grimace like men normally do. The bite of alcohol is familiar to him. Tomorrow they'll be interrogated. And no matter how strong they are, no matter how long they hold out, the truth will be found. Slowly, I take Julian's hand, holding fingers worn rough by paper. This was my plan. I'm one of them. He doesn't need to know about Maven. It will only make him angrier. The half-lie does its job well. I can see it in Julian's eyes. You did this, he stammers. The shooting, the bombing. The bomb was unexpected. The bomb was a horror. He narrows his eyes, and I can see the cogs turning in his mind. Then he snaps entirely. I told you not to get in over your head. He slams a fist down on the table, looking angrier than I've ever seen him before. And now he breathes, staring at me with so much sorrow it makes my heart hurt. Now I must watch you drown. If they escape. He throws back the rest of his drink with a gulp. With a snap of his wrist, he smashes the glass on the floor, making me jump. And what about me? Even if I take away the cameras, the guards' memories, anything that could implicate either of us, the Queen will know. Shaking his head, he sighs. She'll take my eyes for this. And Julian will never read again. How can I ask for that? Then let me die. The words stick in my throat. I deserve it as much as they do. He can't let me die. He won't. I am the little lightning girl, and I am going to make the world change. When he speaks again, he sounds hollow. They called my sister's death a suicide. Slowly, he traces his fingers across his wrist, dwelling on a long-ago memory. That was a lie, and I knew it. She was a sad woman, but she never would have done such a thing. Not when she had Cal and Tib. She was murdered, and I said nothing. I was afraid, and I let her die in shame. And since that day, I've been working to fix that, waiting in the shadows of this monstrous world, waiting for my time to avenge her. He raises his eyes to me. They sparkle with tears. I suppose this will be a good place to start. It doesn't take long for Julian to figure out a plan. All we need is a magnetron and some blind cameras, and luckily, I can provide both. Lucas knocks on my bedroom door not 2 minutes after I summon him. What can I do for you, Mayor? He says, jumpier than usual. I know his time overseeing the Queen's interrogation of servants must not have been easy. At least he'll be too distracted to notice I'm shaking. I'm hungry. The rehearsed words come easier than they should. You know, dinner never happened, so I was wondering, do I look like a cook? You should have called the kitchens, that's their job. I don't think now's a good time for the servants to be roaming around. People are still pretty on edge, and I don't want anyone getting hurt because I didn't get dinner. You'd just have to escort me, that's all. And who knows, you might get a cookie out of it. Sighing like an annoyed teenager, Lucas holds out an arm. As I take it, I glance at the cameras in the hall, making them die off. Here we go. I should feel wrong about using Lucas, knowing firsthand what it's like to have your mind toyed with, but this is for Keelan's life. Lucas is still chattering when we turn the corner, running smack into Julian. Lord Yakos, Lucas begins, moving to bow his head, but Julian takes him by the chin, moving quicker than I ever thought he could. Before Lucas can respond, Julian glares into his eyes and the struggle dies before it even begins. His honeyed words, smooth as butter and strong as iron, fall on open ears. Take us to the cells. Use the service halls. Keep us away from patrols. Do not remember this. Lucas, usually all smiles and jokes, falls into a strange, half-hypnotized state. His eyes glaze over and he doesn't notice when Julian reaches down to take his gun. But he marches all the same, leading us through the maze of the hall. At each turn I wait for the feel of electric eyes, shutting off everything in our path. Julian does the same to the guards, forcing them not to remember us as we pass. Together, we make an unbeatable team, and it's not long before we stand at the top of the dungeon stairs. There will be sentinels down there, too many for Julian to take care of on his own. Speak not a word, Julian hisses to Lucas, who nods in understanding. Now it's my turn to lead us. I expect to be afraid, but the dim light and the late hour feel familiar. This is where I belong, sneaking and lying and stealing. Who is it? State your name and business, one of the sentinels shouts up at us. I recognize her voice, Gliacon, the shiver who tortured Farley. Perhaps I can convince Julian to sing her off a cliff. I draw myself up to my full height, though it's my voice and tone that matter most. My name is Lady Marina Titanos, betrothed of the Prince Maven, I snap, moving down the steps with as much grace as I can. My voice is cold and sharp, mirroring Illyra's and Evangeline's. I have strength and power too. And I don't share my business with sentinels. At the sight of me, the 4 sentinels exchange glances, questioning one another. One, a large man with pig eyes, even looks me up and down in a rude manner. Behind the bars, Keelorn and Walsh jump to attention. Farley doesn't move from her corner, arms curled around her knees. For a second I think she might be sleeping, until she moves and her blue eyes reflect the light. I need to know, my Lady, Gliacon says, sounding apologetic. She nods to Julian and Lucas, who follow me down. Goes for you two as well. I would like a private audience with these. I'll throw as much disgust into my voice as I can, it's not hard, with the pig-eyed sentinel standing so close, creatures. We have questions that must be answered and wrongs to repay. Don't we, Julian? Julian sneers, putting on a good show. It'll be easy to make them sing. Not possible, Lady Pig-Eyes snorts. His accent is hard and rough, from Harbour Bay. Our orders are to stay right here, all night. We move for no one. Once, a boy in the stilts called me a rotten flirt for charming him out of a good pair of boots. You understand my position, don't you? I will be a princess soon, and the favour of a princess is a very valuable thing. Besides, the red rats must be taught a lesson. A painful one. Pig-Eyes blinks sluggishly at me, thinking it over. Julian hovers at my shoulder, ready with his sweet words if I need them. 2 heartbeats pass before Pig-Eyes nods, waving to the others. We can give you 5 minutes. My face hurts from smiling so widely, but I don't care. Thank you so much. I am in your debt, all of you. They tramp away in a single file, their boots scuffing. As soon as they reach the top landing, I allow myself to hope. 5 minutes will be more than enough. Keelorn almost jumps at the bars, eager to be free of his cell, and Walsh pulls Farley to her feet. But I don't move at all. I don't intend to free them, not yet. Mayor, Keelorn whispers, puzzled at my hesitation, but I silence him with a look. The bomb? Smoke and fire cloud my thoughts, bringing me back to the moment the ballroom exploded. Tell me about the bomb. I expect them to fall over themselves in apologies, to beg my forgiveness, but instead, the 3 exchange blank looks. Farley leans against the bars, her eyes on fire. I don't know anything about that, she hisses, barely audible. I never authorized such a thing. It was supposed to be organized, with special targets. We do not kill at random, without purpose. The Capitol, the other bombings. You know those buildings were empty. No one died there, not because of us, she says evenly. I swear to you, Mayor, this was not our doing. Do you really think we'd try to blow up our greatest hope? Keelorn adds. I don't need to ask to know he means me. Finally, I nod over my shoulder to Julian. Open the cell. Quietly Julian murmurs, his hands on Lucas's face. The magnetron complies, forcing the bars into an open O wide enough to step through. Walsh comes out first, her eyes wide in amazement. Keylornis next, helping Farley fit through the bars. Her arm still dangles helplessly. The healer missed a spot. I gesture to the wall, and they move soundlessly, mice on stone. Walsh's eyes touch on Tristan's body, still lifeless in the cell, but she stays put beside Farley. Julian shoves Lucas in next to them before taking his spot next to the foot of the stairs, across from the freed prisoners. I take the other side, pressing myself in next to Keylorn. Even though he's spent the night in the cells, with a dead body for company, he still smells like home. I knew you'd come, he whispers in my ear. I knew it. But there's no time for pleasantries or celebrations. Not until they are away safely. Across the open gap of stairwell, Julian nods at me. He's ready. Sentinel Gliacon, may I have a word? I shout up the stairs, laying the bait for our next trap. The shuffle of feet tells me she's taken it. What is it, my lady? When she reaches the floor, her eyes fly straight to the open cell and she gasps behind her mask. But Julian is too quick, even for a sentinel. You went for a walk. You returned to find this. You do not remember us. Call down one of the others, he murmurs, his voice a terrible song. Sentinel Teos, you are needed, she says flatly. Now you will sleep. She drops almost before the last word leaves his lips, but Julian catches her around the middle and lays her gently down behind him. Keylorn exhales in surprise, impressed by Julian, who allows himself a small, pleased smile. Teos comes down the stairs next, confused, but eager to serve. Julian does it again, singing his orders in a few whispered seconds. I didn't expect sentinels to be so stupid, but it makes sense. They are trained from childhood in the art of combat, logic and intelligence are not their highest priorities. But the last two, Pig Eyes and the healer, are not complete fools. When Teos calls out, ordering the skin healer sentinel to come down, they mutter to each other. About finished, Lady Titanos. Pig Eyes calls, his voice wary. Thinking quickly, I shout back to them. Yes, we're finished. Your companions have returned to their posts, I want to make sure you do as well. Oh, have they? Is that right, Teos? With blinding speed, Julian kneels over the fainted Teos. He pries his eyes open, holding the lids. Say you've returned to your post. Say the lady has finished. Return to my post, Teos drones. Hopefully the long stairwell and stone walls will distort his voice. The lady has finished. Pig Eyes grunts to himself. Very well. Their boots stamp against the steps, both coming down together. 2. Julian cannot handle two alone. I feel Keylorn tense at my back, his fist clenching as he prepares for anything. With one hand I push him back against the wall, while the other grows white with sparks. The footsteps stop, just beyond the opening. I can't see them and neither can Julian, but Pig Eyes breathes like a dog. The healer is there as well, waiting just beyond our reach. In total silence, it's hard not to hear the click of a gun. Julian's eyes widen, but he stands firm, one hand closing around his stolen weapon. I don't even want to breathe, knowing the edge we're all standing on. The walls seem to shrink, boxing us into a stone coffin with no escape. I feel very calm when I slide out in front of the steps, my sparking hand behind my back. I expect to feel bullets at any minute, but the pain never comes. They won't shoot me, not until I give them a good reason. Is there some problem, sentinels? I sneer, quirking an eyebrow like I've seen Evangeline do 100 times. Slowly, I take a step up, bringing the pair of them into view. They stand side by side, fingers itching on twin triggers. I'd prefer it if you wouldn't point your guns at me. Pig Eyes glares at me outright, but it does nothing to faze me. You are a lady. Act like it. Act for your life. Where's your friend? Oh, he's coming along. One of the prisoners has a mouth on her. She needed some extra attention. The lie comes so easily. Practice really does make perfect. Grinning, Pig Eyes lowers his gun a bit. The scarred bitch. Had to show her the back of my hand myself. He chuckles. I laugh with him and dream about what lightning could do to his fleshy, pale eyes. As I move closer, the skin healer puts one hand on the metal rail, blocking my way. I do the same. It feels cold in my hand, and solid. Easy does it, I tell myself, pushing just enough energy into my sparks. Not enough to burn, not enough to scar, but enough to take care of them both. It's like threading a needle, and for once, I'm the sewing expert. Above me, the healer doesn't laugh with his friend. His eyes are bright silver, and, with the mask and fiery cloak, he looks like a demon from a nightmare. What's behind your back? He hisses through the mask. I shrug, allowing myself one more step. Nothing, Sentinel Sconus. The next words are ragged. You lie. We react in the same second, blasting into action. The bullet hits me in the stomach, but my lightning blazes up the metal rail, through his skin and into the healer's brain. Pig Eyes shouts, firing his own gun. The bullet digs into the wall, missing me by inches. But I don't miss him, lashing with the ball of sparks behind my back. They slide past me, both unconscious, their muscles twitching with shocks. And then I'm falling. I briefly wonder if the stone floor will smash my skull. I suppose that's easier than bleeding to death. Instead, long arms catch me. Mare, you'll be fine, Keylorn whispers. His hand covers my stomach, trying to stop the bleeding. His eyes are green as grass. They stand out in a world fading to darkness. It's nothing at all. Put those on, Julian snaps to the others. Farley and Walsh rush past me to pull on the fire-red cloaks and masks. You too. He yanks Keylorn off me, almost throwing him across the room in his haste. Julian, I choke out, trying to grab him. I must thank him. But he's beyond my reach, kneeling over the healer. He rips open the sentinel's eyelids and sings, ordering him to wake up. The next thing I know, the healer stares down at me, his hands on my wound. It only takes a second before the world shifts back to normal. In the corner, Keylorn breathes a sigh of relief and pulls a cloak over his head. Her as well. I point to Farley. Julian nods and directs the healer over to her. With an audible pop, her shoulder snaps back into place. Much obliged, she says, pulling the mask over her face. Walsh stands over us all, her mask forgotten in her hand. She stares at the fallen sentinels, jaw agape. Are they dead? She asks, whispering like a frightened child. Julian looks up from Pig Eyes, finished singing to him. Hardly. This lot will be awake in a few hours, and if you're lucky, no one will know you're gone until then. I can work with a few hours. Farley smacks at Walsh, snapping her back to reality. Get your head on straight, girl, we've got a lot of running to do tonight. It doesn't take long to slip them through the last few passages. Even so, my fear grows with each passing heartbeat, until we find ourselves in the middle of Cal's garage. The slack-jawed Lucas tears a hole in the metal door like he's ripping paper, revealing the night beyond. Walsh hugs me, taking me by surprise. I don't know how, she mutters, but I hope you become queen one day. Imagine what you could do then. The Red Queen. I have to smile at the impossible thought. Go, before your nonsense rubs off on me. Farley isn't one for hugs, but she does pat me on the shoulder. We'll meet again, and soon. Not like this, I hope. Her face splits into a rare, toothy smile. Despite the scar, I realize she's very pretty. Not like this, she echoes, before slipping out into the night with Walsh. I know I can't ask you to come with me, Keylorn mutters, moving to follow them. He stares at his hands, examining scars I know better than my own mind. Look at me, you idiot. Sighing, I force myself to shove him toward freedom. The cause needs me here. You need me here too. What I need and what I want are two very different things. I try to laugh, but I can't find the strength. This is not our end, Mayor Keylorn murmurs, embracing me. He laughs to himself, the noise vibrating in his chest. Red Queen. Has a nice ring to it. Get on, you fool. Never have I smiled so brightly and still felt so sad. He spares me one last glance and nods to Julian, before stepping out into the darkness. The metal nets back together behind him, blocking my friends from sight. Where they are going, I don't want to know. Julian has to pull me away, but he doesn't scold me for my long goodbye. I think he's more preoccupied with Lucas, who, in his dazed state, has begun to drool. 22 That night I dream of my brother Shade coming to visit me in the darkness. He smells like gunpowder. But when I blink, he disappears and my mind screams what I already know. Shade is dead. When morning comes, a series of shuffles and slams makes me bolt awake, sitting up in my bed. I expect to see sentinels, Cal, or a murderous Ptolemus ready to rip me apart for what I've done, but it's just the maids bustling in my closet. They look more harried than usual and pull down my clothes with abandon. What's going on? In the closet, the girls freeze. They bow, hands full of silk and linen. As I come closer, I realize they are standing over a set of leather trunks. Are we going somewhere? Orders, my lady, one says, her eyes lowered. We only know what we're told. Of course. Well, I'm just going to get dressed then. I reach for the nearest outfit, intending to do something for myself for once, but the maids beat me to it. 5 minutes later, they have me painted and ready, dressed in odd leather pants and a flouncy shirt. I'd much prefer my training suit over everything else, but it's apparently not proper to wear the thing outside of sessions. I ask the empty hallway, half expecting him to pop out from an alcove. But Lucas is nowhere to be found, and I head off to protocol, expecting him to cross my path. When he doesn't, a thrill of fear ripples through me. Julian made him forget last night, but maybe something slipped through the cracks. Maybe he's being questioned, punished, for the night he can't remember and what we forced him to do. But I'm not alone for long. Maven steps into my path, his lips quirked into an amused smile. You're up early. Then he leans in, speaking in a low whisper. Especially for having such a late night. I don't know what you mean. I try for an innocent tone. The prisoners are gone. All 3 of them disappeared into thin air. I put a hand to my heart, letting myself look shocked for the cameras. By my colors. A few reds escaped from us. That seems impossible. It does indeed. Though the smile remains, his eyes darken slightly. Of course, that brings everything into question. The power outages, the failing security system, not to mention a troop of sentinels with blank spots across their memories. He stares pointedly at me. I return his sharp glance, letting him see my unease. Your mother interrogated them. She did. And will she be talking to, I choose my words very carefully, anyone else regarding the escape? Officers, guards. Maven shakes his head. Whoever did this did it well. I helped her with the questioning and directed her to anyone of suspicion. Directed away from me. I breathe a small sigh of relief and squeeze his arm, thanking him for his protection. Besides, we may never find who did it. People have been fleeing since last night. They think the hall is no longer safe. After last night, they are probably right. I slip my arm into his, drawing him closer. What did your mother learn of the bomb? His voice drops to a whisper. There was no bomb. What? It was an explosion, but it was also an accident. A bullet punctured a gas line in the floor, and when Cal's fire hit it, he trails off, letting his hands do the talking. It was Mother's idea to use that to our advantage. We don't kill without purpose. She's turning the guard into monsters. He nods gravely. No one will want to stand with them. Not even Reds. My blood seems to boil. More lies. She's beating us without firing a shot or drawing a blade. Words are all she needs. And now I'm being sent deeper into her world, to Arshan. You won't see your family again. Jaisa will grow, until you don't recognize her anymore. Bree and Trami will marry, have children, and forget you. Dad will die slowly, suffocated by his wounds, and when he's gone, Mom will slip away too. Maven lets me think, his eyes thoughtful as he watches the emotions rise in my face. He always lets me think. Sometimes his silence is better than anyone else's words. How long do we have left here? We go this afternoon. Most of the court is leaving before that, but we have to take the boat. Keep some tradition in all this madness. When I was a little girl, I used to sit on my porch and watch the pretty boats pass, heading down river to the capital. Shade would laugh at me for wanting to catch a glimpse of the king. I didn't realize then it was just part of the pageant, another display just like the arena fights, to show exactly how low we were in the grand scheme of the world. Now I'm going to be part of it again, this time standing on the other side. At least you'll get to see your home again, if only for a little while, he adds, trying to be gentle. Yes, Maven, that's just what I want. To stand and watch my home and my old life pass by. But that's the price I must pay. Freeing Keelorn and the others means losing my last few days in the valley, and it's a trade I'm happy to make. We're interrupted by a loud crash from a nearby passage, the one leading to Cal's room. Maven reacts first, moving to the edge of the hall before I can, like he's trying to protect me from something. Bad dreams, brother, he calls out, worried by what he sees. In response, Cal steps out into the hallway, his fists clenched, like he's trying to keep his own hands in check. Gone is the blood-stained uniform, replaced by what looks like Ptolemus's armor, though Cal's has a reddish tint. I want to slap him, to claw at him and scream for what he did to Farley and Tristan and Keelorn and Walsh. The sparks dance inside me, begging to be loosed. But after all, what did I expect? I know what he is and what he believes in, Reds are not worth saving. So I speak as civilly as I can. Will you be leaving with your legion? I know he isn't, judging by the livid anger in his eyes. Once, I feared he would go, and now I wish he would. I can't believe I cared about saving him. I can't believe that was ever a thought in my head. Cal heaves a breath. The Shadow Legion isn't going anywhere. Father will not allow it. Not now. It's too dangerous, and I'm too valuable. You know he's right. Maven puts a hand on his brother's shoulder, trying to calm him. I remember watching Cal do the same thing to Maven, but now the crown is on a different head. You are the heir. He can't afford to lose you too. I'm a soldier, Cal spits, shrugging away from his brother's touch. I can't just sit by and let others fight for me. I won't do it. He sounds like a child whining for a toy he must enjoy killing. It makes me sick. I don't speak, letting the diplomatic Maven talk for me. He always knows what to say. Find another cause. Build another cycle, double your training, drill your men, prepare yourself for when the danger passes. Cal, you can do 1,000 other things, and none of them end with you being killed in some kind of ambush, he says, glaring up at his brother. Then he smirks, trying to lighten the mood. You never change, Cal. You just can't sit still. After a moment of harsh silence, Cal breaks into a weak smile. Never. His eyes flick to me, but I won't get caught in his bronze stare, not again. I turn my head, pretending to examine a painting on the wall. Nice armor, I sneer. It will go well with your collection. He looks stung, even confused, but quickly recovers. His smile is gone now, replaced by narrowed eyes and a clenched jaw. He taps at his armor, it sounds like claws on stone. This was a gift from Ptolemus. I seem to share a common cause with my betrothed's brother. My betrothed. Like that's supposed to make me jealous or something? Maven eyes the armor warily. What do you mean? Ptolemus commands the officers in the capital. Together with me and my legion, we might be able to do something of use, even within the city. Cold fear steals into my heart again, brushing away whatever hope and happiness last night's success brought me. And what is that, exactly? I hear myself breathe. I'm a good hunter. He's a good killer. Cal takes a step backward, walking away from us. I can feel him slipping down not just the hall but a dark and twisted path. It makes me afraid for the boy who taught me how to dance. No, not for him. Of him. And that is worse than all my other terrors and nightmares. Between the two of us, we'll root out the Scarlet Guard. We'll end this rebellion once and for all. There's no schedule for today, as everyone is too busy leaving to teach or train. Fleeing might be a better word, because that's certainly what this looks like from my vantage point in the entrance hall. I used to think the Silvers were untouchable gods who were never threatened, never scared. Now I know the opposite is true. They've spent so long at the top, protected and isolated, that they've forgotten they can fall. Their strength has become their weakness. Once, I was afraid of these walls, frightened by such beauty. But I see the cracks now. It's like the day of the bombing, when I realized Silvers were not invincible. Then it was an explosion, now a few bullets have shattered diamond glass, revealing fear and paranoia beneath. Silvers fleeing from reds, lions running from mice. The king and queen oppose each other, the court has their own alliances, and Cal, the perfect prince, the good soldier, is a torturous, terrible enemy. Anyone can betray anyone. Cal and Maven bid everyone goodbye, doing their duty despite the organized chaos. The airships wait not far off, the whir of their engines audible even inside. I want to see the great machines up close, but moving would mean braving the crowd, and I can't stomach the stares of the grief-stricken. Altogether, 12 died last night, but I refuse to learn their names. I can't have them weighing on me, not when I need my wits more than ever. When I can't watch any longer, my feet take me where they will, wandering through now familiar passages. Chambers close as I pass, being shut up for the season, until the court returns. I want tea, I know. Servants pull white sheets over the furniture and paintings and statues, until the whole place looks haunted by ghosts. It's not long before I find myself standing in the doorway of Julian's old classroom, and the sight shocks me. The stacks of books, the desk, even the maps are gone. The room looks larger but feels smaller. It once held whole worlds but now holds only dust and crumpled paper. My eyes linger on the wall where the huge map used to be. Once I couldn't understand it, now I remember it like an old friend. Norta, the Lakelands, Piedmont, Prairie, Diraxes, Montferrat, Sion, and all the disputed lands in between. Other countries, other peoples, all torn along the lines of blood just like us. If we change, will they? Or will they try to destroy us too? I hope you'll remember your lessons. Julian's voice draws me out of my thoughts, back to the empty room. He stands behind me, following my gaze to the map wall. I'm sorry I couldn't teach you more. We'll have plenty of time for lessons in Ashen. His smile is bittersweet and almost painful to look at. With a jolt I realize I can feel cameras watching us for the very first time. Julian. The archivists in Delphi have offered me a position restoring some old texts. The lie is as plain as the nose on his face. Seems they've been digging through the wash and came on some storage bunkers. Mountains to go through, apparently. You'll like that very much. My voice catches in my throat. You knew he would have to leave. You forced him into this last night, when you put his life in danger for Keylorn. Will you visit, when you can? Yes, of course. Another lie. Ilera will figure out his role soon enough, and then he'll be on the run. It only makes sense to get a head start. I've gotten you something. I'd rather have Julian than any gift, but I try to look thankful anyways. Is it good advice? He shakes his head, smiling. You'll see when you get to the capital. Then he stretches out his arms, beckoning to me. I have to go, so send me off properly. Hugging him is like hugging my father or the brothers I'll never see again. I don't want to let him go, but the danger is too great for him to stay and we both know it. Thank you, Mayor, he whispers in my ear. You remind me so much of her. I don't need to ask to know he's talking about Corianne, about the sister he lost so long ago. I'll miss you, little lightning girl. Right now, the nickname doesn't sound so bad. I don't have the strength to marvel at the boat, driven through the water by electric engines. Black, silver, and red flags flap from every pole, marking this as the king's ship. When I was a girl, I used to wonder why the king laid claim to our color. It was just so beneath him. Now I realize the flags are red like his flame, like the destruction, and the people he controls. The sentinels from last night have been reassigned, Maven mutters as we walk along a deck. Reassigned is just a fancy word for punished. Remembering Pig Eyes and the way he looked at me, I'm not sorry at all. Where did they go? The front, of course. They'll be attached to some rebel group, to captain injured, incapable, or bad-tempered soldiers. Those are usually the first to be sent in a trench push. By the shadows behind his eyes, I can tell Maven knows this firsthand. The first to die. He nods solemnly. And Lucas? I haven't seen him since yesterday. He's all right. Traveling with House Samos, regrouping with family. The shooting has everyone on their heels, even the high houses. Relief washes over me, as well as sadness. I miss Lucas already, but it's good to know he's safe and far from Ilera's PRYMG. Maven bites his lip, looking subdued. But not for long. Answers are coming. What do you mean? They found blood down in the cells. Red blood. My gunshot wound is gone, but the memory of the pain has not faded. So whichever friend of yours had the misfortune to be wounded won't be a secret much longer, if the bloody base does its job. Bloody base. The blood database. Any Redborn within 100 miles of civilization gets sampled at birth. Started out as a project to understand exactly what the difference is between us, but it ended up just another way to put a collar on your people. In the bigger cities, Reds don't use ID cards but blood tags. They are sampled at every gate, coming and going. Tracked like animals. Briefly, I think of the old documents the king threw at me that day in the throne room. My name, my photograph, and a smear of blood were in there. My blood. They have my blood. And they can figure out whose blood it is, just like that. It takes some time, a week or so, but yes, that's how it's supposed to work. His eyes fall to my shaking hands, and he covers them with his own, letting warmth bleed into my suddenly cold skin. Mayor. He shot me, I whisper. The sentinel shot me. It's my blood they found. And then his hands are just as cold as mine. For all his clever ideas, Maven has nothing to say to this. He just stares, his breath coming in tiny, scared puffs. I know the look on his face, I wear it every time I'm forced to say goodbye to someone. It's too bad we didn't stay longer, I murmur, looking out at the river. I would have liked to die close to home. Another breeze sends a curtain of my hair across my face, but Maven brushes it away and pulls me close with startling ferocity. Oh! His kiss is not at all like his brother's. Maven is more desperate, surprising himself as much as me. He knows I'm sinking fast, a stone dropping through the river. And he wants to drown with me. I will fix this, he murmurs against my lips. I have never seen his eyes so bright and sharp. I won't let them hurt you. You have my word. Part of me wants to believe him. Maven, you can't fix everything. You're right, I can't, he replies, an edge to his voice. But I can convince someone with more power than me. When the temperature around us rises, Maven pulls back, his jaw tense and clenched. The way his eyes flash, I half expect him to attack whoever interrupted us. I don't turn around, mostly because I can't feel my limbs. I've gone numb, though my lips still tingle with memory. What this means, I don't know. What I feel, I can't begin to understand. The Queen requests your presence on the viewing deck. Cal's voice grinds like stone. He sounds almost angry, but his bronze eyes look sad, defeated even. Passing the stilts, Mayor. Yes, the shoreline is already familiar to me. I know that mangled tree, that stretch of bank, and the echo of saws and falling trees is unmistakable. This is home. With great pain, I force myself away from the rail to face Cal, who seems to be having a silent conversation with his brother. Thank you, Cal, I murmur, still trying to process Maven's kiss and, of course, my own impending doom. Cal walks away, his usually straight back bowed. Each footfall sends a pang of guilt through me, making me remember our dance and our ocean kiss. I hurt everyone, especially myself. Maven stares after his fleeing brother. He does not like to lose. And he lowers his voice, now so close to me I can see the tiny flecks of silver in his eyes, neither do I. I won't lose you, Mayor. I won't. You'll never lose me. Another lie, and we both know it. The viewing deck dominates the front of the ship, enclosed by glass stretching from side to side. Brown shapes take form on the river bank, and the old hill with the arena appears out of the trees. We're too far from the bank to see anyone properly, but I know my house in an instant. The old flag still flutters on the porch, still embroidered with 3 red stars. One has a black stripe through it, in honor of Shade. Shade was executed. You were supposed to rip a star off after that. But they didn't. They held on to him in their own little rebellion. I want to point my home out to Maven, to tell him about the village. I've seen his life, and now I want to show him mine. But the viewing deck is silent, all of us staring at the village as we come closer and closer. The villagers don't care about you, I want to scream. Only fools will stop to watch. Only the fools will waste a moment on you. As the boat continues on, I begin to think the whole village might be made of fools. All 2,000 of them seem crowded onto the bank. Some stand ankle deep in the river. From this distance, they all look the same. Fading hair and worn clothes, blotchy-skinned, tired, hungry, all the things I used to be. And angry. Even from the boat, I can feel their anger. They don't cheer or call out our names. No one waves. No one even smiles. What is this? I breathe, expecting no one to answer. But the Queen does, with great relish. Such a waste, parading down the river when no one will watch. It seems we've fixed that. Something tells me this is another mandatory event, like the fights, like the broadcasts. Officers tore sick elders from their beds and exhausted workers from the floor, forcing them to watch us. A whip cracks somewhere on the bank, followed closely by a woman's scream. "Stay in line," echoes over the crowd. Their eyes never falter, staring straight ahead, so still that I can't even see where the disruption was. What happened to make them so lenient? What has already been done? Tears prick at my eyes as I watch. There are more cracks and a few babies wail, but no one on the bank protests. Suddenly I'm at the edge of the deck, wanting to burst through the glass with every inch of myself. Going somewhere, Marina. Ilera purrs from her place next to the king. She sips placidly at a drink, surveying me over the rim of her glass. "Why are you doing this?" Arms crossed over her magnificent gown, Evangeline eyes me with a sneer. "Why do you care?" But her words fall on deaf ears. They know what happened at the hall, they might even agree with it, so they need to see that we aren't defeated. Cal murmurs, his eyes on the riverbank. He can't even look at me, the coward. We aren't even bleeding. Another whip cracks and I flinch, almost feeling the lash on my skin. Did you order them to be beaten as well? He doesn't rise to my challenge, jaw firmly clenched shut. But when another villager cries out, protesting against the officers, he lets his eyes close. "Stand back, Lady Titanos." The king's voice rumbles like faraway thunder, an order if there ever was one. I can almost feel his smug smile when I step away, moving back to Maven. This is a red village, you know that better than us all. They harbor these terrorists, feed them, protect them, become them. They are children who have done wrong. And they must learn. I open my mouth to argue, but the Queen bares her teeth. "Perhaps you know of a few who should be made an example of," she says calmly, gesturing to the shoreline. The words die in my throat, chased away by her threat. "No, Your Majesty, I don't." "Then stand back and be silent." Then she grins. "For your time to speak will come. This is what they need me for. A moment like this, when the scales could tip out of their favor. But I can't protest. I can only do as she commands and watch as my home fades out of sight. Forever. The closer we get to the capital, the larger the villages become. Soon the landscape fades from lumber and farming communities to proper towns. They center around massive mills, with brick homes and dormitories to house the red laborers. Like the other villages, their inhabitants stand in the streets to watch us pass. Officers bark, whips crack, and I never get used to it. I flinch every time. Then the towns are replaced by sprawling estates and mansions, palaces like the hall. Made of stone and glass and swirling marble, each one seems more magnificent than the last. Their lawns slope to the river, decorated with green wooden gardens and beautiful fountains. The houses themselves look like the work of gods, each one a different kind of beautiful. But the windows are dark, the doors closed. Where the villages and towns were full of people, these seem devoid of life. Only the flags flying high, one over each structure, let me know someone lives there at all. Blue for Halcyocenos, silver for Samos, brown for Rimbaud, and so on. Now I know the colors by heart, putting faces to each silent home. I even killed the owners of a few. Rivarol Maven explains. The country residences, should a lord or lady wish to escape the city. My gaze lingers on the Iril home, a columned wonder of black marble. Stone panthers guard the porch, snarling up at the sky. Even the statues put a chill in me, making me remember Ara Iril and her pressing questions. There's no one here. The houses are empty most of the year, and no one would dare leave the city now, not with this guard business. He offers me a small, bitter smile. They would rather hide behind their diamond walls and let my brother do their fighting for them. If only no one had to fight at all. He shakes his head. It does no good to dream. We watch in silence as Rivarol falls behind us and another forest rises up on the banks. The trees are strange, very tall with black bark and dark red leaves. It is deathly quiet, as no forest should be. Not even birdsong breaks the silence, and overhead, the sky darkens, but not from the waning afternoon light. Black clouds gather, hovering over the trees like a thick blanket. And what's this? Even my voice sounds muffled, and I'm suddenly glad for the glass casing over the deck. To my surprise the others have gone, leaving us alone to watch the gloom settle. Maven glances at the forest, face pulled in distaste. Barrier trees. They keep the pollution from travelling farther upriver. The well greenwood ends made them years ago. Choppy brown waves foam against the boat, leaving a film of black grime on the gleaming steel hull. The world takes on a strange tint, like I'm looking through dirty glass. The low-lying clouds aren't clouds at all but smoke pouring from 1,000 chimneys, obscuring the sky. Gone are the trees and the grass, this is a land of ash and decay. Grey Town Maven murmurs. Factories stretch out as far as I can see, dirty and massive and humming with electricity. It hits me like a fist, almost knocking me off my feet. My heart tries to keep up with the unearthly pulse and I have to sit down, feeling my blood race. I thought my world was wrong, that my life was unfair. But I could never even dream of a place like Grey Town. Power stations glow in the gloom, pulsing electric blue and sickly green into the spiderwork of wires in the air. Transports piled high with cargo move along the raised roads, shuttling goods from one factory to another. They scream at one another in a noisy mess of tangled traffic, moving like sluggish black blood in grey veins. Worst of all, little houses surround each factory in an ordered square, one on top of the other, with narrow streets in between. Slums. Beneath such a smoky sky, I doubt the workers ever see daylight. They walk between the factories and their homes, flooding the streets during a shift change. There are no offices, no cracking whips, no blank stares. No one is making them watch us pass. The king doesn't need to show off here, I realize. They are broken from birth. These are the techies, I whisper hoarsely, remembering the name the Silvers so blithely toss around. They make the lights, the cameras, the video screens, the guns, the bullets, the bombs, the ships, the transports Maven adds. They keep the power running. They keep our water clean. They do everything for us. And they receive nothing but smoke in return. Why don't they leave? He just shrugs. This is the only life they know. Most techies will never leave their own alley. They can't even conscript. Can't even conscript. Their lives are so terrible that the war is a better alternative, and they are not even allowed to go. Like everything else on the river, the factories fade away, but the image stays with me. I must not forget this, something tells me. I must not forget them. Stars wait for us beyond another forest of barrier trees, and beneath them, Aachen. At first I don't see the capital at all, mistaking its lights for blazing stars. As we sail closer and closer, my jaw drops. A triple-layered bridge runs across the wide river, linking the two cities on either side. It's thousands of feet long and thriving, alive with light and electricity. There are shops and market squares, all built into the bridge itself 100 feet above the river. I can just picture the Silvers up there, drinking and eating and looking down on the world from their place on high. Transports blaze along the lowest tier of the bridge, their headlamps like red and white comets cutting through the night. Both ends of the bridge are gated, and the city sectors on either side are walled in. On the east bank, great metal towers stab out of the ground like swords to pierce the sky, all crowned with gleaming giant birds of prey. More transports and people populate the paved streets that climb up the hilly river banks, connecting the buildings to the bridge and the outer gates. The walls are diamond glass, like back at the hall, but set with floodlit metal towers and other structures. There are patrols on the walls, but their uniforms are not the flaming red of sentinels or the stark black of security. They wear uniforms of clouded silver and white, almost blending into the cityscape. They are soldiers, and not the kind who dance with ladies. This is a fortress. Aachen was built to endure war, not peace. On the western bank, I recognize the Royal Court and the Treasury Hall from the bombing footage. Both are made from gleaming white marble and fully repaired, even though they were attacked barely more than a month ago. It feels like a lifetime. They flank Whitefire Palace, a building even I know on sight. My old teacher used to say it was carved from the hillside itself, a living piece of the white stone. Flames made of gold and pearl flash atop the surrounding walls. I try to take it in, my eyes darting between both ends of the bridge, but my mind just can't fathom this place. Overhead, airships move slowly through the night sky, while air jays fly even higher, as fast as shooting stars. I thought the Hall of the Sun was a wonder, apparently I never knew the meaning of the word. But I can't find anything beautiful here, not when the smoky, dark factories are only a few miles back. The contrast between the silver city and the red slum sets my teeth on edge. This is the world I'm trying to bring down, the world trying to kill me and everything I care about. Now I truly see what I'm fighting against and how difficult, how impossible, it will be to win. I've never felt smaller than I do now, with the great bridge looming above us. It looks ready to swallow me whole. But I have to try. If only for Greytown, for the ones who have never seen the sun. 23 By the time the boat docks at the western bank and we're back on land, night has fallen. At home, this meant shutting down the power and going to sleep, but not in Aachen. If anything, the city seems to brighten while the rest of the world goes dark. Fireworks crackle overhead, raining light down on the bridge, and atop Whitefire, a red and black flag rises. The king is back on this throne. Thankfully there are no more pageants to suffer through, we are greeted by armoured transports to take us up from the docks. To my delight, Maven and I have a transport to ourselves, joined by only 2 sentinels. He points out landmarks as we pass, explaining what seems like every statue and street corner. He even mentions his favourite bakery, though it sits on the other side of the river. The bridge and East Aachen are for civilians, the common Silvers, though many are richer than some nobles. Common Silvers. I almost have to laugh. There's such a thing. Maven just shrugs. Of course. They are merchants, businessmen, soldiers, officers, shop owners, politicians, land barons, artists, and intellectuals. Some marry into high houses, some rise above their station, but they don't have noble blood, and their abilities aren't as, well, powerful. Not everyone is special. Lucas told me that once. I didn't know he meant Silvers too. Meanwhile, West Arshan is for the court of the king. Maven continues. We pass a street lined with lovely stone houses and pruned, flowering trees. All the high houses keep residences here, to be close to the king and government. In fact, the entire country can be controlled from this cliff, if the need should arise. That explains the location. The western bank is sharply sloped, with the palace and the other government buildings sitting at the crest of a hill overlooking the bridge. Another wall surrounds the hilltop, fencing in the heart of the country. I try not to gawk when we pass through the gate, revealing a tiled square the size of an arena. Maven calls it Caesar's Square after the first king of his dynasty. Julian mentioned King Caesar before, but fleetingly. Our lessons never got much further than the first divide, when red and silver became much more than colors. Whitefire Palace occupies the southern side of the square, while the courts, treasury, and administrative centers take up the rest. There's even a military barracks, judging by the troops drilling in the walled yard. They are Cal's Shadow Legion, who travelled ahead of us to the city. A comfort to the nobles, Maven called them. Soldiers within the walls, to protect us if another attack should come. Despite the hour, the square bustles with activity as people rush toward a severe-looking structure next to the barracks. Red and black flags, emblazoned with the sword symbol of the army, hang from its columns. I can just see a little stage set up in front of the building, with a podium surrounded by bright spotlights and a growing crowd. Suddenly the gaze of cameras, heavier than I'm used to, lands on our transport, following us as the line of vehicles passes by the stage. Luckily we keep driving, moving through an archway to a small courtyard, but then we pull to a stop. What's this? I whisper, grabbing onto Maven. Until now, I've kept my fear in check, but between the lights and the cameras and the crowd, my wall begins to crumble. Maven sighs heavily, more annoyed than anything. Father must be giving a speech. Just some saber rattling to keep the masses happy. The people love nothing more than a leader promising victory. Maven steps out, pulling me along with him. Despite my makeup and my clothes, I feel suddenly very bare. This is for a broadcast. Thousands, millions, will see this. Don't worry, we just have to stand and look stern, he mutters in my ear. I think Cal has that covered. I nod to where the prince broods, still attached at the hip to Evangeline. Maven snickers to himself. He thinks speeches are a waste of time. Cal likes action, not words. That makes two of us, but I don't want to admit I have anything in common with Maven's older brother. Maybe once, I thought so, but not now. Not ever again. A bustling secretary beckons us. His clothes are blue and grey, the colours of House Macanthos. Maybe he knew the colonel, maybe he was her brother, her cousin. Don't, Mayor. This is the last place to lose your nerve. He doesn't spare a glance at us when we fall into place, standing behind Cal and Evangeline, with the king and queen at the head. Strangely, Evangeline is not her usual cool self, I can see her hands shaking. She's afraid. She wanted the spotlight, she wanted to be Cal's bride, and yet she's scared of it. How can that be? And then we're moving, walking into a building with too many sentinels and attendants to count. Inside, the structure is built for function, with maps and offices and council rooms instead of paintings or salons. People in grey uniforms busy themselves in the hall, though they stop to let us pass. Most of the doors are closed, but I manage to catch a glimpse inside a few. Officers and soldiers look down at maps of the war front, arguing over the placement of legions. Another room spilling with thunderous energy seems to hold 100 video screens, each one operated by a soldier in battle uniform. They speak into headsets, barking orders to faraway people and places. The words differ, but the meaning is the same. Hold the line. Cal lingers before the door to the video room, craning his neck to get a better look, but it suddenly slams in his face. He bristles but doesn't protest, falling back into line with Evangeline. She mutters to him quietly, but he shakes her off, to my delight. But my smile fades as we step back out into blinding lights on the front steps of the structure. A bronze plaque next to the door reads War Command. This place is the heart of the military. Every soldier, every army, every gun is controlled from within. My stomach rolls at the power here, but I can't lose my nerve, not in front of so many. Cameras flash, blinding my sight. When I flinch, I hear a voice inside my head. The secretary presses a paper in my hand. One glance at it, and I almost scream. Now I know what I was saved for. Earn your keep, Illyria's voice whispers in my head. She glances at me from Maven's other side, doing her best not to grin. Maven follows her wretched gaze and notes the paper in my shaking hand. Slowly, he winds his fingers around my own, as if he could pour his strength into me. I want nothing more than to rip the paper in two, but he holds me steady. You must is all he says, whispering so low I can barely hear him. You must. My heart grieves for the lives lost, but know that they were not lost in vain. Their blood will fuel our resolve and drive us to overcome the difficulties ahead. We are a nation at war, we have been for nearly a century, and we are not unaccustomed to obstacles in the path to victory. These people will be found, these people will be punished, and this disease they call rebellion will never take hold in my country. The video screen in my new bedroom is about as useful as a bottomless boat, playing the king's speech from last night in a nauseating loop. By now I can recite the whole thing word for word, but I can't stop watching. Because I know who comes next. My face looks strange on the screen, too pale, too cold. I still can't believe I kept a straight face while I read the words. When I step up to the podium, taking the king's place, I don't even tremble. I was raised by Reds. I believed I was one. And I saw firsthand the grace of His Majesty the King, the just ways of our silver lords, and the great privilege they gave us. The right to work, to serve our country, to live and live well. On screen, Maven puts a hand on my arm. He nods along with my speech. Now I know I am silver-born, a lady of House Titanos, and one day, a princess of Nauta. My eyes have been opened. A world I never dreamed of exists, and it is invincible. It is merciful. And these terrorists, murderers of the most evil kind, are trying to destroy the bedrock of our nation. This we cannot allow. In the safety of my room, I heave a ragged breath. The worst is coming. In his wisdom, King Tiberius has drafted the measures to root out this sickness of rebellion, and to protect the good citizens of our nation. They are as follows: as of today, a sunset curfew is in effect for all Reds. Security will be doubled in every Red village and town. New outposts will be built on the roads and manned to full capacity. All Red crimes, including breaking of the curfew, will be punished by execution. And, at this, my voice falters for the first time, conscription age has been lowered to the age of 15. Anyone who provides information leading to capture of Scarlet Guard operatives or the prevention of Scarlet Guard actions will be awarded conscription waivers, releasing up to 5 members of the same family from military service. It's a brilliant, and terrible, maneuver. Reds will tear each other apart for such waivers. The measures are to be upheld at all costs until the disease known as the Scarlet Guard is destroyed. I stare into my own eyes on screen, watching as I stop myself from choking on my speech. My eyes are wide, hoping my people know what I'm trying to say. Words can lie. Long live the king. Anger ripples through me, and the screen shorts out, replacing my face with a black void. But I can still see each new order in my mind. More officers patrolling, more bodies hanging from the gallows, and more mothers weeping for their stolen children. We killed a dozen of theirs, and they kill 1,000 of ours. Part of me knows these blows will drive some Reds to the side of the Guard, but many more will side with the king. For their lives, they will give up what little freedom they had left. I thought being their puppet would be easy compared to everything else. I was so wrong. But I cannot let them break me, not now. Not even when my own doom lingers on the horizon. I must do everything I can until my blood is matched and my game is over. Until they drag me away and kill me. At least my window faces the river, looking south toward the sea. When I stare at the water, I can ignore my fading future. My eyes trail from the swiftly moving current to the dark smudge on the horizon. While the rest of the sky is clear, dark clouds hover in the south, never moving from the forbidden land at the coast. The ruined city. Radiation and fire consumed the city once and never let it go. Now it's nothing but a black ghost sitting just out of reach, a relic of the old world. Part of me wishes Lucas would rap on my door and hurry me along to a new schedule, but he has not returned yet. I suppose he's better off without me risking his life. Julian's gift sits against the wall, a firm reminder of another friend lost. It's a piece of the giant map, framed and gleaming behind glass. When I pick it up, something thumps to the ground, falling from the back of the frame. I knew it. My heart races, beating wildly as I drop to my knees, hoping to find some secret note from Julian. But instead, there's nothing more than a book. Despite my disappointment, I can't help smiling. Of course Julian would leave me another story, another collection of words to comfort me when he no longer can. I flip open the cover, expecting to find some new histories, but instead, handwritten words stare up at me from the title page. Red and silver. It's in Julian's unmistakable swirling scrawl. The sight line of my room's cameras beat into my back, reminding me I am not alone. Julian knew that too. Brilliant Julian. The book looks normal, a dull study of relics found in Delphi, but hidden among the words, in the same type, is a secret worth telling. It takes me many minutes to find every added line and I'm quietly grateful I woke up so early. Finally I have them all, and I seem to have forgotten how to breathe. Dane Davidson, Red Soldier, Storm Legion, killed on routine patrol, body never recovered. August 1, 296 NE. Jane Barbaro, Red Soldier, Storm Legion, killed by friendly fire, body cremated. The 19th of November, 297 NE. Pace Gardner, Red Soldier, Storm Legion, executed for insubordination, body misplaced. June the 4th, 300 NE. There are more names, stretching over the last 20 years, all of them cremated or their bodies lost or misplaced. How anyone can misplace an executed man, I don't know. The name at the end of the list makes my eyes water. Shade Barrow, Red Soldier, Storm Legion, executed for desertion, body cremated. The 27th of July, 320 NE. Julian's own words follow my brother's name, and I feel like he's next to me again, slowly and calmly teaching his lesson. According to military law, all Red soldiers are to be buried in the cemeteries of the choke. Executed soldiers have no burials and lie in mass graves. Cremation is not common. Misplaced bodies are non-existent. And yet I found 27 names, 27 soldiers, your brother included, who suffered these fates. All died on patrol, killed by Lakelanders or their own units, if not executed for charges without base. All were transferred to the Storm Legion weeks before dying. And all of their bodies were destroyed or lost in some way. Why? The Storm Legion is not a death squad. Hundreds of Reds serve under General Egri without dying strangely. So why kill these 27? For once, I was glad for the bloody base. Even though they are long dead, their blood samples still remain. And now I must apologize, Mayor, for I have not been entirely honest with you. You trusted me to train you, to help you, and I did, but I was also helping myself. I am a curious man, and you are the most curious thing I have ever seen. I couldn't help myself. I compared your blood sample to theirs, only to find an identical marker in them, different from all others. I'm not surprised no one noticed, because they were not looking for it. But now that I knew, it was easy to find. Your blood is red, but it is not the same. There is something new in you, something no one has seen before. And it was in 27 others. A mutation, a change that may be the key to everything you are. You are not the only one, Mayor. You are not alone. You are simply the first protected by the eyes of 1,000, the first they could not kill and hide away. Like the others, you are red and silver, and stronger than both. I think you are the future. I think you are the new dawn. And if there were 27 before, there must be others. There must be more. I feel frozen, I feel numb, I feel everything and nothing. Others like me. Using the mutations in your blood, I searched the rest of the bloody base, finding the same in other samples. I have included them all here, for you to pass on. I know I don't need to tell you the importance of this list, of what it could mean to you and the rest of this world. Pass it on to someone you trust, find the others, protect them, train them, for it is only a matter of time before someone less friendly discovers what I have, and hunts them down. His words end there, followed by a list that makes my fingers tremble. There are names and locations, so many of them, all waiting to be found. All waiting to fight. My mind feels like it's on fire. Others. More. Julian's words swim across my eyes, searing into my soul. Stronger than both. The little book sits snugly in my jacket, tucked in next to my heart. But before I can go to Maven, to show him Julian's discovery, Cal finds me. He corners me in a sitting room quite like the one we danced in, though the moon and the music are long gone. Once I wanted everything he could give me, and now the sight of him turns my stomach. He can see the revulsion in my face, as much as I try to hide it. You're angry with me, he says. It's not a question. I'm not. Don't lie, he growls, eyes suddenly on fire. I've been lying since the day we met. 3 days ago you kissed me, and now you can't even look at me. I'm betrothed to your brother, I tell him, pulling away. He dismisses the point with the wave of a hand. That didn't stop you before. What's changed? I've seen who you really are, I want to scream. You're not the gentle warrior, the perfect prince, or even the confused boy you pretend to be. As much as you try to fight it, you're just like all of them. Is this about the terrorists? My teeth grit together painfully. Rebels. They murdered people, children, innocents. You and I both know that wasn't their fault, I spit back, not bothering to care how cruel the words are. Cal flinches, stunned for a moment. He almost looks sick as he remembers the sun shooting, and the accidental explosion that followed. But it passes, slowly replaced by anger. But they caused it all the same, he growls. What I ordered the Sentinel to do, was for the dead, for justice. And what did torture get you? Do you know their names, how many there are? Do you even know what they want? Have you even bothered to? He heaves a sigh, trying to salvage the conversation. I know you have your own reasons for sympathizing, but their methods cannot be, their methods are your own fault. You make us work, you make us bleed, you make us die for your wars and factories and the little comforts you don't even notice, all because we are different. How can you expect us to let that stand? Cal fidgets, a muscle in his cheek twitching. He has no answer to that. The only reason I'm not dead in a trench somewhere is because you pitied me. The only reason you're even listening to me now is because, by some insane miracle, I happen to be another kind of different. Lazily, my sparks rise in my hands. I can't imagine going back to life before my body hummed with power, but I can certainly remember it. You can stop this, Cal. You will be king, and you can stop this war, you can save thousands, millions, from generations of glorified slavery, if you say enough. Something breaks in Cal, quenching the fire he tries so hard to hide. He crosses to the window, hands clasped behind his back. With the rising sun on his face and shadow on his back, he seems torn between two worlds. In my heart, I know he is. The little part of me that still cares about him wants to close the distance between us, but I am not that foolish. I'm not a little lovesick girl. I thought that once, he mutters. But it would lead to rebellion on both sides, and I will not be the king who ruins this country. This is my legacy, my father's legacy, and I have a duty to it. A slow heat rumbles from him, steaming the glass window. Would you trade 1,000,000 deaths for what they want? 1,000,000 deaths. My mind flashes back to Bellicus Laroland's corpse, with his dead children at his side. And then other faces join the dead shade, Keelorn's father, every red soldier who died for their war. The guard won't stop, I say softly, but I know he's barely listening anymore. And while they are certainly to blame, you are as well. There is blood on your hands, Prince. And Maven's. And mine. I leave him standing there, hoping I've changed him, but knowing those odds are slim at best. He's his father's son. Julian's disappeared, hasn't he? He calls out to me, stopping me in my tracks. I turn slowly, mulling over what I can possibly say. I decide to play dumb. Disappeared. The escape left holes in the memories of many sentinels, as well as the video logs. My uncle does not use his abilities often, but I know the signs. You think he helped them escape? I do, he says painfully, looking at his hands. That's why I gave him enough time to slip away. You did what? I can't believe my ears. Cal, the soldier, the one who always follows orders, breaking the rules for Julian. He's my uncle, I did what I could for him. How heartless do you think I am? He smirks sadly at me, not waiting for an answer. It makes me ache. I delayed the arrest as long as I could, but everyone leaves tracks, and the Queen will find him, he sighs, putting a hand against the glass. And he'll be executed. You do that to your uncle. I don't bother to hide my disgust, or the fear beneath. If he'll kill Julian, even after letting him go, what will he do to me when I'm found out? Cal's shoulders tighten as he straightens, morphing back into the soldier. He will hear no more of Julian or the Scarlet Guard. Maven had an interesting proposition. That was unexpected. Oh. He nods, oddly annoyed at the thought of his brother. Mavis always been a quick thinker. He got that from his mother. Is that supposed to scare me? I know better than any that Maven is nothing like his mother, or any other damn Silver. What are you trying to say, Cal? You're in the open now, he blurts out. After your speech, the entire country knows your name and face. And so more will wonder who and what you are. I can only scowl and shrug. Maybe you should have thought of that before you made me read that disgusting speech. I'm a soldier, not a politician. You know I had nothing to do with the measures. But you'll follow them. You'll follow them without question. He doesn't argue that. For all his faults, Cal won't lie to me. Not now. All records of you have been removed. Officers, archivists, no one will ever find proof you were born red, he murmurs, eyes on the floor. That is what Maven proposed. Despite my anger, I gasp aloud. The bloody bass. The records. What does that mean? I don't have the strength to keep my voice from shaking. Your school record, birth certificate, blood prints, even your ID card have been destroyed. I barely hear him over the sound of my hammering heartbeat. Once, I would have hugged him outright. But I must remain still. I must not let Cal know he has saved me again. No, not Cal. This was Maven's doing. This was the shadow controlling the flame. That sounds like the right thing to do, I say aloud, trying to sound uninterested. But my act can only last so long. After one stiff bow in Cal's direction, I hurry from the room, hiding my wild grin. 24 I spend much of next day exploring, though my mind is somewhere else. Whitefire is older than the hall, its walls made of stone and carved wood rather than diamond glass. I doubt I'll ever learn the layout of the whole thing, as it holds not just the royal residence but many administrative offices and chambers, ballrooms, a full training court, and other things I don't understand. I guess that's why it takes the secretary nearly a half hour to find me, wandering through a gallery of statues. But I won't have more time to explore. I have duties to fulfill. Duties, according to the king's chatting secretary, that apply to a whole range of evils beyond just reading the measures. As a future princess, I must meet the people in arranged outings, making speeches and shaking hands and standing by Maven's side. The last part doesn't really bother me, but being put on parade like a goat at auction isn't exactly exciting. I join Maven in a transport, headed for the first appearance. I'm itching to tell him about the list and thank him for the bloody bass, but there are too many eyes and ears. The majority of the day speeds by in a blur of noise and colour as we tour different parts of the capital. The bridge market reminds me of Grand Garden, though it's 3 times the size. In the single hour we spend greeting children and shopkeepers, I see the Silvers assault or aggravate dozens of red servants, all trying to do their jobs. Security keeps them from all-out abuse, but the words they sling are almost as hurtful. Child killers, animals, devils. Maven keeps his grip tight on my hand, squeezing every time a red is knocked to the ground. When we reach our next stop, an art gallery, I'm glad to be out of the public eye, until I see the paintings. The silver artist uses 2 colors, silver and red, in a horrifying collection that makes me sick. Each painting is worse than the last, depicting silver strength and red weakness in every brush stroke. The last one depicts a grey and silver figure, quite like a ghost, and the crown on his brow bleeds crimson. It makes me want to put my head through a wall. The plaza outside the gallery is noisy, bustling with city life. Many stop to stare, gawking at us as we head for our transport. Maven waves with a practiced smile, causing the crowd to cheer his name. He's good at this, after all, these people are his birthright. When he stoops to speak with a few children, his smile brightens. Cal might be born to rule, but Maven was meant for it. And Maven is willing to change the world for us, for the Reds he was raised to spit on. I surreptitiously touch the list in my pocket, thinking of the ones who can help Maven and me change the world. Are they like me, or are they as varied as the Silvers? Shade was like you. They knew about Shade and had to kill him, like they could not kill you. My heart aches for my fallen brother, for the conversations we might have had. For the future we might have forged. But Shade is dead, and there are others who need my help. We need to find Farley, I whisper in Maven's ear, barely audible to myself. But he hears me and raises an eyebrow in silent question. I have to give her something. I have no doubt she'll find us, he mutters back, if she isn't watching already. How Farley, SPYMG on us. Inside a city that wants her torn apart? It seems impossible. But then I notice the silver crowd pressing in, and the red servants beyond. A few linger to watch us, their arms banded with red. Any one of them could work for Farley. They all could. Even with the sentinels and security all around, she is still with us. Now the question becomes finding the right red, saying the right thing, finding the right place, and doing it all without anyone noticing the prince and his future princess communicating with a wanted terrorist. This isn't like the crowds at home, the ones I could move through so easily. Now I stand out, a future princess surrounded by guards, with a rebellion resting on her shoulders. And maybe even something more important, I think, remembering the list of names in my jacket. When the crowd pushes in, craning to look at us, I take my chance and slip away. The sentinels bunch around Maven, still not used to guarding me as well, and with a few quick turns, I'm out of the circle of guards and onlookers. They continue across the plaza without me, and if Maven notices I'm gone, he doesn't stop them. The red servants don't acknowledge me, their heads down as they buzz between shops. They keep to alleys and shadows, trying to stay out of sight. I'm so busy searching the red faces that I don't notice the one at my elbow. "My lady, you dropped this," the little boy says. He's probably 10 years old, with one arm banded with red. "My lady." Then I notice the scrap he holds out. It's nothing, just a twisted bit of paper I don't remember having. Still, I smile for the boy and take it from him. "Thank you very much." He grins at me, smiling as only a child can, before bounding away into an alley. He bounces with every step. Life has not dragged him down yet. "This way, Lady Titanos." A sentinel stands over me, watching with flat eyes. So much for that plan. I let him lead me back to the transport, feeling suddenly dejected. I can't even sneak away like I used to. I'm getting soft. What was that all about? Maven wonders as I slide back into the transport. "Nothing," I sigh, casting a glance out the window as we pull away from the plaza. "Thought I saw someone." We're around a bend in the street before I even think to look at the little paper. I unfold it in my lap, hiding the scrap in the folds of my sleeve. There are words scrawled across the slip, so small I can barely read them. "Hexapron Theatre. Afternoon play. The best seats." It takes me a moment to realize I only understand half those words, but that doesn't matter at all. Smiling, I press the message into Maven's hand. Maven's request is all it takes to get us into the theatre. It's small but very grand, with a green domed roof crowned by a black swan. It's a place of entertainment, showing plays or concerts or even some archive films on special occasions. A play, as Maven tells me, is when people, actors, perform a story on a stage. Back home we didn't have time for bedtime fairy tales, let alone stages and actors and costumes. Before I know it, we're sitting on a closed balcony above the stage. The seats below us teem with people, many of them children, all of them silver. A few reds rove between the rows and aisles, serving drinks or taking tickets, but none sit down. This is not a luxury they can afford. Meanwhile we sit on velvet chairs with the best view, with the secretary and the sentinels standing just beyond our curtained door. When the theatre darkens, Maven throws an arm across my shoulders, pulling me so close I can feel his heartbeat. He smirks at the secretary, now peeking between the curtains. "Don't disturb us," he drawls, and he pulls my face to his. The door clicks behind us, locking shut, but neither of us pulls away. A minute or an hour passes, which I don't know, until voices and stage bring me back to reality. "Sorry," I mutter to Maven, standing up out of my chair in an effort to put some distance between us. There's no time for kissing now, no matter how much I might want to. He only smirks, watching me instead of the play. I do my best to look elsewhere, but something always draws my eyes back to him. What do we do now? He laughs to himself, eyes glinting mischievously. That's not what I meant. But I can't help but smirk with him. Cal cornered me earlier. Maven's lips purse, tightening at the thought. And it seems I've been saved. His resulting grin could light the world entire, and I'm seized by the need to kiss him again. I told you I would, he says, his voice oddly rough. When his hand reaches for mine, I take it without question. Before we can continue, the ceiling panel above us scrapes away. Maven jumps to his feet, more startled than I am, and peers into the black space above us. Not even a whisper filters down, but all the same, I know what to do. Training has made me stronger, and I pull myself up with ease, disappearing into the dark and cold. I can't see anything or anyone, but I'm not afraid. Excitement rules me now, and with a smile, I reach down a hand to help Maven. He scrambles up into the darkness and tries to get his bearings. Before our eyes adjust, the ceiling panel slides back into place, shutting out the light and the play and the people beyond. Be quick and quiet. I'll take you from here. It's not the voice I recognize but the smell, an overpowering mixture of tea, old spices, and a familiar blue candle. Will. My voice almost cracks. Will whistle. Slowly but surely, the darkness becomes easier to manage. His white beard, tangled as ever, comes into dim focus. There's no mistaking it now. No time for reunions, little Barrow, he says. We have work to do. How Will came to be here, travelling all the way from the stilts, I don't know, but his intimate knowledge of the theatre is even more peculiar. He leads us through the ceiling, down ladders and steps and little trapdoors, all with the play echoing overhead. It's not long before we're below ground, with brick supports and metal beams stretching high above us. You people sure like to be dramatic, Maven mutters, eyeing the gloom around us. It looks like a crypt, dark and damp, where every shadow holds a horror. Will barely laughs as he shoulders open a metal door. Just you wait. We tramp through the narrow passage, sloping downward even farther. The air smells faintly of sewage. To my surprise, the path ends in a small platform, lit by only a burning torch. It casts strange shadows on a crumbling wall set with broken tiles. There are black markings on them, letters, but not from any language I can read. Before I can ask about them, a great screeching sound shakes the walls around us. It comes from a round hole in the wall, rumbling up from even greater darkness. Maven grabs my hand, startled by the sound, and I'm just as frightened as him. Metal scrapes on metal, an ear-splitting noise. Bright lights stream out of the tunnel and I can feel something coming, something big and electric and powerful. A metal worm appears, coasting to a stop in front of us. The sides are raw metal, welded and bolted together, with slit-like windows. A door slides open on shrieking tracks, spilling a warm glow onto the platform. Farley smiles to us from a seat inside the door. She waves a hand, gesturing for us to join her. All aboard. The techies call it the undertrain, she says as we shakily take our seats. Remarkably fast, and it runs on the ancient tracks the Silvers never bothered to look for. Will shuts the door behind us, slamming us into what feels like nothing more than a long tin can. If I weren't so worried about the underthing crashing, I'd be impressed. Instead, I tighten my grip on the seat below me. Where did you build this? Maven wonders aloud, his eyes sweeping over the wretched cage. Greytown is controlled, the techies work for. We have techies and tech towns of our own, little Prince, Farley says, looking very proud of herself. What you Silvers know about the guard couldn't fill a teacup. The train lurches beneath us, almost tossing me from my seat, but no one else even bats an eye. It slides along until it reaches a speed that smacks my stomach into my spine. The others continue chattering, mostly Maven asking questions about the undertrain and the guard. I'm glad no one asks me to speak, because I'll certainly throw up or pass out if I do much more than sit still. But not Maven. Nothing gets by him. He glances out the window, gleaning something from the rock blurring past. We're heading south. Farley sits back in her seat, nodding. Yes. The south is radiated, he barks, staring down at her. She barely shrugs. Where are you taking us? I murmur, finally finding my voice. Maven doesn't waste any time, moving for the closed door. No one stops him because there's nowhere for him to go. No escape. You know what it does? Radiation. He sounds truly afraid. Farley begins to tick off the symptoms on her fingers, a maddening smile still on her face. Nausea, vomiting, headache, seizures, cancerous diseases, and, oh yes, death. A very unpleasant death. Suddenly I feel very sick. Why are you doing this? We're here to help you. Mayor, stop the train, you can stop the train. Maven drops in front of me, grabbing me by the shoulders. Stop the train. To my surprise, the tin can squeals around us, coming to a very sharp and sudden stop. Maven and I tumble to the floor in a tangle of limbs, hitting the hard metal deck with a painful thunk. Lights beam down at us from the open door, revealing another platform lit by torches. It's much larger and leads far back out of sight. Farley steps over the pair of us without so much as a glance and trots onto the platform. Aren't you coming? Don't move, Mayor. This place will kill us. Something whines in my ears, almost drowning out Farley's cold laugh. As I sit up, I can see she's waiting patiently for both of us. How do you know the south, the ruins, are still radiated? She asks with a mad smile. Maven trips over the words. We have machines, detectors, they tell us. Farley nods. And who built those machines? Techies, Maven croaks, reds. Finally, he understands what she's getting at. The detectors lie. Grinning, Farley nods and extends a hand, helping him off the floor. He keeps his eyes on her, still wary, but allows her to lead us out onto the platform and up an iron set of stairs. Sunlight streams in from above, and fresh air swirls down to mix with the murky vapors of the underground. Then we're blinking in the open air, staring up at low-lying fog. Walls rise all around, supporting a ceiling that no longer exists. Only pieces of it remain, little bits of aquamarine and gold. As my eyes adjust, I can see tall shadows in the sky, their tops disappearing into the haze. The streets, wide black rivers of asphalt, are cracked and sprouting grey weeds 100 years old. Trees and bushes grow over concrete, reclaiming little pockets and corners, but even more have been cleared away. Shattered glass crunches under my feet and clouds of dust drift in the wind, but somehow this place, the picture of neglect, doesn't feel abandoned. I know this place from the histories, from the books and old maps. Farley puts an arm around my shoulders, her smile wide and white. Welcome to the City of Ruins, to Nursi, she says, using the old name forgotten long ago. The ruined island contains special markers around the borders, to trick the radiation detectors the Silvers used to survey the old battlefields. This is how they protect it, the home of the Scarlet Guard. In Norta, at least. That's what Farley said, hinting at more bases across the country. And soon, it will be the sanctuary of every red refugee fleeing the king's new punishments. Every building we pass looks decrepit, coated in ash and weeds, but upon closer inspection, there's something much more. Footprints in the dust, a light in a window, the smell of cooking wafting up from a drain. People, reds, have a city of their own right here, hiding in plain sight. Electricity is scarce but smiles are not. The half-collapsed building Farley leads us to must have been some kind of cafe once, judging by the rust-eaten tables and ripped-up booth seats. The windows have long since disappeared, but the floor is clean. A woman sweeps dust out the door, into neat piles on the broken sidewalk. I would be daunted by such a task, knowing that there is so much left to sweep away, but she carries on with a smile, humming to herself. Farley nods at the cleaning woman, and she hurries away, leaving us in peace. To my delight, the booth closest to us holds a familiar face. Keylorn, safe and whole. He even has the audacity to wink. Long time no see. There's no time to get cute, Farley growls, taking a seat next to him. She gestures for us to follow and we do, sliding into the squeaky booth. I take it you saw the villagers on your cruise down the river. My smile quickly fades, as does Keylorn's. Yes. And the new laws? I know you've heard about them. Her eyes harden, like it's my fault I was forced to read the measures. This is what happens when you threaten a beast, Maven mutters, jumping to my defense. But now they know our name. Now they are hunting you, Maven snaps, bringing a fist down on the table. It shakes the thin layer of dust, sending floating clouds into the air. You waved a red flag in front of a bull but didn't do much more than poke at him. They are frightened though, I pipe in. They've learned to fear you. That has to count for something. It counts for nothing if you slink back into your hidden city and let them regroup. You're giving the king and the army time. My brother is already on your trail, and it won't be long until he tracks you down. Maven stares at his hands, strangely angry. Soon staying one step ahead won't be enough. It won't even be possible. Farley's eyes glimmer in the light as she surveys us both, thinking. Keylorn is content to draw circles in dust, seemingly unmoved. I fight the urge to kick him under the table to make him pay attention. I couldn't care less about my own safety, Prince Farley says. It's the people in the villages, the workers and the soldiers, who I care about. They are the ones being punished right now, and harshly. My thoughts fly to my family and the stilts, remembering the dull look in 1,000 eyes as we passed. What have you heard? Nothing good. Keylorn's head jerks up, though his fingers still swirl on the table. Double work shifts, Sunday hangings, mass graves. It's not pretty for the ones who can't keep up the pace. He's remembering our village, just like I am. Our people at the war front say it isn't much different up there either. The 15 and 16-year-olds are being put into their own legion. They won't survive for long. His fingers draw an X in the dust, angrily marking what he feels. I can stall that, maybe, Maven says, brainstorming out loud. If I convince the War Council to hold them back, put them through extra training. That's not enough. My voice is small but firm. The list seems to burn against my skin, begging to be let free. I turn to Farley. You have people all over, don't you? I don't miss the shadow of satisfaction cross her face. I do. Then give them these names. I pull Julian's book from my jacket, opening to the beginning of the list. And find them. Maven gently takes the book, his eyes scanning over it. There must be hundreds, he mutters, not looking away from the page. What is this? They are like me. Red and silver, and stronger than both. It's my turn to feel smug. Even Maven's jaw drops. Farley snaps her fingers, and he hands it over without a thought, still staring at the little book that holds such a powerful secret. It won't be long until the wrong person figures this out, though, I add. Farley, you must find them first. Keylorn glares at the names like they offer him some kind of insult. This could take months, years. Maven huffs. We don't have that kind of time. Exactly, Keylorn agrees. We need to act now. I shake my head. Revolutions cannot be rushed. But if you wait, if you find as many as you can, you could have an army. Suddenly, Maven slaps the table, causing us all to jump. But we do have one. I have many under my command here, but not that many, Farley argues, looking at Maven like he's gone mad. But he grins, alive with some hidden fire. If I can get an army, a legion in Arshan, what could you do? She just shrugs. Very little, actually. The other legions would crush them on the field. It hits me like a thunderbolt, and I finally realize what Maven is getting at. But they won't fight on the field, I breathe. He turns to me, smiling like a crazed loon. You're talking about a coup. Farley frowns. A coup. A coup d'etat. It's a history thing, a before thing, I explain, trying to wave off their confusion. It's when a small group quickly overthrows a large government. Sound familiar? Farley and Keylorn exchange glances, eyes narrowed. Go on, she says. You know the way Arshan's built, with the bridge, the west side, and the east side. My fingers race along with my words, drawing a rough map of the city in the dust. Now, the west side has the palace, command, the treasury, the courts, the entire government. And if somehow we can get in there, cut it off, get to the king, and make him agree to our terms, it's all over. You said it yourself, Maven, you can run the whole country from Caesar's Square. All we have to do is take it. Under the table, Maven pats me on the knee. He's buzzing with pride. Farley's usual suspicious look is gone, replaced by real hope. She runs a hand over her lips, mouthing words to herself as she eyes the dust-drawn plan. This might just be me, Keylorn begins, falling back to his usual snide tone, but I'm not exactly sure how you plan to get enough reds in there to fight silvers. You need 10 of us to bring down one of them. Not to mention there's the 5,000 silver soldiers loyal to your brother. He glances at Maven, all trained to kill, all trying to hunt us down as we speak. I deflate, falling back against the seat. That could be difficult. Impossible. Maven brushes a hand over my dust map, wiping away West Arshan with a few strokes of his fingers. Legions are loyal to their generals. And I happen to know a girl who knows a general very well. When his eyes meet mine, all his fire is gone, replaced now by bitter cold. He smiles tightly. You're talking about Cal. The soldier. The general. The prince. His father's son. Again I think of Julian, of the uncle Cal would kill for his twisted version of justice. Cal would never betray his country, not for anything. When Maven answers, it's matter of fact. We give him a hard choice. I can feel Keylorn's eyes on my face, weighing my reaction, and it's almost too much pressure to bear. Cal will never turn his back on his crown, on your father. I know my brother. If it comes down to it, to saving your life or saving his crown, we both know what he will choose. Maven fires back. He would never choose me. My skin burns under Maven's gaze, with the memory of one stolen kiss. It was him who saved me from Evangeline. Cal who saved me from escaping and bringing more pain upon myself. Cal who saved me from conscription. I've been too busy trying to save others to notice how much Cal saves me. How much he loves me. Suddenly it's very hard to breathe. Maven shakes his head. He will always choose you. Farley scoffs. You want me to pin my entire operation, the entire revolution, on some teenaged love story? I can't believe this. Across the table, a strange look crosses Keylorn's face. When Farley turns to him, looking for some kind of support, she finds none. I can hear whispers, his eyes never leaving my face. 25 As Maven and I are driven across the bridge, heading back to the palace after our long day of handshakes and secret plans, I wish the dawn would begin tonight instead of tomorrow morning. I'm intensely aware of the rumble around us while we pass through the city. Everything pulses with energy, from the transports on the streets to the lights woven into steel and concrete. It reminds me of the moment in Grand Garden long ago, when I watched the nymphs play in a fountain or the greenies attend their flowers. In that instant, I found their world beautiful. I understand now why they want to keep it, to maintain their rule over all the rest, but that doesn't mean I'll let them. There's usually a feast to celebrate the king's return to his city, but in light of recent events, Caesar's Square is much quieter than it should be. Maven pretends to lament the lack of spectacle, if only to fill the silence. The banquet hall is twice the size of the one at the hall, he says as we enter the great gates. I can see part of Cal's legion drilling at the barracks, 1,000 of them marching in time. Their steps beat like a drum. We used to dance until dawn, at least, Cal did. Girls didn't ask me to dance much, not unless Cal made them. I would ask you to dance, I murmur back to him, my eyes still on the barracks. Will they be ours tomorrow? Maven doesn't answer, shifting in his seat as we coast to a stop. He will always choose you. I feel nothing for Cal, I whisper in his ear as we clamber out of the transport. He smiles, his hand closing around mine, and I tell myself it's not a lie. When the doors to the palace open to us, a wretched scream twists through the long marbled passages. Maven and I exchange glances, startled. Our guards bristle, hands straying to their guns, but they aren't enough to stop me from bolting. Maven keeps up as best he can, trying to match my pace. The scream sounds again, accompanied by a dozen marching feet and the familiar clank of armor. I break into a dead sprint, Maven right behind me. We burst into a round chamber, a council hall of polished marble and dark wood. There's already a crowd and I almost collide with Lord Samos himself, but my feet stop me just in time. Maven slams into my back, nearly knocking us over. Samos sneers at both of us, his black eyes cold and hard. My lady, Prince Maven, he says, barely inclining his head to either of us. Have you come to see the show? The show. There are other lords and ladies around us, along with the king and queen, all staring straight ahead. I push through them, not knowing what I'll find on the other side, but I know it won't be good. Maven follows, his hand never leaving my elbow. When we reach the front of the crowd, I'm glad for his warm hand, a comfort to keep me quiet, and to pull me back. No less than 16 soldiers stand in the center of the chamber, their booted feet tracking dirt over the great crown seal. Their armor is the same, scaled black metal, except for one with a reddish glint. Cal. Evangeline stands with him, her hair pulled back into a braid. She breathes heavily, winded, but looks proud of herself. And where there's Evangeline, her brother cannot be far behind. Ptolemus appears from the back of the pack, dragging a screaming body by her hair. Cal turns away and meets my eyes the moment I recognize her. I can see regret there, but he does nothing to save her. Ptolemus tosses Walsh to the polished floor, her face smashing against the rock. She barely spares a glance at me before turning her pained eyes on the king. I remember the playful, smiling servant who first introduced me to this world. That person is gone. The rats crawl in the old tunnels, Ptolemus snarls, turning her over with his foot. She scrambles away from his touch, surprisingly quick for her many injuries. We found this one trailing us near the river holes. Trailing them? How could she be so stupid? But Walsh isn't stupid. No, this was an order, I realize with growing horror. She was watching the train tunnels, making sure the way was clear for us to get back from Nersi. And while we made it through safely, she did not. Maven's grip on my arm tightens, pulling me into him until his chest lies flush to my back. He knows I want to run to her, to save her, to help her. And I know we can't do anything at all. We went as far as the radiation detectors would allow, Cal adds, trying his best to ignore Walsh coughing up blood. The tunnel system is huge, much larger than we originally thought. There must be dozens of miles in the area, and the Scarlet Guard know them better than any of us. King Tiberius scowls beneath his beard. He gestures at Walsh, waving her forward. Cal seizes her by the arm, pulling her toward the king. 1,000 different tortures fill my head, each one worse than the last. Fire, metal, water, even my own lightning, could be used to make her talk. I will not make the same mistake again, the king growls into her face. Illyria, make her sing. Right now. With pleasure, the queen replies, freeing her hands from her trailing sleeves. This is worse. Walsh will talk, she'll implicate us all, she'll ruin us. And then they'll kill her slowly. They'll kill us all slowly. An Igri in the crowd of soldiers, an eye with the ability of foresight, suddenly jumps forward. Stop her. Hold her arms. But Walsh is faster than his vision. For Tristan, she says, before slamming a hand to her mouth. She bites down on something and swallows, knocking her head back. A healer. Cal snaps, grabbing her throat, trying to stop her. But her mouth foams white and her limbs twitch, she is choking. A healer, now. She seizes violently, twisting out of his grip with the last of her strength. When she hits the floor, her eyes are wide open, staring but not seeing. Dead. For Tristan. I can't even mourn her. A suicide pill. Cal's voice is gentle, like he's explaining this to a child. But I suppose I am a child when it comes to war and death. We give them to officers on the line, and our spies. If they are captured, they won't talk, I spit back at him. Careful, I warn myself. As much as his presence makes my skin crawl, I have to endure it. After all, I let him find me here on the balcony. I must give him hope. I must let him think he has a chance with me. That part was Maven's idea, as much as it hurt him to say so. As for me, it's hard to walk a narrow line between a lie and the truth, especially with Cal. I hate him, I know that, but something in his eyes and his voice reminds me that my feelings aren't so simple. He keeps his distance, standing an arm's length away. It's a better death than she would get from us. Would she be frozen? Or maybe burned for a change of pace? No. He shakes his head. She would go to the bowl of bones. He raises his eyes from the barracks, looking across the river. On the far side, nestled among the high-rises, is a massive oval arena with spikes around the rim in a violent crown. The bowl of bones. She'd be executed in a broadcast, as a message to all the rest. I thought you didn't do that anymore. I haven't seen one in over a decade. I barely remember those broadcasts from when I was a little girl, years ago. Exceptions can be made. The arena fights haven't stopped the guard from taking hold, maybe something else will. You knew her, I whisper, trying to find just one shred of regret in him. You sent her to me after we first met. He crosses his arms, like that can somehow protect him from the memory. I knew she came from your village. I thought that might help you adjust a little. I still don't know why you cared. You didn't even know I was different. A moment passes in silence, broken only by the bark of lieutenants far below, still drilling even as the sun sets. You were different to me, he finally murmurs. I wonder what could have been, if all this I gesture to the palace and the square beyond, wasn't between us. Let him chew on that. He puts a hand on my arm, his fingers hot through the fabric of my sleeve. But that can never be, Cal. I force as much longing as I can into my eyes, relying on the memory of my family, Maven, Caerleon, all the things we're trying to do. Maybe Cal will mistake my feelings. Give him hope where none should be. It's the cruelest thing I can do, but for the cause, for my friends, for my life, I will. Mayor, he breathes, dipping his head toward me. I turn away, leaving him on the balcony to think on my words and, hopefully, drown in them. I wish things were different, he whispers, but I can still hear him. The words take me back to my home and my father when he said the same thing so long ago. To think that Cal and my father, a broken red man, can share the same thoughts makes me pause. I can't help looking back, watching the sun dip behind his silhouette. He stares down at the training army before looking back to me, torn between his duty and whatever he feels for the little lightning girl. Julian says you're like her, he says quietly, eyes thoughtful. Like she used to be. Corianne. His mother. The thought of the dead queen, a person I never knew, somehow makes me sad. She was taken too soon from those she loved, and she left a hole there trying to make me fill. And as much as I hate to admit it, I can't blame Cal for feeling caught between two worlds. After all, so am I. Before the ball I was anxious, a bundle of nerves dreading the night to come. Now I can't wait for dawn. If we win in the morning, the sun will set on a new world. The king will throw down his crown, passing his power to me, Maven, and Farley. The shift will be bloodless, a peaceful transition from one government to the next. If we fail, the bowl of bones is all I can hope for. But we will not fail. Cal will not let me die, and neither will Maven. They are my shields. When I lie down in my bed, I find myself staring at Julian's map. It's an old thing, practically useless, but still comforting. It's proof the world can change. With that thought in my head, I drift into a restless, light sleep. My brother visits me in my dreams. He stands by the window, looking at the city with a strange sorrow, before turning back to me. There are others, he says. You must find them. I murmur back to him, my voice heavy with sleep. Then it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I have no more time for dreams. The cameras fall like trees before the axe, each little eye clicking off as I walk to Maven's room. I jump at every shadow, expecting an officer or a sentinel to step out into the hall, but no one does. They protect Cal and the king, not me, not the second prince. We don't matter. But we will. Maven opens his door a second after I jiggle the handle, his face pale in the darkness. There are circles beneath his eyes, like he hasn't slept at all, but he looks sharp as ever. I expect him to take my arm, to envelop me in his warmth, but there's nothing but cold dripping off him. He's afraid, I realize. We're outside in a few agonizing minutes, walking in the shadows behind War Command to wait at our place between the structure and the outer wall. Our spot is perfect, we're able to see the square and the bridge, with most of War Command's gilded roof blocking us from the patrols. I don't need a clock to know we're right on time. Above us, the night fades, giving way to dark blue. The dawn is coming. At this hour, the city is quieter than I ever thought possible. Even the patrol guards are drowsy, slowly moving from post to post. Excitement trills through me, making my legs shake. Somehow, Maven keeps still, barely even blinking. He stares through the diamond glass wall, always watching the bridge. His focus is staggering. They are late, he whispers, never moving. I'm not. If I didn't know any better, I'd think Farley was a shadow, able to shift in and out of visibility. She seems to melt out of the semi-darkness, pulling herself up from a drain. I offer her my hand, but she pushes herself to her feet alone. Where are the others? Waiting. She gestures to the ground below. If I squint, I can just see them, crowded into the drain system, about to retake the surface. I want to climb into the tunnel with them, to stand with Keylorn and my kind, but my place is here, next to Maven. Are they armed? Maven's lips barely move. Are they ready to fight? Farley nods. Always. But I'm not calling them out until you're sure the square is ours. I don't put much faith in Lady Barrow's ability to charm. Neither do I, but I can't say that out loud. He will always choose you. I've never wanted anything to be right and yet wrong at the same time. Keylorn wanted you to have this, she adds, holding out her hand. In it is a tiny green stone, the color of his eyes. An earring? He said you'd know what it means. I choke on my words, feeling a great surge of emotion. Nodding, I take the earring from her and raise it to the others. Bree, Trammy, Shade, I know each stone and what they mean. Keylorn is a warrior now. And he wants me to remember him as he was. Laughing, teasing me, sniffing around like a lost puppy. I will never forget that. The sharp metal stings, drawing blood. When I pull my hand back from my ear, I can see the crimson stain on my fingers. This is who you are. I look back to the tunnel, hoping to see his green eyes, but the darkness seems to swallow the tunnel whole, hiding him and all the others. Are you ready for this? Farley breathes, looking between us both. Maven answers for me, his voice firm. We are. But Farley isn't satisfied. Mare. I'm ready. The revolutionary takes a calming breath before tapping her foot against the side of the drain. Once, twice, 3 times. Together, we turn to the bridge, waiting for the world to change. There's no traffic at this hour, not even the whisper of a transport. The shops are closed, the plaza's empty. With any luck, the only thing lost tonight will be concrete and steel. The last section of the bridge, the one connecting West Arshan to the rest of the city, seems serene. And then it explodes in bright plumes of orange and red, a sun to split the silver darkness. Heat surges, but not from the bombs, it's Maven. The explosion sparks something in him, lighting his flame. The sound rumbles, almost knocking me off my feet, and the river below churns as the end section of the bridge collapses. It groans and shudders like a dying beast, crumbling in on itself as it detaches from the bank and the rest of the structure. Concrete pillars and steel wire crack and snap, splashing into the water or against the bank. A cloud of dust and smoke rises, cutting off the rest of Arshan from view. Before the bridge even hits the water, alarms sound over the square dot above us, patrols run along the wall, eager to get a good look at the destruction. They shout to one another, not knowing what to make of this. Most can only stare. In the barracks, lights switch on and soldiers stir, all 5,000 of them jumping out of bed. Cal-S soldiers. Cal-S Legion. And with any luck, ours. I can't tear my eyes away from the flame and smoke, but Maven does it for me. There he is, he hisses, pointing to some dark shapes running from the palace. He has his own guards, but Cal outstrips them all, sprinting for the barracks. He's still in his night clothes, but he's never looked so fearsome. As soldiers and officers spill out into the square, he barks orders, somehow making himself heard over the growing crowd. Guns on the gates. Put nymphs on the other side, we don't want the fire spreading. His men carry out the orders with speed, jumping at his every word. Legions obey their generals. Behind us, Farley presses herself back against the wall, inching closer to her drain. She'll turn and run at the first sign of trouble, disappearing to fight another day. That won't happen. This will work. Maven moves to go first, to wave down his brother, but I push him back. I have to do it, I whisper, feeling a strange sort of calm come over me. He will always choose you. I'm past the point of no return when I step into the square, into full view of the Legion and the patrols and Cal. Spotlights blaze to life on the tops of the walls, some pointed at the bridge, others down on us. One seems to go right through me, and I have to raise a hand to shield my eyes. Cal! I scream over the deafening sound of 5,000 soldiers. Somehow, he hears me, his head snapping in my direction. We lock eyes through the mass of soldiers falling into their practiced lines and regiments. When he moves toward me, pushing through the sea, I think I might faint. Suddenly all I can hear is my heartbeat pounding in my ears, drowning out the alarms and the screams. I am afraid. So very afraid. This is just Cal, I tell myself. The boy who loves music and cycles. Not the soldier, not the general, not the prince. The boy. He will always choose you. Go back inside, now. He towers over me, using the stern, regal voice that could make a mountain bow. Mare, it's not safe. With strength I never knew I had, I grab onto the collar of his shirt and somehow it keeps him still. What if that was the cost? I toss a glance back to the broken bridge, now shrouded in smoke and ash. Nothing but a few tons of concrete. What if I told you that right here, right now, you could fix everything? You could save us. By the flicker in his eyes, I can see I have his attention. Don't, he protests weakly, one hand grabbing mine. There's fear in his eyes, more fear than I've ever seen. You said you believed in us once, in freedom. In equality. You can make that real, with one word. There won't be a war. No one will die. He seems frozen by my words, not daring to breathe. I can't tell what he's thinking, but I press on. I must make him understand. You hold the power right now. This army is yours, this whole place is yours to take and to free. March into the palace, make your father kneel, and do what you know is right. Please, Cal. I can feel him beneath my hands, his breath coming in quick pants, and nothing has ever felt so real or so important. I know what he's thinking about, his kingdom, his duty, his father. And me, the little lightning girl, asking him to throw it all away. Something deep down tells me he will. Shaking, I press a kiss to his lips. He will choose me. His skin feels cold under mine, like a corpse. Choose me, I breathe against him. Choose a new world. Make a better world. The soldiers will obey you. Your father will obey you. My heart clenches, and every muscle tightens, waiting for his answer. The spotlight on us flickers under my strength, switching on and off with every heartbeat. It was my blood in the cells. I helped the guard escape. And soon everyone will know, and they will kill me. Don't let them. Save me. The words stir him, and his grip on my wrist tightens. It was always you. He will always choose you. Greet the new dawn, Cal. With me. With us. His eyes shift to Maven, now walking toward us. The brothers lock eyes, speaking in a way I don't understand. He will choose us. It was always you, he says again, ragged and ruined this time. His voice carries the pain of 1,000 deaths, 1,000 betrayals. Anyone can betray anyone, I remember. The escape, the shooting, the power outages. It all started with you. I try to explain, still pulling back. But he has no intention of letting me go. How many people have you killed with your dawn? How many children, how many innocents? His hand grows hot, hot enough to burn. How many people have you betrayed? My knees buckle, dropping out from under me, but Cal doesn't let go. Dimly, I hear Maven yelling somewhere, the prince charging in to save his princess. But I'm not a princess. I'm not the girl who gets saved. As the fire rises in Cal, flaming behind his eyes, the lightning streaks through me, fed by anger. It shocks between us, throwing me back from Cal. My mind buzzes, clouded by sorrow and anger and electricity. Behind me, Maven yells. I turn just in time to see him shouting back at Farley, gesturing wildly with his hands. Run! Run! Cal jumps to his feet faster than me, shouting something to his soldiers. His eyes follow Maven's call, connecting the dots as only a general can. The drains, he roars, still staring at me. They are in the drains. Farley's shadow disappears, trying to escape while gunfire follows her. Soldiers dart over the square, ripping away grates and drains and pipes, exposing the system beneath. They pour into the tunnels like a terrible flood. I want to cover my ears, to block out the screams and bullets and blood. Keylorn. His name flutters weakly in my thoughts, no more than a whisper. I can't think about him long. Cal still stands over me, his whole body shaking. But he doesn't frighten me. I don't think anything can scare me now. The worst has happened already. We have lost. How many? I scream back at him, finding the strength to face him. How many starved? How many murdered? How many children taken away to die? How many, my prince? I thought I knew hate before today. I was wrong. About myself, about Cal, about everything. The pain makes my head spin, but somehow I keep my feet, somehow I keep myself from falling. He will never choose me. My brother, Keylorn's father, Tristan Walsh. What feels like 100 names explode from me, rattling off all the lost ones. They mean nothing to Cal but everything to me. And I know there are thousands, millions more. A million forgotten wrongs. Cal doesn't answer, and I expect to see the rage I feel reflected in his eyes. Instead, I see nothing but sadness. He whispers again, and the words make me want to fall down and never get up again. I wish things were different. I expect the sparks, I expect lightning, but it never comes. When I feel cold hands on my neck and metal shackles on my wrists, I know why. Instructor Oven, the silence, the one who can make us human, stands behind me, pushing down all my strength until I'm nothing but a weeping girl again. He's taken it all away, all the strength and all the power I thought I had. I have lost. When my knees give out this time, there's no one to hold me up. Dimly, I hear Maven cry out before he too is pushed to the ground. Brother, he roars, trying to make Cal see what he's doing. They'll kill her. They'll kill me. But Cal is no longer listening to us. He speaks to one of his captains, and I don't bother to listen to the words. I couldn't even if I wanted to. The ground beneath me seems to shake with every round of gunfire deep below. How much blood will stain the tunnels tonight? My head is too heavy, my body too weak, and I let myself slump against the tiled ground. It feels cold under my cheek, soothing and smooth. Maven pitches forward, his head landing next to me. I remember a moment like this. Jace's scream and the shattering of bones echo faintly, a ghost inside my head. Take them inside, to the king. He will judge them both. I don't recognize Cal's voice anymore. I've turned him into a monster. I forced his hand. I made him choose. I was eager, I was stupid. I let myself hope. I am a fool. The sun begins to rise behind Cal's head, framing him against the dawn. It's too bright, too sharp, and too soon. I have to shut my eyes. 26 I can barely keep up the pace, but the soldier at my back, holding my shackled arms, keeps shoving. Another does the same to Maven, forcing him along with me. Oven follows us, making sure we can't escape. His presence is a dark weight, dulling my senses. I can still see the passage around us, empty and far from the prying eyes of the court, but I don't have the strength to care. Cal leads the pack, his shoulders tense and tight as he fights the urge to look back. The sound of gunfire and screams and blood in the tunnels rumbles in my mind. They are dead. We are dead. It is over. I expect us to descend, to march down to the darkest cell in the world. Instead, Cal leads us up, to a room with no windows and no sentinels. Our footfalls don't even echo as we enter, soundproof. No one can hear us. And that frightens me more than the guns or the fire or the pure rage rippling off the king. He stands in the center of the room, dressed in his own gilded armor with the crown on his head. His ceremonial sword hangs at his side again, along with a pistol he's probably never used. All part of the pageant. At least he looks the part. The Queen is here as well, waiting for us in nothing but a thin white gown. The moment we enter, her eyes meet mine and she forces her way into my thoughts like a knife through flesh. I yelp, trying to clutch my head, but the shackles hold firm. It all flashes before my eyes again, from the beginning to the end. Will's wagon. The guard. Keylorn. The riots, the meetings, the secret messages. Maven's face swirls in the memories, making him stand out against the fray, but Alera pushes him away. She doesn't want to see what I remember about him. My brain screams at the onslaught, jumping from thought to thought until my whole life, every kiss and every secret, is laid bare before her. When she stops, I feel dead. I want to be dead. At least I won't have long to wait. Leave us, Alera says, her voice cutting and sharp. The soldiers wait, looking to Cal. When he nods, they take their leave, departing in a din of clicking boots. But Oven stays behind, his influence still pressing down on me. When the march of boots fades away, the king allows himself to exhale. Son. He looks at Cal, and I can see the slightest quiver in his fingers. But what he could possibly fear, I do not know. I want to hear this from you. They've been part of this for a long time, Cal mutters, barely able to say the words. Since she came here. Both. Tiberius turns away from Cal, to his forgotten son. He looks almost sad, his face pulling into a pained frown. His eyes waver, reluctant to hold his gaze, but Maven stares right back. He will not flinch. You knew about this, my boy. Maven nods. I helped plan it. Tiberius stumbles, like his words are a physical blow. And the shooting? I chose the targets. Cal squeezes his eyes shut, like he can block this all out. Maven's eyes slide past his father, to Alera, who stands close by. They hold each other's gaze, and for a moment, I think she's looking into his thoughts. With a jolt, I realize she won't. She can't let herself look. You told me to find a cause, father. And I did. Are you proud of me? But Tiberius rounds on me instead, snarling like a bear. You did this. You poisoned him, you poisoned my boy. When tears spring to his eyes, I know the king's heart, no matter how small or cold, has been broken. He loves Maven, in his own way. But it's too late for that. You've taken my son from me. You have done that yourself, I say through gritted teeth. Maven has his own heart, and he believes in a different world as much as I do. If anything, your son changed me. I don't believe you. You have tricked him somehow. She does not lie. Hearing Alera agree with me rips my breath away. Our son has always thirsted for change. Her eyes linger on her son. She sounds afraid. He is just a boy, Tiberius. Save him, I scream out in my head. She must hear me. She must. Next to me, Maven sucks in a breath, waiting for what could be our doom. Tiberius looks at his feet, knowing the laws better than anyone else, but Cal is strong enough to meet his brother's gaze. I can see him remembering their life together. Flame and shadow. One cannot exist without the other. After a long moment of hot, stifling silence, the king puts a hand on Cal's shoulder. His head shakes back and forth, and tears track down his cheeks into his beard. A boy or not, Maven has killed. Together with this snake, he points a shaking finger at me, he has committed grave crimes against his own. Against me, and against you. Against our throne. Father Cal moves quickly, putting himself between the king and us. He is your son. There must be another way. Tiberius stills, putting aside the father to become king again. He wipes away his tears with a brush of the hand. When you wear my crown, you will understand. The queen's eyes narrow into blue slits. Her eyes, they are the same as Maven's. Fortunately, that will never happen, she says plainly. What? Tiberius turns to her but stops halfway, his body frozen in place. I've seen this before. In the arena, long ago, when the whisper beat the strong arm. Ilera even did it to me, turning me into a puppet. Again, she holds the strings. Ilera, what are you doing? He hisses through gritted teeth. She replies with words I cannot hear, speaking into the king's head. He doesn't like her answer at all. No, he yells as she forces him to his knees with her whispers. Cal bristles, his fists exploding into flame, but Ilera holds a hand out, stopping him in his tracks. She has them both. Tiberius struggles, his teeth clenched, but can't move an inch. He can barely even speak. Ilera. Oven. But my old instructor doesn't move. Instead, he stands quietly, content to watch. It seems his loyalties lie not with the king but with the queen. Saving us. For her son's life, she is going to save us. We bet on Cal loving me enough to change the world, we should have looked to the queen instead. I want to laugh, to smile, but something in Cal's face keeps my relief at bay. Julian warned me, Cal growls, still trying to break her hold. Thought he was lying about you, about my mother, about what you did to her. On his knees, the king howls. It is a wretched sound, one I never want to hear again. Corian, he moans, staring at the floor. Julian knew. Saren knew. You punished her for the truth. Sweat beads on Ilera's forehead. She cannot hold the king and the prince for much longer. Ilera, you have to get Maven out of here, I tell her. Don't worry about me, just keep him safe. Oh, don't you fret, little lightning girl, she sneers. I don't think about you at all. Though your loyalty to my son is quite inspiring. Isn't it, Maven? She tosses a glance over her shoulder to her son, still shackled. In response, his arms snap out, pulling apart the metal shackles with shocking ease. They melt off his wrists in globs of hot iron, burning holes in the floor. When he rises to his feet, I expect him to defend me, to save me like I'm trying to save him. Then I realize Oven still has hold of me, and the familiar feel of sparks, of electricity, has not returned. He's still holding me back, even though he let Maven go. When Cal's eyes meet mine, I know he understands much better than I do. Anyone can betray anyone, echoes louder and louder, until it howls in my ears like the winds of a hurricane. Maven. I have to look up to see his face, and for a second, I don't recognize him. He's still the same boy, the one who comforted me, kissed me, kept me strong. My friend. More than my friend. But something is wrong in him. Something has changed. Maven, Help me up. He rolls his shoulders, cracking the bones to chase away an ache. His motions are sluggish and strange, and when he settles back on his feet, hands on his hips, I feel like I'm seeing him for the first time. His eyes are so cold. No, I don't think so. What? I hear my voice like it's coming from someone else. I sound like a little girl. I am just a little girl. Maven doesn't answer but holds my gaze. The boy I know is still there, hiding, flickering behind his eyes. If I can just reach him, but Maven moves faster than me, pushing me away when I reach out. Captain Dios. Cal roars, still able to speak. Illyria has not taken that from him yet. But no one comes running. No one can hear us. Captain Dios, he yells again, pleading with no one. Evangeline. Ptolemus, someone, help. Illyria is content to let him shout, enjoying the sound, but Maven flinches. Do we have to listen to this? He asks. No, I suppose we don't, she sighs, tipping her head. Cal's body moves with her thoughts, shifting to face his father. Cal panics, his eyes growing wide. What are you doing? Beneath him, the king's face darkens. Isn't it obvious? I don't understand at all. I don't belong here. Julian was right. This is a game I don't understand, a game I don't know how to play. I wish Julian were here now, to explain, to help, to save me. But no one is coming. Maven, please, I plead, trying to make him look at me. But he turns his back, focusing on his mother and his betrayed blood. He is his mother's son. She didn't care that he was in my memories. She didn't care that he was part of all this. She didn't even look surprised. The answer is frighteningly simple. Because she already knew. Because he is her son. Because this was her plan all along. The thought stings like knives running along skin, but the pain only makes it more real. You used me. Finally, Maven condescends to look back at me. Catching on, you chose the targets. The colonel, Reynold, Bellicus, even Ptolemus, they weren't the guard's enemies, they were yours. I want to tear him apart, lightning or not. I want to make him hurt. I am finally learning my lesson. Anyone can betray anyone. And this was just another plot. You pushed me into this, even though it was impossible, even though you knew Cal would never betray his father. You made me believe it. You made all of us believe it. It's not my fault you were stupid enough to play along, he replies. Now the guard is finished. It feels like a kick in the teeth. They were your friends. They trusted you. They were a threat to my kingdom, and they were stupid, he fires back. He stoops, bending over me with his twisted smile. Were. Illyria laughs at his cruel joke. It was easy to slip you into their midst. One sentimental servant was all it took. How such fools became a danger, I'll never know. You made me believe, I whisper again, remembering every lie he ever told me. I thought you wanted to help us. It comes out a whimper. For a split second, his pale features soften. But it doesn't last. Foolish girl, Illyria says. Your idiocy was almost our ruin. Using your own guard in the escape, causing all the outages, do you really think I was so stupid as to miss your tracks? Numb, I shake my head. You let me do it. You knew about it all. Of course I knew. How else do you think you came so far? I had to cover your tracks, I had to protect you from anyone with enough sense to see the signs, she snarls, growling like a beast. You do not know the lengths I went to keep you from harm. She flushes with pleasure, enjoying every second of this. But you are red, and like all the others, you were doomed to fail. It breaks against me, memories falling into place. I should have known, deep down, not to trust Maven. He was too perfect, too brave, too kind. He turned his back on his own to join the guard. He pushed me at Cal. He gave me exactly what I wanted, and it made me blind. Wanting to scream, wanting to weep, I let my eyes trail to Ilera. You told him exactly what to say, I whisper. She doesn't have to nod, but I know I'm right. You know who I am in here, and you knew my head aches, remembering how she played inside my mind, you knew exactly how to win me over. Nothing hurts more deeply than the hollow look on Maven's face. Was anything true? When he shakes his head, I know that is also a lie. Even Thomas. The boy at the war front, the boy who died fighting someone else's war. His name was Thomas and I saw him die. The name punches through his mask, cracking the facade of cool indifference, but isn't enough. He shrugs off the name and the pain it causes him. Another dead boy. He makes no difference. He makes all the difference, I whisper to myself. I think it's time to say your goodbyes, Maven. Ilera cuts in, putting a white hand on her son's shoulder. I've struck too close to his weak spot, and she won't let me push further. I have none, he whispers, turning back to his father. His blue eyes waver, looking at the crown, the sword, the armor, anywhere but his father's face. You never looked at me. You never saw me. Not when you had him. He jerks his head toward Cal. You know that's not true, Maven. You are my son. Nothing will change that. Not even her, Tiberius says, casting a glance at Ilera. Not even what she's about to do. Dearest, I'm not doing anything, she chirps back. But your beloved boy, she slaps Cal across the face, the perfect heir, she slaps him again, harder this time, Corian's son. Another slap draws blood, splitting his lip. I cannot speak for him. Thick silver blood drips down Cal's chin. Maven's eyes linger on the blood, and the slightest frown pulls at his features. We had a son too, Ilera whispers, her voice ragged with rage as she turns back to the king. No matter how you felt about me, you were supposed to love him. I did, he shouts, straining against her mental hold. I do. I know what it's like to be cast aside, to stand in another's shadow. But this kind of anger, this murderous, destructive, terrible scene is beyond my comprehension. Maven loves his father, his brother. How can he let her do this? How can he want this? But he stands still, watching, and I can't find the words to make him move. Nothing prepares me for what comes next, for what Ilera forces her puppets to do. Cal's hand shakes, reaching forward, pushed along by her will. He tries to resist, struggling with every ounce of strength he has, but it's no use. This is a battle he does not know how to fight. When his hand closes around the gilded sword, pulling it from the sheath at his father's waist, the last piece of the puzzle slips into place. Tears course down his face, steaming against burning hot skin. It's not you, Tiberius says, his eyes on Cal's wretched face. He doesn't bother pleading for his life. I know it's not you, son. This is not your fault. No one deserves this. No one. In my head, I reach for the lightning, and it comes. I blast away Ilera and Maven, saving the prince and the king. But even that fantasy is tainted. Farley is dead. Keylorn is dead. The revolution is over. Even in my imaginings, I cannot fix that. The sword rises in the air, shaking in Cal's trembling fingers. The blade is ceremonial at best, but the edge gleams, sharp as a razor. The steel reddens, warming under Cal's fiery touch, and bits of the gilded hilt melt between his fingers. Gold and silver and iron, dripping from his hands like tears. Maven watches the blade closely, carefully, because he is too afraid to watch his father in his last moments. I thought you were brave. I was so wrong. Please is all Cal can say, forcing the words out. Please. There is no regret in Alera's eyes and no remorse. This moment has been coming for a long time. When the sword flashes, arcing through air and flesh and bone, she doesn't blink. The king's corpse lands with a thud, his head rolling to a stop a few feet away. Silver blood splashes across the floor in a mirrored puddle, lapping at Cal's toes. He drops the melting sword, letting it clang against stone, before falling to his knees, his head in his hands. The crown clatters across the floor, circling through the blood, until it stops to rest at Maven's feet, sharp points bright with liquid silver. When Alera screams, wailing and thrashing over the king's body, I almost laugh aloud at the absurdity of it all. Has she changed her mind? Has she lost it entirely? Then I hear the click of cameras switching on, coming back to life. They poke out of the walls, pointing straight down at the king's body and what looks like a queen mourning her fallen husband. Maven yells at her side, one hand on his mother's shoulder. You killed him. You killed the king. You killed our father, he screams in Cal's face. Only a hint of a smirk remains, and somehow Cal resists the urge to rip his brother's head off. He's in shock, not understanding, not wanting to understand. But for once, I certainly do. The truth doesn't matter. It only matters what the people believe. Julian tried to teach me that lesson before, and now I understand it. They will believe this little scene, this pretty play of actors and lies. And no army, no country will follow a man who murdered his father for the crown. Run, Cal! I scream, trying to snap him back to life. You have to. Oven has let me go, and the electric pulse returns, surging through my veins like fire through ice. It's nothing at all to shock the metal, burning it with sparks until the shackles fall off my wrists. I know this feeling. I know the instinct rising in me now. Run! 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 I grab Cal's shoulders, trying to pull him up, but the big oaf doesn't budge. I give him a little shock, just enough to catch his attention, before screaming again. Run! It's enough, and he struggles to his feet, almost slipping in the pool of blood. I expect Alera to fight me, to make me kill myself or Cal, but she continues screaming, acting for the cameras. Maven stands over her, arms ablaze, ready to protect his mother. He doesn't even try to stop us. There's nowhere for you to go, he shouts, but I'm already running, dragging Cal along behind me. You are murderers, traitors, and you will face justice. His voice, a voice I used to know so well, seems to chase us through the doors and down the hall. The voices in my head scream with him. Stupid girl! Foolish girl! Look what your hope has done! And then it's Cal dragging me along, forcing me to keep up. Hot tears of anger and rage and sorrow drown my eyes, until I can't see anything but my hand in his. Where he leads, I don't know. I can only follow. Feet pound behind us, the familiar sound of boots. Officers, sentinels, soldiers, they are all chasing, coming for us. The floor beneath us steadily changes from the polished wood of back hallways to swirling marble, the banquet hall. Long tables set with fine china block the way, but Cal throws them aside with a blast of fire. The smoke triggers an alarm system, and water rains down on us, fighting the blaze. It turns to steam on Cal's skin, shrouding him in a raging white cloud. He looks like a ghost, haunted by a life suddenly torn away, and I don't know how to comfort him. The world slows for me as the far end of the banquet hall darkens with grey uniforms and black guns. There's nowhere for me to run anymore. I must fight. Lightning blazes in my skin, begging to be loosed. No. Cal's voice is hollow, broken. He lowers his own hands, letting the flames disappear. We can't win this. He's right. They close in from the many doors and arches, and even the windows crowd with uniforms. Hundreds of Silvers, armed to the teeth, ready to kill. We are trapped. Cal searches the faces, his eyes lingering on the soldiers. His own men. By the way they stare back, glaring at him, I know they've already seen the horror Illyria created. Their loyalties are broken, just like their general. One of them, a captain, trembles at the sight of Cal. To my surprise, he keeps his gun at his side as he steps forward. Submit to arrest, he says, his hands shaking. Cal locks eyes with his old friend and nods. We submit to arrest, Captain Teos. Run, every inch of me screams. But for once, I cannot. Next to me, Cal looks just as affected, his eyes reflecting a pain I can't even imagine. His wounds are soul deep. He has learned his lesson as well. 27 Maven has betrayed me. No, he was never on my side at all. My eyes adjust, seeing bars through the dim light. The ceiling is low and heavy, like the underground air. I've never been here before, but I know it all the same. The bowl of bones, I whisper aloud, expecting no one to hear me. Instead, someone laughs. The darkness continues to lift, revealing more of the cell. A lumpy shape sits against the bars next to me, shifting with every peal of laughter. I was 4 years old the first time I came here, and Maven was barely 2. He hid behind his mother's skirts, afraid of the darkness and the empty cells. Cal chuckles, every word sharp as a knife. I guess he's not afraid of the dark anymore. No, he's not. I'm the shadow of the flame. I believed Maven when he said those words, when he told me how much he hated this world. Now I know it was all a trick, a masterful trick. Every word, every touch, every look was a lie. And I thought I was the liar. Instinctively I reach out with my abilities, feeling for any pulse of electricity, something to give me a spark of energy. But there's nothing. Nothing but a blank, flat absence, a hollow sensation that makes me shiver. Is Oven nearby? I wonder, remembering how he shut off my abilities, forcing me to watch as Maven and his mother destroyed their family. I can't feel a thing. It's the cells, Cal says dully. His hands draw shapes in the dirty floor flames. Made of silent stone. Don't ask me to explain it, because I can't, and I don't feel like trying. He looks up, eyes glaring through the darkness at the unending line of cells. I should be afraid, but I have nothing left to fear. The worst has already happened. Before the matches, back when we still had to execute our own, the bowl of bones hosted everything nightmares are made of. The great Greco, who used to tear men in half and eat their livers. The poison bride. She weighs an animos of house viper and sent snakes into my great-great-uncle's bed on their wedding night. They say his blood turned to venom, he was bitten so many times. Cal lists them off, the criminals of his world. They sound like stories invented to make children behave. Now, us. The traitor prince, they'll call me. He killed his father for the crown. He just couldn't wait. I can't help but add to the tale. The bitch made him do it, they'll gossip to each other. I can see it in my head, shouted on every street corner, from every video screen. They'll blame me, the little lightning girl. I filled your thoughts with poison, I corrupted you. I made you do it. You almost did, he murmurs back. I almost chose you this morning. Was it just this morning? That cannot be true. I push myself up against the bars, leaning just inches away from Cal. They are going to kill us. Cal nods, laughing again. I've heard him laugh before, at me every time I tried to dance, but this sound is not the same. His warmth is gone, leaving nothing behind. The king will see to it. We will be executed. Execution? I'm not surprised, not in the least. How will they do it? I can barely remember the last execution. Only images remain, silver blood on sand, the roar of a crowd. And I remember the gallows at home, ropes swinging in a harsh wind. Cal's shoulders tense. There are many ways. Together, one at a time, with swords or guns or abilities or all three. He heaves a sigh, already resigned to his fate. They'll make it hurt. It will not be quick. Maybe I'll bleed all over the place. That'll give the rest of the world something to think about. The bleak thought makes me smile. When I die, I'll be planting my own red flag, splashing it across the sands of the massive arena. He won't be able to hide me then. Everyone will know what I really am. You think that will change anything? It must. Farley has the list, Farley will find the others, but Farley is dead. I can only hope she passed the message on, to someone still alive. The others are still out there, and they must be found. They must carry on, because I no longer can. I think it won't. Cal continues, his voice filling the silence. I think he'll use it as an excuse. There will be more conscriptions, more laws, more labor camps. His mother will invent another marvelous lie, and the world will keep on turning, the same as before. No. Never the same again. He'll look for more like me, I realize aloud. I've already fallen, I've already lost, I'm already dead. And this is the last nail in the coffin? My head drops into my hands, feeling my sharp, clever fingers curl into my hair. Cal shifts against the buzz, his weight sending vibrations through the metal. What? There are others. Julian figured it out. He told me how to find them, and, my voice breaks, not wanting to continue. And I told him. I feel like screaming. He used me so perfectly. Through the buzz, Cal turns to look at me. Even though his abilities are far away, suppressed by these wretched walls, an inferno rages in his eyes. How does it feel, he growls, almost nose to nose with me. How does it feel to be used, Mayor Barrow? Once, I would have given anything to hear him say my real name, but now it stings like a burn. I thought I was using them both, Maven and Cal. How stupid I was. I'm sorry, I force out. I despise those words, but they are all I can give. I'm not Maven, Cal. I didn't do this to hurt you. I never wanted to hurt you. And softer, barely audible, it wasn't all a lie. His head thunks back against the buzz, so loud it must hurt, but Cal doesn't seem to notice. Like me, he's lost the ability to feel pain or fear. Too much has happened. Do you think he'll kill my parents? My sister, my brothers? For once, I'm happy Shade is dead and out of Maven's reach. I feel surprising warmth bleed against me, settling into my shivering bones. Cal has moved again, leaning against the bars right behind me. His heat is gentle, natural, not driven by anger or ability. It's human. I can feel him breathing, his heart beating. It hammers like a drum as he finds the strength to lie to me. I think he has more important things to think about. I know he can feel me crying, my shoulders shaking with every sob, but he doesn't say anything. There are no words for this. But he stays right. There, my last bit of warmth in a world turning to dust. I weep for them all. Farley, Tristan, Walsh, Will. Shade, Bree, Trammy, Jisa, Mom, and Dad. Fighters, all of them. And Keelorn. I couldn't save him, no matter how hard I tried. I can't even save myself. At least I have my earrings. The little specks, sharp in my skin, will stay with me until the end. I die with them, and they with me. We stay like that for what must be hours, though nothing changes to mark the passing time. I even doze off once, before a familiar voice makes me jerk awake. In another life, I might be jealous. Maven's words send shivers down my spine, and not in a good way. Cal jumps to his feet quicker than I thought possible and throws himself at the bars, making the metal sing. But the bars hold firm, and Maven, cunning, disgusting, awful Maven, is just out of reach. To my delight, he still flinches away. "Save your strength, brother," he says, teeth clicking together with every word. "You will need it soon." Though he wears no crown, Maven already stands with the air of a terrible king. His dress uniform is crowded with new medals. They were his father's once. I'm surprised they aren't still covered in blood. He looks even paler than before, though the dark circles under his eyes are gone. Murder helps him sleep. "Will it be you in the arena?" Cal snarls through the bars, his hands tight on the iron. "Will you do it yourself? Do you even have the nerve?" I can't find the strength to stand, as much as I want to rush the bars, to tear away metal with my bare hands until the only thing I feel is Maven's throat. I can only watch. He laughs dully at his brother's words. "We both know I could never beat you with ability," he says, throwing back Cal's own advice from so long ago. "So I beat you with my head, dear brother. Once, he told me Cal hated to lose. Now I realize the one playing to win was always Maven. Every breath, every word was in service to this bloody victory." Cal growls low under his breath. "Maybe," he says, "but the nickname holds no love anymore. How could you do this to father? To me? To her? A murdered king, a traitorous prince. So much blood," he sneers, dancing at the edge of Cal's reach. "They weep in the streets for our father. Or at least, they pretend to," he adds with a disinterested shrug. "The foolish wolves wait for me to stumble, and the smart ones know I will not. House Samos, House Cyril, they've been sharpening their claws for years, waiting for a weak king, a compassionate king. You know they drooled at the sight of you? Think about it, Cal. Decades from now, father would die slowly, peacefully, and you would ascend. Married to Evangeline, a daughter of steel and knives, with her brother at your side. You wouldn't survive the coronation night. She would do what mother did and supplant you with her own child. Don't tell me you did this to protect a dynasty." Cal scoffs, shaking his head. "You did this for yourself." Again, Maven shrugs. He grins to himself with a pointed, cruel smile. "Are you really so surprised? Poor Maybe, the second prince. The shadow of his brother's flame. A weak thing, a little thing, doomed to stand to the side and kneel." He shifts, prowling from Cal's cell to stand in front of mine. I can only stare at him from the ground, not trusting myself to move. He even smells cold. Betrothed to a girl with eyes for another, for the brother, the prince no one could ever ignore. His words take on a feral edge, heavy with a wild anger. But there is truth in them, a harsh truth I've tried so hard to forget. It makes my skin crawl. "You took everything that should have been mine, Cal. Everything." Suddenly I'm standing, shaking violently, but still standing. He's lied to us for so long, but I cannot let him lie now. "I was never yours, and you were never mine, Maven," I snarl. "And not because of him, either. I thought you were perfect, I thought you were strong and brave and good. I thought you were better than him. Better than Cal." Those are words Maven thought no one would ever say. He flinches, and for a second, I can see the boy I used to know. A boy that doesn't exist. He reaches out a hand, grabbing at me between the bars. When his fingers close over the bare skin of my wrist, I feel nothing but repulsion. He holds me tight, like I'm some kind of lifeline. Something has snapped in him, revealing a desperate child, a pathetic, hopeless thing trying to hold on to his favorite toy. I can save you. The words make my skin crawl. Your father loved you, Maven. You didn't see it, but he did lie. He loved you, and you killed him. The words come faster, spilling like blood from a vein. Your brother loved you, and you made him a murderer. I loved you. I trusted you. I needed you. And now I'm going to die for it. I am king. You will live if I want you to. I will make it so. You mean if you lie? One day your lies will strangle you, King Maven. My only regret is I won't be alive to see it. And then it's my turn to grab him. I pull with all my strength, making him stumble against the bars. My knuckles connect with his cheek, and he yelps away like a kicked dog. I will never make the mistake of loving you ever again. To my dismay, he recovers quickly and smooths his hair. So you choose him? That's all this ever was. Jealousy. Rivalry. All so Shadow could defeat the flame. I have to throw my head back and laugh, feeling the eyes of the brothers on me. Cal betrayed me, and I betrayed him. And you betrayed us both, in 1,000 different ways. The words are heavy as stone but right. So right. I choose no one. For once, I feel like I control fire and Maven has been burned by it. He stumbles back from my cell, somehow defeated by the little girl without her lightning, the prisoner in chains, the human before a god. What will you tell them when I bleed? I hiss after him. The truth. He laughs deep in his chest. The little boy disappears, replaced by the king killer again. The truth is what I make it. I could set this world on fire and call it rain. And some will believe. The fools. But others will not. Red and silver, high and low, some will see the truth. His voice becomes a snarl, his face a shadow of a beast. Anyone who knows that we hid you, anyone with even a hint of suspicion, will be dealt with. My mind buzzes, flying to everyone who knew something about me was strange. Maven beats me there, seeming to enjoy listing off the many deaths. Lady Blanos had to go, of course. Decapitation deals nicely with skin healers. She was an old crow, an annoyance, and she didn't deserve this. The maids were easier. Pretty girls, sisters from Oldshire. Mother did them in herself. I never even learned their names. My knees hit the ground heavily, but I barely feel it. They didn't know anything. But my begging is no use now. Lucas will go as well, he says, smirking with teeth bright in the darkness. You'll get to see that for yourself. I feel like retching. You told me he was safe, with his family P, he laughs long and hard. When are you going to realize that every word out of my mouth was a lie? We forced him, Julian and I. He did nothing wrong. Begging feels so awful, but it's all I can think to do. He's of House Samos. You can't kill one of them. Mayor, haven't you been paying attention? I can do anything, he growls. It's a pity we couldn't get Julian back here in time. I would have liked to make him watch you die. I do my best to choke back a sob, pressing a hand to my mouth. Next to me, Cal growls deep in his throat, thinking of his uncle. You found him? Of course we did. We captured Julian and Sarah both. Maven laughs. I'll settle for killing Sconus first, finishing the job my mother began. You know the story there now, don't you, Cal? You know what my mother did, whispering her way into Corian's head, making her brain crawl. He draws closer, eyes wild and frightening. Saren knew. And your father, even you, refused to believe her. You let my mother win. And you've done it again. Cal doesn't respond, resting his head against the bars. Satisfied he's destroyed his brother, Maven turns on me, pacing just beyond my cell. I'll make the others scream for you, Mare, every last one. Not just your parents. Not just your siblings. But every single one like you. I'm going to find them, and they will die with you in their thoughts, knowing this is the fate you have brought them. I am the king and you could have been my Red Queen. Now you are nothing. I don't bother to brush away the tears coursing down my cheeks. It's no use anymore. Maven enjoys the sight of me broken and sucks on his teeth like he wants to taste me. Goodbye, Maven. I wish there was more I could say, but there are no words for his evil. He knows what he is, and, worst of all, he likes it. He dips his head, almost bowing to the pair of us. Cal doesn't bother to look and grips the bars instead, wearing at the metal like it's Maven's neck. Goodbye, Mare. The smirk is gone, and, to my surprise, his eyes look wet. He hesitates, not wanting to go. It's like he's suddenly understood what he's done and what's about to happen to all of us. I told you to hide your heart once. You should have listened. How dare he? I have 3 older brothers, so when I spit at Maven, my aim is perfect, hitting him square in the eye. He turns quickly, almost running from the pair of us. Cal stares after him for a long time, unable to speak. I can only sit down, letting my rage seep away again. When Cal settles back against me, there are no more words left to say. Many things led to this day, for all of us. A forgotten son, a vengeful mother, a brother with a long shadow, a strange mutation. Together, they've written a tragedy. In the stories, the old fairy tales, a hero comes. But all my heroes are gone or dead. No one is coming for me. It must be the next morning when the sentinels arrive, led by Oven himself. With the suffocating walls, his presence makes it difficult to stand, but they force me up. Sentinel Provos, Sentinel Viper. Cal nods at the sentinels when they open his cell. They pull him roughly to his feet. Even now, facing death, Cal is calm. He greets every guard we pass, addressing them by name. They stare back, angry or bewildered or both. A king killer should not be so kind. The soldiers are even worse. He wants to stop to say goodbye to them properly, but his own men grow hard and cold at the sight of him. And I think that hurts him almost as much as everything else. After a while, he goes quiet, losing the last bit of will he has left. As we climb out of the darkness, the noise of a crowd grows steadily nearer. Faint at first, but then a dull roar right above us. The arena is full, and they are ready for a show. This started when I fell into the spiral garden, a body made of sparks, and now it ends at the bowl of bones. I'll leave as a corpse. Arena attendants, all dull-eyed silvers, descend on us like a flock of pigeons. They pull me behind a curtain, preparing me for what's to come with brisk movements and hard hands. I barely feel them, pushing and pulling, shoving me into a cheaper version of a training suit. This is meant to be an insult, making me wear something so simple to die in, but I prefer the scratch of fabric to the whisper of silk. I think dimly of my maids. They painted me every day, they knew I had something to hide. And they died for it. No one paints me now or even bothers to brush away the dirt from a night spent in a cell. More pageantry. Once, I wore silk and jewels and pretty smiles, but that doesn't fit Maven's lie. A red girl in rags is easier for them to understand, and to kill. When they pull me back out again, I can see they've done the same for Cal. There will be no medals, no armor for him. But he has his flame maker bracelet again. The fire burns still, smouldering in the broken soldier. He has resigned himself to die, but not before taking someone with him. We hold each other's gaze, simply because there's nowhere else to look. What are we walking into? Cal finally says, tearing his eyes away from mine to face Oven. The old man, white as paper, looks back on his former students without a flicker of remorse. What did they promise him, for his help? But I can already see. The badge over his heart, the crown made of jet, diamond, and ruby, was Cal's once. I don't doubt he was given much more. You were a prince and a general. In his wisdom, the merciful king has decided you are to at least die with glory. He smiles as he speaks, showing sharp little teeth. Raft teeth. A good death, the kind a traitor doesn't deserve. As for the red girl, the trickster. He turns his fearsome gaze on me, focusing harder. The stifling weight of his power threatens to drag me down. She will have no weapons at all and die like the devil she is. I open my mouth to protest, but Oven leers over me, his breath reeking of poison. King's orders. No weapons. I feel like screaming. No lightning. Oven won't let me go, even to die. Maven's words echo sharply in my head. Now you are nothing. I'll die as nothing. They don't need to hide my blood if they can claim my powers were faked somehow. Down in the cells, I was almost eager to step out onto the sand, to send my sparks into the sky and my blood into the earth. Now I shake and shiver, wanting to run away, but my wretched pride, the only thing I have left, won't even allow that. Cal takes my hand. He quivers like I do, afraid to die. At least he'll have a chance to fight. I'll protect you as long as I can, he whispers. I almost don't hear him over the tramp of feet and the pathetic beat of my heart. I don't deserve it, I mutter back, but I squeeze his hand in thanks all the same. I betrayed him, I ruined his life, and this is how he repays me. The next room is the last. It's a sloping passage, leading up a gentle incline to a steel gate. Sunlight dances through, bleeding down to us along with all the noise of a full arena. The walls distort the sounds, transforming cheers and shouts into the howls of a nightmare. I suppose that's not far from the truth. As we enter, I see we are not the only ones waiting to die. Lucas. A guard holds his arm, but Lucas still manages to glance over his shoulder. His face is full of bruises and he looks paler than before, like he hasn't seen the sun in days. It's probably true. Mayor. Just the way he says my name makes me cringe. Here's another one I've betrayed, using him like I used Cal, Julian, the Colonel, like I tried to use Maven. I was wondering when I'd see you again. I'm so sorry. I go to my grave apologizing, and it still won't be enough. They told me you were with your family, that you were safe, or else what? He asks slowly. I'm nothing to you. Just something to be used and cast aside. The accusation cuts like a knife. I'm sorry, but it had to be done. The Queen made me remember. Made. There's pain in his voice. Don't apologize, because you don't mean it. I want to embrace him, to show this was not what I wanted. I do, I swear, Lucas. His Majesty, Maven of House Calor and House Merendus, the King of Norta, Flame of the North. The cry rings out in the arena, echoing down to us through the gate. The accompanying cheers make me cringe, and Lucas flinches. His end is near. Would you do it again? The words sting sharply. Would you risk me for your terrorist friends again? I would. I don't say it out loud, but Lucas sees my answer in my eyes. I kept your secret. It's worse than any insult he could throw at me. The knowledge that he protected me, even though I didn't deserve it, gnaws at my core. But now I know you're not different, not anymore, he continues, almost spitting. You're the same as all the rest. Heartless, selfish, cold, just like us. They taught you well. Then he turns, facing the gate again. He wants no more words from me. I want to go to him, to try and explain, but a guard holds me back. There's nothing more for me to do but stand tall and wait for our doom. My citizens. Maven's voice filters through the gate with the daylight. He sounds like his father, like Cal, but there's something sharper in his voice. He's only 17 and already a monster. My people, my children. Cal scoffs next to me. But out in the arena, a dead, haunting silence settles. He has them in the palm of his hand. Some would call this a cruelty, Maven continues. I don't doubt he memoized a stirring speech, probably written by his witch of a mother. My father's body is barely cold, his blood still stains the floor, and I have been forced to take his place, to begin my reign in such a violent shadow. We have not executed our own for 10 years, and it pains me to begin that awful tradition again. But for my father, for my crown, for you, I must. I am young, but I am not weak. Such crimes, such evil will be punished. Up above us, high in the arena, jeers ring out, cheering for death. Lucas of House Samos, for crimes against the crown, for collusion with the terrorist organization known as the Scarlet Guard, I declare you guilty. I sentence you to die. Submit to execution. And then Lucas is walking up the incline, to his own death. He doesn't spare a glance for me. Not that I deserve one. He's dying, not just because of what we made him do but for what I am. Like the others, he knew there was something strange about me. And like the others, he will die. When he disappears through the far gate, I have to turn away and stare at the wall. The gunshots are hard to ignore. The crowd roars, pleased by the violent display. Lucas was only the beginning, the opening act. We are the show. Walk, Oven says, prodding us on. He follows as we begin the slow climb. I cannot let go of Cal's hand, in case I stumble. Every muscle in him tenses, ready for the fight of his life. I reach out for my lightning in one last attempt, but nothing comes. There's not even a tremor left in me. Oven and Maven have taken it away. Through the gate, I watch Lucas's body be dragged away, leaving a streak of silver blood across the sand. A wave of sickness passes over me, and I have to bite my lip. With a great groan, the steel gate shudders and rises up. The sunlight blinds me for a second, freezing me to the spot, but Cal pulls me forward into the arena. White sand, fine as powder, slides beneath my feet. As my eyes adjust, I almost forget to breathe. The arena is enormous, a wide grey mouth of steel and stonework, filled with thousands of angry faces. They stare down on us in deafening silence, pouring their hate into my skin. I can't see any reds at all, but I don't expect to. This is what the Silvers call entertainment, another play for them to laugh at, and they won't share it. Video screens dot the arena, reflecting my own face back at me. Of course they must record this, to broadcast it across the nation. To show the world another red brought so low. The sight gives me pause, I look like myself again. Ratty, tangled hair, simple clothing, dirt falling off me in little clouds. My skin blushes with the blood I've tried so long to hide. If death weren't waiting for me, I would probably smile. To my surprise, the screens flicker, switching from the image of Cal and me to something grainy, security footage, from all the cameras, all the electric eyes. With a shaky breath, I realize exactly how deep Maven's plan really went. The screens play it all back, every stolen moment. Sneaking out of the hall with Cal, dancing together, our whispered conversations, our kiss. Anthem the King's murder in its full, terrible glory. Taken together as one, it's not hard to believe Maven's story. All of it connects together, the tale of the Red Devil who seduced a prince, who made him kill a king. The crowd gasps and murmurs, eating up the perfect lie. Even my own parents would have a hard time denying this. Mayor Molly Barrow. Maven's voice booms out behind me, and we spin to see the royal fool staring down at us. His own box of seats drips with black and red flags, filled to the brim with lords and ladies I recognize. They all wear black, forgetting their house colors in honor of a murdered king. Sonia, Elaine, and all the other high house children stare down on me with disgust. Lord Samos stands on Maven's left, with the Queen on his right. Ilera hides behind a mourning veil, probably to mask her wicked smile. I expect Evangeline to be hovering nearby, content to marry the next king. After all, she only wanted the crown. But she's nowhere to be seen. Maven himself looks like a dark ghost, his pale skin sharp against the black gleam of dress armor. He even wears the sword they killed the king with, and his father's crown nestles against his hair, gleaming in the sun. Once we believed you to be the lost Marina Titanos, another murdered citizen of my crown. With the help of your red brethren, you deceived us with technological tricks and ruses, infiltrating my own family. Technological tricks. The screens show me back in the spiral garden, rippling with electricity. In the footage, it seems unnatural. We gave you an education, status, power, strength, and even our love. For that, you repaid us with treachery, turning my own brother against his blood with your deceit. We know now that you are an operative of the defeated Scarlet Guard and are directly responsible for the loss of countless lives. The images flicker to the night of the sun shooting, to the ballroom full of blood and death. Farley's flag, the fluttering red rag and the torn sun, stands out against the chaos. Together with my brother, Prince Tiberius VII, of House Calor and House Iarchos, you are accused of many violent and deplorable offences against the crown, including deception, treason, terrorism, and murder. Your hands are no cleaner than mine, Maven. You killed the king, my father, bewitching his own son to do the deed. You are a red devil. He sweeps his eyes to Cal, now almost igniting in anger, and you are a weak man. A traitor to your crown, your blood, and your colours. The death of the king plays again, cementing Maven's twisted words. I pronounce you both guilty of your crimes. Submit to execution. A great jeer goes up over the arena. It sounds like pigs screaming, howling for blood. The video screens flip back to Cal and me, expecting us to weep or plead for our lives. Neither of us moves an inch. They will not get that from us. Maven stares over the side of his box, leering, waiting for one of us to snap. Instead, Cal salutes, 2 fingers to his brow. It's better than punching Maven in the face, and he draws back, disappointed. He looks away from us, to the far side of the arena. When I turn, I expect to see the gunman who killed Lucas, but I'm greeted by a very different sight. I don't know where they came from or when, but 5 figures appear in the dust. That's not too bad, I murmur, squeezing Cal's hand. He's a warrior, a soldier. 5 on 1 might even be fair for him. But Cal furrows his brow, his attention on our executioners. They come into sharper focus and fear rolls through me. I know their names and abilities, some much better than others. All of them ripple with strength, in armor and uniforms meant for war. A strong Garmrumbo to tear me apart, the Haven Son who will disappear and choke me like a shadowed ghost, and Lord Asanos himself to drown Cal's fire. Oven as well, I remind myself. He stands at the gate, his eyes never leaving my body. Don't forget the other two. The magnetrons. It's almost poetic, really. In matching armor, with matching scowls, Evangeline and Ptolemy stare us down, their fists bristling with long, cruel knives. Somewhere in my head, a clock ticks, counting down. Not much time left. Above us, Maven's voice croaks out. Let them die. 28. The shield explodes to life above us, a giant purple dome of veined glass like the one in the spiral garden. Not to protect us, but to protect the crowd. Sparks of lightning pulse through the monstrous ceiling, teasing me. Without Oven, the lightning would be mine and I could fight. I could show this world who I am. But that is not to be. Cal shifts, putting out his arm. The air ripples around him, distorted by the waves of heat rolling off his body. He angles himself toward the others, protecting me. Stay behind me as long as you can, he says, letting his own heat push me back. The flame maker sparks, and fire crackles between his fingers, growing up his arms. Something in his shirt keeps it from burning, and the fabric doesn't smoke away. When they break through the wall, you'll have to run. Evangeline's weakest, but the strong arm's slow. You can outrun him. They'll try to drag this out, to make it a show. Then softly, they won't let us die quickly. What about you? Asenos will let me worry about Asenos. The executioners move steadily, like wolves stalking prey. They spread out across the middle of the arena, each one ready to advance. Somewhere, metal scrapes and a piece of the arena floor slides away, revealing a sloshing pool of water at Lord Asenos's feet. He smiles, drawing the water up to him in a menacing shield. I remember his daughter Tirana dueling Maven in training. She destroyed him. All around, the crowd jeers. Ptolemy roars with them, letting his famed temper take over. He smacks at his armor, ringing it like a bell. At his side, Evangeline spins her knives, sliding them over her knuckles with a grin. This won't be like before, Red, she crows. No tricks can save you now. Tricks. Evangeline knows my abilities better than most, she knows they weren't tricks. But she believes. She ignores the truth for something easier to understand. The Haven son, Australian, grins to himself. Like his sister Elaine, he is a shadow. When he flickers out of being, disappearing in the bright sunlight, Cal moves faster than I thought possible, swinging out his arm in a wide arc like he's throwing a haymaker punch. A roar of flame follows his arm, burning up the sand, separating us from them. But the fire is surprisingly weak. The sand will barely burn. I can't stop myself from glancing back at Maven, wanting to scream at him, only to find he's still staring at me with that insufferable crooked smirk. Not only has he taken away my abilities, but he's limiting Cal as much as he can. Bastard, I curse under my breath. The sand, I know. Cal snaps, igniting more bits of the ground with a wave of his hand. Directly across from us, the line of flame separates for a second, followed closely by a bitter scream of pain. On the other side of the dying fire, Australian fades back into sight, batting flames from his arms. Asenos douses him with a lazy gesture, putting out the fire with a wave of water. Then he turns his startling blue eyes on us, on Cal's wall, and in a single motion, draws water across the weak fire like a lapping wave. The water hisses and spits, flash boiling into thick clouds of steam. Trapped by the glass dome, the steam settles through the arena, shrouding us in a ghostly white fog. It swirls and spins, enveloping us in a white world where every shadow could be our doom. Be ready. Cal shouts, a hand reaching for me, but Ptolemy charges out of the steam in a roar of flesh and steel. He hits Cal around the middle, knocking him to the ground, but Cal doesn't stay down long enough for Ptolemus to stab out with his knives. The blades dig into the ground seconds after Cal leaps, his hands on Ptolemus's armor. The steel melts beneath his touch, drawing a scream from the berserker. I can only run as Cal tries to cook a man in his own armor. "I don't want to kill you," Ptolemus, Cal says through the screams of pain. Every knife, every shard of metal Ptolemus raises to stab Cal melts away from his intense heat. "I don't want to do this." 3 sparkling blades cut through the steam, barely flashing blurs. Too fast to melt in midair. They hit Cal's back, stinging through his shirt before melting away. He yells in pain, losing focus for a second as 3 spots of silver blood stain his shirt. The knives were too small to cut deep, but they weaken him still. Ptolemus takes his chance, and in the blink of an eye, his knives meld into a single monstrous sword. He slashes, meaning to slice Cal in two, but he dodges in time, earning a scratch across the belly. Still alive. But not for long. Evangeline appears through the steam, knives swirling around in a glinting display. Cal dips and dodges her blades, throwing blasts of fire to knock her off course. He duels them both, hitting an insane rhythm that allows him to fight off 2 magnetrons, despite their strength and power. But blood stains his clothes and new wounds appear with every passing second. Ptolemus's weapon shifts, from a sword to an axe to a razor-thin metal whip, while Evangeline's jagged stars keep biting. They are wearing him down. Slowly but surely. "My lightning," I think mournfully, looking back to Oven at our gate. He's still there, a black presence to haunt me. A gun hangs at his waist, I can't even try to fight him. I can't do anything. When a massive chunk of concrete sails out of the steam, heading directly for me, I barely have time to dodge. It shatters against the sand where I stood seconds ago, but before I have time to think, another comes hunting, howling through the air. The sky is raining concrete down on me. Like Cal, I find my rhythm, scurrying through the sand like a rat, until something stops me short. A hand. An invisible hand. Stralian's grip closes on my throat, choking me. I can hear him breathing in my ear, though I can't see him. Red and dead he growls, tightening his hand. My arm swings out, digging an elbow into what I suppose are his ribs, but he holds firm. I can't breathe and black spots dot my vision, threatening to spread, but I keep fighting. Through the haze, I can see the Rimboss Strongarm prowling, his eyes locked on me. He'll pull me apart. Cal still fights the Samos siblings, doing his best not to get stabbed. I can't scream for him even if I wanted to, but somehow he manages to throw a fireball my way. Rimboss has to jump back, stumbling on his massive feet, buying me a few more seconds. Gasping, choking, I dig my nails back, reaching for a head I cannot see. It's a miracle when I feel his face and then his eyes. With a gasping scream, I dig in, thumbs to his eye sockets blinding him. Stralian roars, letting go of me. He falls to his knees, flickering back into being. Silver blood trails from his eyes like mirrored tears. "You were supposed to be mine," a voice screams, and I turn to see Evangeline standing over Cal, her blade raised. Ptolemus has wrestled Cal to the ground, the two of them rolling through the sand with Evangeline haunting over them, her knives peppering the ground around him. Mine. It doesn't occur to me that running headfirst into a magnetron might not be a good idea until I collide into her. We fall together, my face scraping along her armor. It smarts and stings and bleeds, dripping red for all to see. Though I can't see the screens, I know everyone broadcasts the image of my blood through the country. Evangeline shrieks, lashing out with her dancing blades. Behind us, Cal fights to his feet, blasting Ptolemus away with a blaze of fire. The magnetron collides with his sister, knocking her away seconds before her knives slice through me. Duck. Cal shouts, throwing me to the sand as another slab of concrete flies over us, shattering against the far wall. We can't keep this up. I've got an idea. Cal spits at the sand, and I think I see a few teeth mixed in with the blood. Good, because I ran out of them 5 minutes ago. Another block sails by, forcing us to jump apart, and just in time. Evangeline and Ptolemus return with a vengeance, locking Cal into a chaotic dance of knives and shrapnel. Their powers shake the arena around us, calling up more metal from down deep, forcing Cal to watch his footing along with everything else. Shards of pipes and wires poke up through the sand, creating a deadly obstacle course of metal. One of them stabs Stralian where he kneels, still screaming over his eyes. The pipe goes straight through him, popping out through his mouth to silence his cries for good. Through the wreckage, I hear the arena crowd scream and gasp at the sight. For all their violent ways, all their power, they are still cowards. My feet pound through the sand as I circle Rimbaud, daring him to attack me. Cal's right, I'm faster, and though Rimbaud is a monster of muscle, he trips over his own feet trying to chase me. He rips the jagged pipes from the ground, throwing them at me like spears, but they are easy to dodge, and he roars in frustration. I'm red, I'm nothing, and I can still make you fall. The sound of rushing water brings me back, making me remember the fifth executioner. The nymph. I turn just in time to see Lord Asinoz part the steam like a curtain, clearing the arena floor. And 10 yards away, still dueling hard, is Cal. Smoke and fire explode from him, beating back the magnetrons. But as Asinoz advances, the water trailing in a swirling cloak, Cal's flames recede. Here is the true executioner. Here is the end of the show. Cal. I scream, but there's nothing I can do for him. Nothing. Another pipe sails past my cheek, so close I feel the cold sting, so close it makes me spin and fall. The gate is only yards away, with Oven still standing in its mouth, half shrouded by darkness. Cal sends a blast of fire at Asinoz, but he smothers it quickly. Steam screams from the clash of water and fire, but water is winning. Rimbaud advances, pushing me back toward the gate. Cornered. I let him corner me. Rocks and metal break against the wall behind me, enough to shatter my bones. Lightning, my head screams. Lightning. But there's nothing. Just the dark smother of dead senses, suffocating me. All around us, the crowd jumps to their feet, sensing the end. I can hear Maven above me, cheering with all the rest. Finish them off, he yells. It still surprises me to hear such malice in his voice. But when I look up, his eyes meeting mine through the shield and steam, there's nothing but anger and rage and evil. Rimbaud takes aim, a long, jagged pipe in hand. Death has come. Over the din, I hear a roar of triumph, Ptolemus. He and Evangeline step back from a swirling orb of water, and the cloudy figure deep within. Cal. The water boils, and his body strains, trying to break free, but it's no use. He is going to drown. Behind me, almost in my ear, Oven laughs to himself. Who has the advantage? He sneers to himself, repeating his words from training. My muscles ache and twitch, begging for it to be over. I just want to lie down, to admit defeat, to die. They called me a liar, a trickster, and they were right. I have one more trick left up my sleeve. Rimbaud takes aim, setting his feet in the sand, and I know what I must do. He hurls his spear with such strength it seems to burn the air. I drop, throwing myself to the sand. A sickening squelch tells me my plan has worked, and the scream of electricity surging back to life tells me I might win. Behind me, Oven collapses, a pipe speared through his middle. I have the advantage, I tell his corpse. When I get back to my feet, thunder and lightning and sparks and shocks and everything I can possibly control spits from my body. The crowd screams aloud, Maven above them all. Kill her! Kill her, he roars, pointing down at me through the dome. Shoot her! Bullets dig into the dome, sparking and splintering against the electric shield, but it holds firm. It was supposed to protect them, but it is electric, it is lightning, it is mine, and the shield protects me now. The crowd gasps, not believing their eyes. Red blood drips from my wounds, and lightning trembles in my skin, declaring what I am for everyone. Overhead, the video screens go dark. But I've already been seen. They can't stop what's already happened. Rumbo takes a quivering step back, his breath catching in his throat. I don't give him a chance to take another. Silver and red, and stronger than both. My lightning streaks through him, boiling his blood, frying his nerves, until he collapses in a twitching pile of meat. A Sinoz drops next as my sparks run over him. The liquid orb splashes to the ground, and Cal collapses to the sand, spitting up water with hacking coughs. Despite the jagged metal spikes punching up through the sand, trying to run me through, I break into a sprint, dodging and vaulting over every obstacle. They trained me for this. It's their own fault. They helped make their own doom. Evangeline waves a hand, sending a steel beam flying at my head. I slide beneath it, knees skimming across the ground, before coming up beside her, daggered bolts of lightning in my hands. She calls up a sword from the swirling metal, forging a blade. My lightning breaks against it, shocking through the iron, but still she duels. The metal shifts and splits all around us, trying to fight me. Even her spiders return to tear me down, but they aren't enough. She isn't enough. Another blast of lightning knocks her blades away and sends her sprawling, trying to escape my wrath. She won T, not a trick, she breathes, taken off guard. Her eyes fly between my hands as she backs away, bits of metal floating between us in a hasty shield. Not a lie. I can taste red blood in my mouth, sharp and metallic and strangely wonderful. I spit it out for all to see. Overhead, the blue sky darkens through the shielded dome. Black clouds gather, heavy and full with rain. The storm is coming. You said you'd kill me if I ever got in your way. It feels so good to throw her words back in her face. Here's your chance. Her chest rises and falls, heaving with each breath. She's tired. She's wounded. And the steel behind her eyes is almost gone, giving way to fear. She lunges, and I move to block her attack, but it never comes. Instead, she runs. She runs from me, sprinting at the closest gate she can find. I pound after her, running to hunt her down, but Cal's roar of frustration stops me in my tracks. Asinoz is on his feet again, dueling with renewed strength, while Ptolemus dances around them, looking for his opening. Cal is no good against nymphs, not with his fire. I remember how easily bested Maven was in his own training so long ago. My hand closes around the nymph's wrist, shocking him through his skin, forcing him to turn his anger on me. The water feels like a hammer, knocking me backward into the sand. It crashes and crashes, making it impossible to breathe. For the first time since I entered the arena, the cold hand of fear clenches around my heart. Now that we have a chance of winning, of living, I'm so afraid to lose. My lungs scream for air and I can't help but open my mouth, letting the water choke me. It stings like fire, like death. The tiniest spark runs through me, and it's enough, shocking through the water and up into Asinoz. He yelps, jumping back long enough to let me scramble free, slipping through the wet sand. Air sears my lungs as I gasp for breath, but there's no time to enjoy it. Asinoz is on me again, this time his hands are around my neck, holding me under the swirling foot of water. But I'm ready for him. The fool is stupid enough to touch me, to put his skin against mine. When I let the lightning go, shocking through flesh and water, he screams like a boiling tea kettle and flops backward. As the water falls away, draining into the sand, I know he's truly dead. When I rise, soaking wet, shaking with adrenaline, fear, strength, my eyes fly to Cal. He's slashed and bruised, bleeding all over, but his arms rage with bright red fire, and Ptolemus cowers at his feet. He raises his hands in defeat, begging for mercy. Kill him, Cal, I snarl, wanting to see him bleed. Above us, the lightning shield pulses again, surging with my anger. If only it was Evangeline. If only I could do it myself. He tried to kill us. Kill him. Cal doesn't move, breathing hard through his teeth. He looks so torn, eager for vengeance, consumed by the thrill of battle, but also steadily fading back to the calm, thoughtful man he used to be. The man he can't be anymore. But a man's nature is not so easily changed. He steps back, flames fading away. I won't. The silence presses down, a wonderful change from the screaming, jeering crowd who wanted us dead moments ago. But when I look up, I realize they aren't staring. They aren't seeing Cal's mercy or my ability. They aren't even there at all. The great arena has emptied, leaving no witnesses to our victory. The king sent them away, to hide the truth of what we have done so he can supplant it with his own lies. From his box, Maven begins to clap. Well done, he shouts, moving to the edge of the arena. He peers at us through the shield, his mother close at his shoulder. The sound hurts more than any knife, making me cringe. It echoes over the empty structure, until marching feet, boots on stone and sand, drown him out. Security, sentinels, soldiers, all of them pour onto the sand from every gate. There are hundreds, thousands, too many to fight. Too many to run from. We won the battle, but we lost the war. Ptolemus scrambles away, disappearing into the crowd of soldiers. Now we're alone in a steadily closing circle, with nothing and no one left. It's not fair. We won. We showed them. It's not fair. I want to scream, to shock and rage and fight, but the bullets will get me first. Hot tears of anger well in my eyes, but I will not cry. Not in these last moments. I'm sorry I did this to you, I whispered to Cal. No matter how I feel about his beliefs, he's the one truly losing here. I knew the risks, but he was just a pawn, torn between so many playing an invisible game. He clenches his jaw, twisting and turning as he looks for some way out of this. But there isn't one. I don't expect him to forgive me, and I don't deserve it either. But his hand closes over mine, holding on to the last person on his side. Slowly, he starts to hum. I recognize the tune as the sad song, the one we kissed to in a room full of moonlight. Thunder rumbles in the clouds, threatening to burst. Raindrops pitter on the dome above us. It shocks and sizzles the rain, but the water keeps coming in a steady downpour. Even the sky weeps for our loss. At the edge of his box, Maven stares down at us. The sparking shield distorts his face, making him look like the monster he truly is. Water drips down his nose, but he doesn't notice. His mother whispers something in his ear and he jolts, brought back to reality. Goodbye, little lightning girl. When he raises his hand, I think he might be shaking. Like the little girl I am, I squeeze my eyes shut, expecting to feel the blinding pain of 100 bullets ripping me apart. My thoughts turn inward, to days long past. To Keylorn, my parents, my brothers, my sister. Me, I see them all soon. My heart tells me yes. They are waiting for me, somewhere, somehow. And like I did that day in the spiral garden, when I thought I was falling to my death, I feel cold acceptance. I will die. I feel life leaving, and I let go. The storm overhead explodes with a deafening clap of thunder, so strong it shakes the air. The ground rumbles beneath my feet and, even behind closed eyelids, I see the blinding flash of light. Purple and white and strong, the strongest thing I've ever felt. Weakly, I wonder what will happen if it hits me. Will I die or will I survive? Will it forge me like a sword, into something terrible and sharp and new? I never find out. Cal seizes me by the shoulders, throwing us both out of the way as a giant bolt of lightning streaks down out of the sky. It shatters through the shield, sending purple shards down on us like falling snow. It sizzles against my skin in a delightful sensation, an invigorating pulse of power to bring me back to life. All around us, the gunmen cower, ducking or running away, trying to escape the sparking storm. Cal tries to drag me, but I'm barely aware of him. Instead, my senses buzz with the storm, feeling it churning above me. It's mine. Another bolt strikes down, pounding into the sand, and the security officers scatter, running for the gates. But the sentinels and the soldiers are not so easily frightened, and they come to their senses quickly. Even though Cal pulls me back, trying to save us both, they pursue, and there is no escape. As good as the storm feels, it drains me, leeching my energy away. Controlling a lightning storm is just too much. My knees buckle, and my heart beats like a drum, so fast I think it might burst. One more bolt, one more. We might have a chance. When my feet stumble backward, heels jutting out over the empty chasm that once held a Snoz's water weapon, I know it's over. There's nowhere else to run. Cal holds me tight, pulling me back from the edge in case I might fall. There's nothing but blackness down there, and the echo of churning water deep down. Nothing but pipes and plumbing and black nothing. And ahead of us, the practiced, brutal ranks of soldiers. They take aim mechanically, raising their guns in unison. The shield is broken, the storm is dying, and we have lost. Maven can smell my defeat and grins from his box, his lips pulled into a terrifying smile. Even from such a distance, I can see the glinting points of his crown. Rainwater runs into his eyes, but he doesn't blink. He doesn't want to miss my death. The guns rise, and this time they won't wait for Maven's order. The shooting thunders like my storm, ringing out across the empty arena. But I feel nothing. When the first line of gunmen falls, their chests peppered with bullet holes, I don't understand. I blink down at my feet, only to see a line of strange guns poking out over the edge of the chasm. Each barrel smokes and jumps, still shooting, mowing down all the soldiers in front of us. Before I can understand, someone grabs the back of my shirt and pulls me down to fall through the black air. We land in water far below, but the arms never let go. The water takes me, down into darkness. Epilogue. The black void of sleep ebbs away, giving way to life again. My body rocks with motion, and I can sense an engine somewhere. Metal shrieks against metal, scraping at high speed in a noise I vaguely recognize. The undertrain. The seat beneath my cheek feels oddly soft, but also tense. Not leather or cloth or concrete, I realize, but warm flesh. It shifts beneath me, adjusting as I move, and my eyes open. What I see is enough to make me think I'm still dreaming. Cal sits across the train, his posture stiff and tense, fists clenched in his lap. He stares straight ahead, to the person cradling me, and in his eyes is the fire I know so well. The train fascinates him, and his gaze flickers now and then, glancing at the lights and the windows and the wires. He's itching to examine it, but the person at his side keeps him from moving at all. Farley. The revolutionary, all scars and tension, stands over him. Somehow she survived the slaughter under the square. I want to smile, to call out to her, but weakness bleeds through me, keeping me still. I remember the storm, the battle of the arena, and all the horrors that came before. Maven. His name makes my heart clench, twisting in anguish and shame. Anyone can betray anyone. Her gun hangs across her chest, ready to fire on Cal. There are more like her, tensely guarding him. They are broken, wounded, and so few, but they still look menacing. Their eyes never stray from the fallen prince, watching him as a mouse would a cat. And then I see his wrists are bound, shackled in iron that he could easily melt away. But he doesn't. He just sits there quietly, waiting for something. When he feels my gaze, his eyes snap to mine. Life sparks in him again. Mare, he murmurs, and some of the hot anger breaks. Some. My head spins when I try to sit up, but a comforting hand pushes me back down again. Lie still, a voice says, a voice I vaguely recognize. Keylorn, I mumble. I'm here. To my confusion, the old fisher boy pushes his way through the guardsmen behind Farley. He has scars of his own now, with dirty bandages on his arm, but he stands tall. And he is alive. Just the sight of him sends a flood of relief through me. But if Keylorn is standing there, with the rest of the guard, then... My neck turns sharply, moving to look up at the person above me. Who underscore? The face is familiar, a face I know so well. If I were not already lying down, I would certainly fall. The shock is too much for me to bear. Am I dead? Are we dead? He's come to take me away. I died in the arena. This was a hallucination, a dream, a wish, a last thought before dying. We are all dead. But my brother shakes his head slowly, staring at me with familiar honey-colored eyes. Shade was always the handsome one, and death has not changed that. You're not dead, Mare, he says, his voice as smooth as I remember. Neither am I. How, is all I can manage, sitting back to examine my brother fully. He looks the same as I remember, without the usual scars of a soldier. Even his brown hair is growing out again, shaking off the military cut. I run my fingers through it, to convince myself he's Raoul. But he is not the same. Just like you are not the same. The mutation, I say, letting my hand graze his arm. They killed you for it. His eyes seem to dance. They tried. I don't blink, time doesn't pass, but he's moved at a speed beyond my sight, beyond even that of a swift. Now he sits across from me, next to the still shackled Cal. It's like he's shifting through space, jumping from one spot to another in no time at all. And failed, he finishes from his new seat. His grin is wide now, pleasantly amused by my open-mouthed stare. They said they killed me, they told the captains I was dead and my body burned. Another split second and he's sitting next to me again, appearing out of thin air. Teleporting. But they weren't fast enough. No one is. I try to nod, I try to understand his ability, his simple existence, but I can't comprehend much more than the circle of his arms around me. Shade, alive and like me. What about the others? Mom, Dad, but Shade stills me with a smile. They are safe and waiting, he says. His voice breaks a little, overcome with emotion. We'll see them soon. My heart swells at the thought. But like all my happiness, all my joy and all my hope, it doesn't last long. My eyes fall on the guard bristling with weapons, on Keylorn's scars, on Farley's tense face and Cal's bound hands. Cal, who has suffered so much, escaping one prison for another. Let him go. I owe him my life, more than my life. Surely I can give him some comfort here. But no one budges at my words, not even Cal. To my surprise, he answers before Farley. They won't. And they shouldn't. In fact, you should probably blindfold me, if you really want to be thorough. Even though he's been cast down, thrown out of his own life, Cal can't change who he is. The soldier is in him still. Cal, shut up. You're not a danger to anyone. With a scoff, Cal tips his head, gesturing at the train of armed rebels. They seem to think otherwise. Not to us, I mean, I add, shrinking back against my seat. He saved me up there, even after what I did. And after what Maven did to you, don't say his name. His growl is frightful, putting a chill in me, and I don't miss Farley's hand tightening around her gun. Her words slide out between clenched teeth. No matter what he did for you, the prince is not on our side. And I won't risk what's left of us for your little romance. Romance. We flinch at the word. There is no such thing between us anymore. Not after what we did to each other, and what was done to us. No matter how much we might want there to be. We're going to keep fighting, Mare, but Silvers have betrayed us before. We won't trust them again. Keylorn's words are softer, a balm to try to help me understand. But his eyes spark at Cal. Obviously he remembers the torture down in the cells and the terrible sight of frozen blood. He might be a valuable prisoner. They don't know Cal like I do. They don't know he could destroy them all, that he could escape in a heartbeat if he really wanted. So why does he stay? When he meets my eyes, somehow he answers my question without speaking. The hurt I see radiating from him is enough to break my heart. He is tired. He is broken. And he doesn't want to fight anymore. Part of me doesn't either. Part of me wishes I could submit to chains, to captivity and silence. But I have lived that life already, in the mud, in the shadows, in a cell, in a silk dress. I will never submit again. I will never stop fighting. Neither will Keylorn. Neither will Farley. We will never stop. The others like us. My voice shakes, but I have never felt so strong. The others like me and Shade. Farley nods and pats a hand to her pocket. I still have the list. I know the names. And so does Maven, I reply smoothly. Cal twitches at the name. He'll use the bloody base to trace them, and hunt them down. Even though the train sways and shakes, twisting over dark tracks, I force myself to my feet. Shade tries to steady me, but I brush his hand away. I must stand on my own. He can't find them before we do. I raise my chin, feeling the pulse of the train. It electrifies me. He can't. When Keylorn steps toward me, his face set and determined, his bruises and scars and bandages seem to fade. I think I see the dawn in his eyes. He won't. A strange warmth falls over me, a warmth like the sun though we are deep underground. It's as familiar to me as my own lightning, reaching out to envelop me in an embrace we can't have. Even though they call Cal my enemy, even though they fear him, I let his warmth fall on my skin, and I let his eyes burn into mine. Our shared memories flash before me, parading every second of our time together. But now our friendship is gone, replaced by the one thing we still have in common. Our hatred for Maven. I don't need to be a whisper to know we share a thought. I will kill him.